2.5 years of training, 6 rounds of interviews, 1 badge with my name spelled wrong, and then I died on my first day of work. I don't even remember what killed me. 1 second I was walking through the lobby holding a coffee I hadn't paid for yet, and the next second there was no lobby, no coffee, no floor, just gray. Gray in every direction, the color of a hospital hallway at 4 in the morning, going on forever. I am, I said. Nobody answered, so I finished the sentence myself. Dead? Ding. Congratulations, host. You are dead. Congratulations, that's what it said, not condolences. Congratulations, like I'd won something, like dying in a lobby at 23 with unpaid coffee in my hand was an achievement I'd been grinding toward. Reincarnation program initiated. Please choose your identity. 4 cards lit up in front of me, and I want you to remember these, because every single one of them comes back later and ruins somebody's life. Card 1. Unyielding Resilient Youth. Comes with a sign-in system. Card 2. Destitute Young Master of a Broken Engagement, which came with the soul of some ancient powerhouse squatting inside him like a very rude houseguest. Card 3. Hedonistic Playful Young Master, AFK Cultivation System, and the description actually said, after 1,000 years of doing nothing, invincible upon debut. Card 4. Suave Elegant Swordsman with a Gambler System, where no matter how strong your opponent is, the odds are always 50-50. 10 seconds on the clock. 10, 9, 8. And I'm standing there thinking, the ancients weren't lying. There really is a rush to get reincarnated. It's a queue. I'm in a queue. Card 3 was tempting. Sleep my way to power, that's the dream. Card 4 was tempting in a stupid way. Because 50-50 against a god is objectively insane odds, and I have a gambling problem I never got the chance to develop. 2. That's when I saw it. A little diamond symbol in the corner. Random rebirth. Small print underneath. Probability of a golden legend. Take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I was already dead. What exactly was I protecting? I hit random. Gold light everywhere, and a voice like someone announcing a lottery winner in an empty room. Hidden unique system. Divine rank apprentice recruitment system. Then it explained itself. And I stopped breathing, which for a dead man is a real commitment. This system had no ceiling. None. Because it didn't grow by cultivating. It grew by recruiting disciples. Specifically, disciples who had systems of their own. It would crack them open like walnuts and fold everything inside into me. Every cheat they had, I'd have. Every reward they earned, I'd get a better version. Gathering the strengths of all systems, that was the phrase. Those 4 cards weren't options. They were a shopping list. Then the gray folded up and I was standing on a mountain in a body that wasn't mine, in a world called the Profound Sky Continent, wearing the robes of a peak master. And my name was Qin Yifeng. I was 19. I was the peak master of Hidden Origin Peak, 6th peak of the 5-element sect. And I had exactly 0 disciples. Not a few. Not a handful. 0. I was a leader with nobody to lead, standing on a mountain with a house on it and nothing else. In a sect that was the 6th ranked power out of 6 top powers, which is a very polite way of saying dead last. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. The realms here went body tempering, chi gathering, spirit sea, Tao platform, life and death, creation, transformation void, Tao comprehension, transcendent. And then saint, which was where the stories stopped and the legends started. The strongest man in my sect was our old ancestor, sitting at peak creation. 3 whole realms below saint. I was Tao platform. 4th from the bottom, and down the mountain, right now, 10,000 kids were standing in a square waiting to be tested, because today was the apprentice recruitment ceremony. The system pinged. Task 1, recruit 1 disciple. Aptitude must be spirit rank or above, and they must possess a system. Sure, fine. In a sect where the talent scale went yellow, black, earth, heaven, spirit, saint. And where I just watched 300 kids in a row light up yellow, I went down to the square anyway. The sect leader spotted me on the way in. Xiao Tianyu, green robe, hands behind his back, the only man on this mountain who looked at me like I was a person instead of a rumor. He gave me a nod. If there's any junior you take a liking to later, just speak up. He meant it kindly. He also meant it the way you tell a kid at a pet store that he can look at whatever he wants. The 5 real peak masters were already circling the good ones. Then the system spoke again. And this time it used 3 exclamation marks in a row, in red. Another host with the system has been detected on site. And here's the part that made this whole thing work. The fine print, the thing that turned me from a guy with a gimmick into a guy with a monopoly. Only I could see systems. Every one of these hosts thought they were the single luckiest person alive, the one chosen soul in a world of nobodies. None of them could see each other. I could see all of them. His name was Shen Li. Spirit rank high grade aptitude, Tao platform 4th layer. and a sign-in system, which is exactly what it sounds like. Go somewhere important, sign in, get paid. He'd started at the absolute floor, mortal grade, and had signed his way up to spirit high, and his current mission was, sign in at my sect's disciple recruitment square. Sign in, that's it. He wasn't here to join us. He was here to tap the sign, collect his reward, and go apply somewhere that actually mattered. I looked at that for about 2 seconds. System, I said. Can you change his mission to make him take me as his master? Mission tampering in progress. I want to be clear that I was joking. Tampering successful. Then my eldest's new mission read, join the 5 Elements sect and become the true disciple of Peak Master Han Yifeng. Reward, confidential. Failure penalty, wipe out host. Somewhere in that crowd, a 17-year-old boy went very still and said out loud, System, are you playing with me? If I don't take a master, you'll kill me? His system did not answer. Systems never answer that one. They put him on the testing pillar. The light went earth low, then earth medium, then earth peak, then heaven peak, and it did not slow down. And I saw the entire front row of elders lean forward at once like a wave. Then my sect leader moved one finger. The light froze at spirit rank low. Nobody saw it but me. And the boy, who felt something clamp down on his own talent and didn't understand why until the sect leader's voice landed quietly in his head. Little fellow, I know your aptitude doesn't stop there, but keeping a low profile is not a bad thing. That was my first real lesson about this sect. Not that they were strong, that they were liars, professionally, as a matter of doctrine, and they were about to make me one too. All 5 peak masters were on their feet screaming over each other for him. So my sect leader tried to slide in and got shut down by his own colleague with the single best line I heard all year. Sect leader, senior brother, you are the face of our 5 Elements sect. If it's too thick, it's not good. So they let the kid choose. Meanwhile, my eldest disciple turned, scanned the platform, found me, standing at the end of the row in robes I hadn't earned, and dropped to one knee. Junior Shen Li has heard of Peak Master Han Yifeng's name for a long time, and has yearned for it for many years. The square went silent. Then, from somewhere in the middle of 10,000 people, one voice said what everybody was thinking. Qin Yifeng? Which Peak Master's name is that? The elders were worse. I could hear them behind me, not even whispering. Qin Yifeng is still just a kid. In all these years, Qin Yifeng hasn't even gone out much. Long admired great name? Admired by who? Admired where? And down on the ground, my eldest disciple was quietly having the worst 30 seconds of his young life, because he just staked his soul on a man he'd never heard of, so he did the only thing he could do. He asked his system to look me up. I know exactly what he saw, because I saw it too. Realm, return to simplicity. Aptitude, unmeasurable. Talent, unknown. Luck, value, 999 plus. And then at the bottom, in the evaluation field, his system had written this. If only one cow remained in the world, he would be the only one who is that awesome. I have no idea what my system was doing to his system to produce that sentence. I never found out, but my eldest disciple read it, went pale, and thought, with total sincerity, even my system can't investigate him. Just how powerful must he be? Then he pressed his forehead to the stone and said, loud enough for 10,000 people, in this life, Shen Li will only take Senior Qin Yifeng as my master, and no one else. Which left my sect leader holding a bag he had not asked for, and the man improvised. God, he improvised. I got this part off a memory stone, so I know it word for word. He stepped forward, hands folded, and told 10,000 witnesses that Hidden Origin Peak was not one of the 5 peaks, that it was a special establishment, that only those whose talent and strength had reached a certain height were placed there, and that it was the most core strength of the entire 5 Elements sect. Then he asked everyone to please keep this a secret. 10,000 people. Secret. His actual plan, which he told me later without a shred of shame, was to inflate the mystery so high that when it eventually popped, the boy would be too embarrassed to keep asking questions. Build the legend, then quietly puncture it. Let the disappointment do the work. The plan had one flaw, which was me. We walked up the mountain together, master and disciple, on foot, because I couldn't fly yet. Now my system paid out the second we crossed onto my peak. Novice gift pack, 500 experience, 1 mature enlightenment tea tree, a talent called Hidden Origin Returning Breath, a disciple growth assistance package, and 1 more talent, which I need to explain properly because it's the whole reason any of this worked. Master does not lose to disciple. The description said, one must fight for dignity. The master must be stronger than the disciple. In practice, it meant my aptitude, my realm, and my techniques could never fall behind my disciples. Whatever he learned, I got without a teacher. Whatever he became, I became first. If he reached perfection in his cultivation, I'd be dragged up to transcendent behind him like a man being pulled uphill by a very motivated dog. The instant it activated, my aptitude jumped from Earth High to Spirit High, and my realm slid up to Tao Platform 9th layer, standing perfectly still, having done nothing. And underneath it, a note: recruit 2 more disciples with Spirit rank high grade aptitude to upgrade to Saint grade aptitude. Saint grade. This sect hadn't produced a Saint grade aptitude in 1,000 years. The other talent, Hidden Origin Returning Breath, hid my realm from anyone who looked. Anyone. Including the sect leader. Which, given what I was about to start doing, turned out to be the most valuable thing in the box. The enlightenment tea tree I planted in the yard and harvested by saying harvest, and the leaves came down in a spiral and landed in my hands, and there were so many that it was heavy, genuinely heavy. Like holding a hammer. Now, a single enlightenment tea leaf is the kind of thing 2 sects go to war over. I had a tree. It seems, I said out loud to nobody, I need to cultivate the habit of drinking tea. I gave the growth pack straight to my eldest, top-grade marrow cleansing pill, a spirit medium spear, and a spirit high flying boat, which I would later learn was a bigger deal than the other 2 combined, because my own sect owned exactly 1 flying boat of that grade, and they kept it for state occasions. I handed all 3 to a boy I'd known for 2 hours, and called it a welcoming gift. What I didn't know was the math running behind his eyes. That pill was the reward from his very first sign-in, the one he'd been saving. That spear was better than the spear his system gave him. That boat solved his single biggest problem, which was that sign-in locations were far away, and he was 17 and broke. His master had just casually outgifted his cheat. I watched his face do something complicated, and then heard him think, with total conviction, with such a generous master of heaven-reaching strength, what need is there to work hard? Followed immediately, half a second later, by him mentally slapping himself. No, how can I think this way? The path of cultivation must depend on one's own effort. I must surpass master as soon as possible. He said it like a vow. He kept saying it for a year. He's still saying it. Then he made the tea. I asked him to brew a pot because I didn't know how, and he took the leaves. And his system told him what they were, and I watched a boy hold a teapot the way you'd hold a live grenade. His master was using these to make tea. He drank his cup in one swallow and immediately sat down cross-legged on the floor of my yard. Because enlightenment tea is not meant for tasting, I drank mine slowly, like an idiot, and the world opened up sideways for about 10 seconds, and I understood something enormous that I forgot the instant it ended. That evening, I got my first visitors. By then my boss, and behind him a heavy-set man with a beard who introduced himself as the Peak Master of Faxiang Peak, the Formation people. Peak Lord Song, I said. Welcome. My surname is Song, he said, not Song. I want to note, for the record, that I got it wrong exactly once by accident on the first day. Everything after that was a choice. Of course my sect leader didn't sit down. He was already looking at the teapot. He crossed the yard, lifted the lid, and stopped moving. These tea leaves are enlightenment tea. Then he threw up a soundproofing formation over my entire courtyard with a speed I did not know old men possessed, and turned around with his hands actually shaking. Where did this come from? And the system, sensing money, popped a choice in front of my eyes. Option 1. Tell the truth. I have a whole sack. Reward. An undying physical body, forged by getting struck by lightning at midnight every night for 10 years. Option 2. Lie. Say I found it. Reward. A low-grade illusion formation and 100 experience. Option 3. Blame it on my disciple and share the tea. Reward. 1 random sacred beast. I'd like to say I hesitated. Sorry, sect leader, I thought. Sorry, Peak Lord Song. Sorry, eldest disciple. Out loud I said, actually this was given to me by my disciple Shen Li, as a tribute. Somewhere on the other side of the mountain, a 17-year-old boy's reputation quietly gained a floor he did not build. Then Yi Feng, said my sect leader, in the careful voice of a man walking on ice, do you have any more here? Not much left, probably not enough to brew tea more than a few more times. He made a sound like he'd been kicked. The 2 of them then sat down in my yard and started drinking the tea, not sipping, drinking. Song Peng kept saying, this old man will save these poor leaves as he emptied the pot, which is a hell of a way to describe theft. I brought out another handful, dozens of leaves, and my sect leader took it with both hands and told me, in a voice thick with feeling, that the contribution I had made to my sect would be remembered. Then my eldest disciple walked back into the yard, holding the empty teapot. Master, he said, you didn't eat all the tea leaves, did you? Nobody moved. Song Peng cleared his throat. Sect leader's senior brother, do you feel a surge of scorching firepower appearing on your face? Peak Master Song, said my sect leader staring at the wall. Do not slander this old man. My surname is Song. Song. How did you get led astray by this kid Yifeng as well? They came back the next day, and the day after that. In about a month, I would stop thinking of them as visitors and start thinking of them as a recurring expense. They also retested my spear disciple properly, with a bead instead of a pillar, and got spirit rank high grade, and my boss looked at me for a long moment and said, "Yifeng, you've truly picked up a treasure." The sect decided to raise the boy collectively, all 5 peaks contributing, with my name on the paperwork. I contributed a chair, and that's when they told me the doctrine: do not easily reveal your strength. "We have strength," my sect leader said, and he said it gently, like he was telling me the weather. But not much. I believed him for about 4 months. They gave my eldest disciple a token and a rule. When encountering danger, there are only 2 things you must do first. Hide, if you can. Second, call for help. And Song Peng spent an afternoon laying formations across my empty mountain until the spiritual energy on it was more than 10 times what it had been that morning. He did it the way a man mows a lawn, whistling. The sacred beast arrived the next morning. I opened the reward, gold light everywhere, an egg the size of my head cracked open, and out came a chicken. I stood there in my courtyard at dawn holding a chicken. "This is a chicken," I said. "Damn it, can a big rooster be a sacred beast?" The system, offended, filed a report. Chongming bird. Body of a rooster, cry of a phoenix, double pupils in each eye, wards off demons and plague, extremely rare, extremely auspicious. Also a baby, also knee-high, counting on this thing to soar through the 9 heavens, felt, at that moment, optimistic. I named it Heifeng and put it in the yard. Next morning my eldest came out, saw it pecking at the ground and said, "Master, when did you raise this chicken?" Red flash. Sound like a kettle screaming. Naturally, my disciple went across the courtyard and into a wall. He climbed out of the wall with tremendous dignity. "Master, this chicken of yours has such great strength." "Do not call it a chicken," I said, "or you will anger it." He looked at the bird for a long moment, and I watched a genuinely terrible thought take root in him, which was, if one day he couldn't beat his master's chicken, it would be too shameful. That bird has been his primary motivator for a year. Not honor, not revenge, a rooster. Half a month of silence followed, during which my eldest got exactly 0 sign-in missions, and I started to worry. "System," I said, "did you use too much force when you invaded last time and break my eldest disciple's system?" As a system, I have always been measured in my comings and goings. Then it pinged. Pingyang City. And I got my first look at what this whole scheme actually paid. Because here's the cracked version my system installed the day my eldest disciple knelt down. When my disciple signs in, he gets his reward. And I get a better one. Not the same, better. And the multiplier goes up the more experience I feed it. I didn't have to go anywhere. I didn't have to do anything. I had to have a disciple who was extremely, painfully hardworking. I picked the right kid. Shen Li signed in at the Pingyang City Lord's Mansion and got a spirit medium concealment technique. I got a spirit rank top grade movement art called Hidden Trace Step, plus 100 experience for standing 60 feet away with my hands in my sleeves. A movement technique of that grade, loose in the world, would have started a war. I used it to get to the kitchen faster. Anyway, my sect leader, of course, sent my hungriest elder and 4 elders along to babysit, which is when my eldest produced his spirit high flying boat in front of all of them, and I watched 5 grown cultivators recalculate their entire understanding of my peak in real time. A trip that should have taken half a month took a day and change. And on the way back through the city, walking past a street stall, the system pinged again. "Host, a person with a special physique has been discovered." A pack of kids went sprinting past me. In the middle of them, a girl in 2 ponytails, maybe 8 years old, elbowing a boy twice her size out of her way without looking. Ye Mingmei. Body refining first layer. Yellow high aptitude, which is to say, nothing. Physique, giant savage physique. Unawakened. Spirit rank. Talent. Exceptional culinary skills. In the path of culinary arts, she can be called a genius. Ordinary people can envy, but cannot surpass her. Now, I want to be honest with you about my motives here, because I've been honest about everything else. The food at the 5-element sect was bad. Not poisoned, not inedible. Just bad in a way that a man from Blue Star notices every single day for the rest of his life. I already had the tea sorted. I looked at that little girl, and I thought about dinner. "I'm going to scout for a cook," I told Song Peng. We walked into the Ye family compound and found the head of the house and his 3rd elder mid-conversation, and the conversation was about the rumors coming out of my peak, and the 3rd elder was in the middle of the sentence, "In a small family like mine, unless our ancestors' graves were emitting green smoke," when the servant came in and announced that there was a youth outside claiming to be Qin Yifeng. The 3rd elder took it about as well as a lightning strike. Her father agreed before I finished asking. He was so happy he started apologizing. "Mingmei is tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Please don't be polite with her at all." After that, my youngest disciple herself punched the air. "Yay, I'm going to be free." I left the family a heaven-high protection formation plate on the way out, which was worth more than their compound. And Songpeng looked at the little girl trotting after us and thought, out loud, that she probably couldn't even lift a pot. He was wrong about that in a way none of us were ready for. We were an hour into the flight home when Songpeng stopped the boat in midair. "Prepare for class," he said. 2 boats had come up on us, 6 men aboard, 2 of them peak life and death realm, 4 early. Their leader was a man called Li Hu, and he was looking at my eldest the way you look at a price tag. "This kid's aura isn't weak," he said. "His blood is the most valuable." Right on cue, my neighbor Peak Lord Song did not draw a weapon. He turned to my disciple. "Do you still remember what to do when encountering an enemy? Call for help?" "Exactly. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. A swarm of ants can bite an elephant to death." Then he said, to the empty sky, "Show yourselves." A boat faded in beside us carrying 16 elders. 2 more of his boats came in, 20-something men. 2 more, peak life and death. They now outnumbered us. I felt Songpeng exhale through his nose. Light went up on every side of us at once. And voices started calling out in flat, bored, procedural tones like men reading a checklist off a clipboard. Soundproofing formation in place. Illusion formation in place. Aura concealing formation in place. Levitation formation in place. And then 8 more boats faded in. 8 men on each, 64 elders, in the sky, in a box. Somebody on the other side said, "Damn it, 5 Elements sect, you're playing dirty, aren't you?" And somebody else said, in genuine horror, "Are they fishing for us?" Songpeng said, "Do it. 1 exchange. That's all it was. 4 peak life and death cultivators died in a single exchange and their bodies didn't fall because the levitation formation caught them in midair. And men came along and took the storage rings off them, and other men took the boats apart, and inside of a few breaths there was nothing above those clouds but empty sky and a faint smell of flowers, because somebody had brought something for the smell. And my spear disciple stood very still and thought, I haven't joined a cultivation sect. This is a pure assassin organization. I took my hand off my youngest's eyes. This, I said, is just too professional. Songpeng was beaming, actually beaming, hands on his belt, like a man showing off a workshop. You can always trust your sect, he said. If you can't win, then call for help. He also mentioned on the way home, in a much quieter voice, that the storage rings had a lot of blood in them, not weapons, blood, stored carefully, in bottles. Nobody explained it. Everybody looked at each other and let it go, and that was the first loose thread of the year, and I want you to hold on to it, because it takes about 8 months to pull tight. We got home. Then my youngest disciple walked into my courtyard, spotted Hei Feng, and shouted, "Oh, what a big rooster!" Nothing happened. So my eldest disciple, who had watched this, decided to run a controlled experiment. He cleared his throat. "Rooster bro?" Red flash. Wall. "That's discrimination," he said from inside the wall. Then Mingmei asked me to teach her to cultivate, and I couldn't, because her physique was still asleep, and forcing a body like hers before it woke would have wrecked her foundation permanently. The thing that would wake it, an earth attribute spirit beast core, was locked behind a shop I couldn't afford to open yet, so I lied to a child. Any disciple who enters the 5 Elements sect, I said, must first master the skill of cooking. She stared at me. You wouldn't want to go hungry out there, would you? And besides, if anyone makes you unhappy, you simply don't cook for them. They'll treat you with the utmost respect for the rest of their lives. I spun that entire doctrine without blushing. I have led you through the kitchen door, I finished. The rest of the cultivation is up to you. Don't ask how much of it I actually knew. If you ask, it's because I didn't know how to cook either. I put a fire warding formation around the kitchen and went to lie down. 20 minutes later, my eldest disciple came to find me, and there was smoke coming off the roofline behind him. Master, Mingmei is at an age where she can begin cultivation. Her head isn't even as big as the pot. Then a voice came around the corner singing, "La la la, master, master, the chicken soup is here." She was carrying a pot with both arms. Her face was entirely black with soot except for 2 eyes. And in the pot was a liquid the color of a swamp, gray-green, with shapes moving in it that might have been meat. I looked at it. "Shenli," I said, "you taste this soup first." He looked at me, he looked at the soup, and I watched my eldest disciple accept with total dignity that this was what loyalty meant. He drank the whole bowl in one go with the expression of a man walking into gunfire. Then he stopped. Then he poured a second bowl and said, "I swallowed too quickly just now. Let me taste it again." Then he said, "Junior sister is truly a cooking genius." And then, without a pause, without even the grace to look ashamed, my eldest disciple turned to me and said, "Master, about her cultivation, don't consider it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Good steel must be used on the blade. Bullying a child," he decided, "is actually not bad." I finished my bowl. It was the best thing I'd eaten since I died. Then I looked down. I said. "Where's the pot?" Inside 5 days, she was out cooking the kitchens of the entire sect. Inside 2 weeks, elders were finding excuses to walk past my mountain around noon. The second recruitment task came in while I was still chewing. Recruit a new disciple within 1 month, spirit rank high or above, and this time it didn't say anything about needing a system. Reward, 1500 experience plus a disciple recruitment gift pack. 1500 was exactly what I needed to open the shop. I borrowed my eldest's flying boat because I still didn't have one, and my disciple handed over the keys while thinking, how could someone as generous as Master still need my boat? It must be that he has a better one and simply doesn't want to show off his wealth. I have never corrected him, not once. It's been a year. Before I left, Xiao Tianyu pulled me aside about the blood. Those bandits had been mixed up in cult business. Over the past 6 months, the number of missing people had been climbing, and not only on our land, every major power was losing people quietly. I'm afraid it's not just them doing these things, he said, which meant his elders were already spread thin across the continent guarding disciples, and there was nobody left over to guard me, so I showed him the hidden trace step, vanished from the middle of his hall and reappeared outside the doors. What kind of technique are you cultivating? My disciple taught it to me. Meanwhile, my boss stood there for a second. He gives you enlightenment tea, he said slowly. He lends you his flying boat. And now he's teaching you a spirit rank cultivation technique. Between the two of you, who exactly is the master? I said nothing. As the master? He said. Have you given him anything? I continued to say nothing. He sighed and gave me 20 heaven-high talismans, brown ones that eat a hit from a peak life and death cultivator, green ones that throw you forward like a slingshot, and then tried to physically press a storage ring into my hands. And I left, because if I'd stayed another minute, he would have stuffed me like a holiday bird. He watched me go and thought, I'll have to find an opportunity later to properly test this kid's aptitude. He tried, several times. It's never worked. I spent 10 days finding nothing. Then, in a place called Gold Cloud City, in a restaurant owned by the Jin family, a waiter refilled my cup and my system lit up. Wen Qing, body refining third layer, yellow low aptitude, which is the absolute bottom of the scale, mortal body, nothing. In terms of raw numbers, the single least promising person I had scanned in 2 weeks of scanning. Talent, blessing others. Influences the luck, fortune, and wealth of those around them, though it provides little help to themselves. Little help to themselves. He was thin, not slim. Thin the way you get when meals are a variable. He poured tea with both hands and apologized for the temperature before anyone complained. Qing, I said. I see that you have a unique bone structure and a proper appearance. Would you be willing to join my 5 elements sect to work? He laughed, politely, the way you laugh when a customer is drunk. I only have yellow grade aptitude. How could the 5 elements sect want me? Customer, please don't joke. Then I found out who owned the restaurant. His father, the head of the Jin family. The man had been calling his own son a jinx since the boy could walk, because his wife had been a weak cultivator until she suddenly wasn't, and then she left. And somebody had to be blamed, and it wasn't going to be her. When I went to ask permission, the head of the Jin family didn't ask my name. He didn't ask which sect. He said, I have no opinion on this matter, and then, if there's nothing else in the future, don't come back. And as we walked out, I caught the thought he sent after his son, the way you'd catch a thrown rock. Finally, that jinx has been sent away. I did check later, out of curiosity. The Jin family's fortunes had been climbing steadily for the last 12 years. Wen Qing was 12. Birds choose the best tree to perch on. I didn't tell him. He'd have gone back to say goodbye, and I didn't want him to. 3 days left on the clock, and I found the second one outside a prince's mansion. 3 red diamonds, another host with a system. Zhou Lei, Dao platform 6th layer, spirit rank high aptitude, mortal body, talent for inscription work, and an AFK cultivation system. As long as the host is alive, cultivation never stops. Leave it running long enough, get random rewards. Card 3 from the Grey Room, the hedonistic playful young master, which is when I finally understood what those 4 cards had been. They weren't hypothetical lives, they were people, real ones, walking around this continent right now, each one holding a piece of the thing I was supposed to assemble. Now my system offered me the usual menu. Crack his mission like I did with my spear disciple, 200 experience, convince him myself in person, or walk away. Convincing him myself paid out an external incarnation, a body double, no consciousness of its own, runs errands, uses my system functions, goes places I'd rather not be. For a man who intended to spend the next several years lying to everyone he met, that was less a reward and more a pillow arriving during a yawn. I took door number 2. The Zhou family had thrown a banquet for us. Every son at the table, 1 seat empty. The steward delivered the message with the face of a man reading his own execution order. The 3rd young master sent his regards, told his brothers to perform well, and said he wouldn't be coming to lose face. Then he left the estate. The hall went silent. Joe Gang, head of the family, started sweating in a way I've only otherwise seen on people being sentenced. This is not a matter of opportunity, he said. This is a matter of face. On paper, my second disciple was yellow high aptitude, 21 years old, still stuck at chi gathering, and, in his own father's words, not quite sharp enough. On my screen he was Spirit High and Dao Platform 6, and his system had been faking the rest of it since he was a boy, so I defended him, out loud, to his family, knowing it would offend the 5 Elements sect and still choosing not to come. Is that not courage? Everyone else came, regardless of talent. He alone acted this way. Is that not personality? By then my hungriest elder turned and stared at me. It actually makes quite a bit of sense. Then Songpeng spent 10 minutes sweeping the city with his divine sense, holding one of my second disciple's belongings, trying to track the aura. Nothing. I asked my system. It took under a second. Second floor of a tavern, corner table, one man drinking alone with a completely different face and a completely different aura. Your Excellency has good taste, I said, sitting down. He didn't look up. I do not like noise. Would you two mind moving to another spot? Behind that flat little voice, I could hear him panicking. He'd changed his face. He'd changed his aura. Nobody had found him in 3 years. How did you discover my identity? He asked finally. Tell me, so I can correct it next time. Then he refused. Flat. Why? Because I am lazy. And then, because apparently he'd been waiting years for somebody to ask, he unloaded the whole philosophy on me. The people of the world only see opportunities and fame, laboring for them their whole lives, unaware that human desire is always infinite. The more you pursue, the more you will want to pursue. Beautiful. Genuinely. He'd clearly written it down somewhere. So I stood up and said, Do you think you are a genius? He blinked. A mortal body, worrying with the mind of a genius. Why bother? And on my way to the stairs, over my shoulder, in terms of talent, you're far inferior to my eldest disciple, Shen Li. Wait. Got him. Why do you want me to join? Songpeng answered before I could. And this is the part I'm proudest of, because he did it entirely by accident. Yifeng is very casual when taking disciples. The one he just took in is currently still in your Zhou estate. If you go see him, you'll know. Of course, my second disciple went and looked at my attendant. He looked at a thin waiter in borrowed robes with the aptitude of a fence post, standing quietly by a wall trying not to be noticed, and he thought, truly just an ordinary person. As ordinary as one could possibly be, even this kind of person is accepted, then the other party must not have seen through my talent either. It was indeed me who overthought it before, he said. If it is still possible, I am willing to join. I recruited the lazy genius by showing him the guy with no talent at all. His family nearly rioted, the one chance in a generation, and it goes to the son they'd written off. Zhou Gong actually asked in front of everyone, should we reconsider? No need, I said, and took him. I understood then why the system hadn't offered me the mission hijack option on him. An AFK system can't be leveraged. It doesn't hand out missions. As long as my lazy one is alive and breathing, his realm goes up. You can't threaten a man with a quest when his cheat is doing nothing. You have to actually talk to him. 1,500 experience, plus the second gift pack. And this one was where the whole thing tipped over. A saint rank top grade formation called the Myriad Manifestations Killing Array. The description said it could shake experts of the saint realm. Understand that the 6 top powers of this continent pooled together could not produce a single saint-grade item, a talent called profound knowledge, which meant that any bottleneck any disciple of mine ever hit, I'd already know the answer to, and a talent called great emperor potential, which activates the personal presence and charisma of a great emperor. Combat value, 0. In short, it was for showing off. I have used it more than anything else in this story. Then the specialization pack, which arrived addressed to my lazy disciple in everything but name, a cartload of spirit rank talisman paper. And I want to flag that unit of measurement, because I stood there thinking, a cartload, what is that? A wheelbarrow. Then it landed. It was a van of talisman paper, plus the complete legacy of a talisman saint named Han Long, plus a spirit top grade brush. System, I said. Isn't this a bit biased? 2 full seconds of silence. Coming early means early enjoyment. Coming late, waiting a bit, is never a loss. That is the exact tone it used with me for a year. It also installed an idle cultivation module that paid me 15 experience a day for being alive, which I immediately upgraded twice until it paid 45, and then I opened the shop. The shop cost 1,000 and came with a 90% discount on one item, expiring in 29 days. The shelves were a fever dream. A dual cultivation manual for 800. Something called a golden spear, standing tall pill for 400, a destiny package called peach blossoms everywhere for 1500, and one weapon, the John Dow sword, spiritless. It had lost its sword spirit at some point in the deep past and fallen all the way down to a top-grade sacred artifact, and the description said lingering traces of Dao severing remain. 3,500. I had 2,100 and change. I closed the shop and went to bed. Naturally, my realm ticked up on its own overnight. Because the panel now said the master's strength is related to the disciples you have taken. The more disciples, the stronger you will be. And I went from Dao platform to life and death third layer in about half an hour, lying down, with 3 children asleep on my mountain. Anyway, my second disciple tried to refuse his welcome gift. With my aptitude, I basically don't need anything. Don't waste it on me. Then he touched the ring with his divine sense, and his face stopped working. The things inside here, he thought, are also called nothing valuable. This apprenticeship, he said out loud, doesn't seem like a loss. He asked what we do here every day. Cultivate. And besides cultivating, I thought about it honestly. Drink tea. He decided right there to keep playing the useless one. Showing off, he reasoned, was just asking for trouble. Which is when my eldest disciple ambushed him within the hour. Sent it by voice transmission, sweet as anything, just the name. After that, my bomb maker said it out loud. His name is Rooster Bro. Boom. Hei Feng came out of the yard the size of a child, sacred beast pressure rolling off it like heat off asphalt, and my second disciple went across my mountain screaming, "Master, save me! Your beloved second disciple is about to be beaten to death by a chicken." And here is the thing, he outran it. He outran a sacred beast at a full sprint while yelling. "Senior brother's speed is so fast," said my cook, watching. Hei Feng, failing to catch him, came back and beat up my eldest disciple instead. "Is this Rooster Bro shameless or what?" said my eldest from the ground. Then my cook walked over, put a hand on the bird's head and said, "Little chicken, stop fighting. It's time to rest." And it pushed its head into her palm like a cat. That's when we worked out the rule. 2 people on this mountain may call that bird a chicken. Me, because I own it. And my cook, because she feeds it. Right on cue, my second disciple understood the implications immediately. Then it seems I might become the third person. Junior brother Joe, don't you dare. Senior brother, you wouldn't want to be chased and beaten by Hei Feng every day, would you? Shall we talk? They talked for an hour. I don't know what was agreed. And my eldest came out of it looking hollowed. Then my lazy one came out of it whistling. And later told me it wasn't in vain that he'd spent so many years specializing in the art of running away. "One day," said Shen Li to nobody, "I will pin it down and give it a good thrashing. He is not there yet." Then I laid the killing array. It covered the entire peak. Saint rank. I put it down the way you'd unroll a rug. Down the mountain, in the middle of a conversation, my sect leader and Song Peng both stopped talking at the same instant. Something had brushed past them for a fraction of a second, and both of them, 2 men in the creation realm, felt an instinctive animal fear, like being an ant under a shoe. They spent the next several weeks quietly investigating who in my sect had secretly deployed a Sangrade formation. He was living in it. He came for lunch. And that lunch is where I learned that this sect fishes with everything, including affection, because I got trapped twice inside 20 minutes. Trap 1. Zhou Lei, come quickly. The sect leader has come to give you a greeting gift. So my sect leader's face did something wonderful. When did I say I came to give a gift? This kid, is he already starting to trap me? He gave up a heaven-top spirit gathering cushion. Trap 2 was worse, because it was his. He looked at Hei Feng and remarked casually that once this beast matured, it would be at least equivalent to the Dao comprehension realm. I sighed about resources. I looked at the bird. I blinked, slowly. That's it. That's the whole play. The sect assumed responsibility for feeding my chicken, full of pitfalls, that mountain. 2 in one afternoon, and one of them was mine. Meanwhile, my eldest went pale. If the sect takes over its upkeep, will I still be able to beat it later? That was also the lunch where I finally scanned my own leadership properly. Now my sect leader, who showed everyone early creation realm, was actually at creation 9th layer, and my neighbor, Peak Lord Song, the fat cheerful formation guy who kept correcting his own surname, showed life and death and was actually creation 5th. He had hidden an entire major realm, from everyone, for decades, while complaining about tea. I sat there and thought about those bandits in the sky, and how close I'd come to stepping in to help. They would have cursed me with their dying breath. Then my second disciple, brewing tea, made his single greatest mistake, which was showing off. Something about glacial spring water drawn at sunrise and the correct interval before the second steep. "From now on," I said, "the task of brewing tea will be left to you." The life went out of his face like someone had pulled a plug. "Do you think Master would believe what you just said?" murmured my eldest disciple, delighted. "Why," said my second disciple to the teapot, "did I have to show off? For the next stretch, I ran my incarnation around the continent to see the world, and the world was insane. 3 men wrestled a giant lizard for an hour before discovering it was a female. A young man fell off a cliff, found a cave, and was eaten by whatever lived in it, leaving 1.5 shoes. A group of teenagers decided to cultivate during a thunderstorm while holding long spears and were stacked into a neat pile by heaven itself. The major 1,000 worlds are full of wonders. There was one problem, and it was expensive. An incarnation can't trigger choices. No choices, no experience. If I wanted to get paid, I had to be there in person, which is how I ended up at the Flower Spirit sect. Every young talent of all 6 top powers was invited to a banquet, ostensibly for socializing, actually because of something called the Celestial Vault Ruins, a saint's legacy that would open in under 6 months and admit only the young, and my eldest had a sign-in location inside the Flower Spirit sect. Specifically, inside Ryu Garden, which is the private residence of Wei Ryu, their first disciple. The system offered me 3 ways to handle the banquet: decline, attend and overawe everyone, or attend, eat, drink, and help my disciple. I picked eating. Remember to hide your realm, my sect leader told me before we left. Give the other powers a sense of mystery. Zhou Lei invited himself along and got ahead of the lecture. I know what Master is going to say. Women will only affect the speed at which I can withdraw. The banquet was the single most profitable afternoon of my life, and I spent all of it chewing, because every time somebody tried to probe me, my system paid me for ignoring them. Chengbai of the Hyochian sect came first, with a physique that reads people through skin contact, hand extended, big friendly smile. 200 experience for the choice. So fair and clean, he said. Are you a man? I looked him in the eye and sent, privately, mind to mind. How did you know? I like fair-skinned men like you the most. Little brother, would you be willing to engage in dual cultivation with this old man? Then I licked my lips and grabbed his hand. Chengbai went backward 3 steps like the floor was electric and reported to his own table in a stage whisper. This Peak Lord Qin, he's a pervert. It was just a handshake, someone told him. Even if you had to sacrifice a little, it wouldn't be a big deal. That's easy for you to say, Wu Jin. Why don't you go yourself? Nobody went. Zhao Kai of the Azure Cloud sect sat down next to me and talked at me for a while. 50 experience for chewing. Jiang Mei, spirit low aptitude and genuinely beautiful, came over to be admired. I ate as though she were a chair. 250. By then my second disciple gallantly stepped in. My master is busy. How about we chat instead? She checked his aura, found absolutely nothing there, and her whole face changed. She nodded at my eldest disciple. Forget about him. He's a mute. Then, to both of them, you servants of Hidden Origin Peak really don't know your place. Of course my lazy disciple nearly choked on his drink. To think, he thought, that in the eyes of outsiders I am actually just a servant. A few more came. Another 350. I have never made money faster than by keeping my mouth shut in a room full of geniuses. Then Wei Ruyu arrived and every other woman in the hall dimmed, which is not a figure of speech, it's a physique. Life and death 4th layer, spirit high, clear sound physique, and 2 talents, mastery of music, which is what everyone knew about, and beauty leads to trouble. Any man who gets too close may receive certain benefits, but in the end, they are all destined to suffer. She was born to harvest men. It was in her file like a job description. Better to ignore that corner entirely. So, said my bomb maker brightly, is senior brother Shen going to go have a fight with her? Because my eldest disciple still had to get into her bedroom to tap a sign. Naturally, my system offered to help. I could knock her out with something called the Ruthless Flower Destroying Claw. 81 postures, 49 methods. There is always one that will be effective. I could distract her with a pill whose description opened with the words, first coax, second deceive. Or I could believe in my disciple and pray for him. 100 experience. Footnote. This prayer is valid. 2 long options and 1 short one. Take the short one. I put my palms together. Anyway, my eldest disciple got in, signed in, and on the way out, spotted a belt under the bed carrying a man's aura. Outside, my lazy one met him with the warmest face I have ever seen on a human being. Senior brother Shen, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Tell me the truth. What color was it? Light cyan. Light cyan, huh? This Wei Ruyu is quite consistent, inside and out. Which is when my spear disciple's reward was a demon ape core, low grade. Mine was an earth demon bear spirit core, high grade, plus 200 experience. Which was, precisely, exactly, the earth attribute beast core I needed to wake up Ye Mingmei's physique, and which had been sitting behind a shop wall I couldn't afford. I looked at that for a while. Then I looked out the window at Wen Qing, who was helping a servant carry something heavy because nobody had asked him not to. Blessing others, little help to themselves. Huh. The belt, incidentally, belonged to Chen Song of the Xuanyi sect, first of the 6 powers, which was useful because 40 minutes later, Chen Song decided to make an example of me. It started with Wei Ruyu offering me a toast, accept and get a pill furnace, refuse and get a body forging art, ignore her completely, 300 experience. I picked up my chopsticks, the hall turned on me instantly, and every single insult was another choice, and every choice was another payment. The system was popping windows like it had a bug in it. I just kept eating. 600 more. Then Chen Song stood up. Peak Lord Qin, you have quite the imposing manner. Could it be that you look down on everyone present? He let his aura out. Life and death 5th layer, aimed straight at me. 400 experience, thank you. Then he flicked a wine cup at me with enough force to take a head off, and my eldest knocked it out of the air with his spear without standing up. So I put my cup down and said the sentence that started everything. If you knew etiquette, you would first recognize your own status. Have your master come over to talk to me. The room stopped, because Chen Song, for all his noise, was a disciple, and I was a peak master, and I had just told him, in front of every young talent of 6 sects, to go get an adult. Given my status, I added, making a move against you would be bullying the weak. I'll let my disciple handle it. His face went the color of a bad plum. A mere Dao platform realm. Fine. I'll see what kind of trash the disciples of Hidden Origin Peak are. Then he gathered sword chi, and I'll give him this. It was real. Thousands of blades condensing into one enormous sword hanging between heaven and earth, the whole courtyard lighting up underneath it. Xuan's sword art, severing mountains and rivers. After that, my spear disciple jumped. His spear shivered once and came down like a meteor, and the giant sword didn't break so much as come apart on contact. And then the spear went through the remaining blades the way you walk through tall grass and buried itself in the stone 1 inch from Chen Song's foot. A protective artifact flared on his chest and threw him backward. He landed with blood at the corner of his mouth. Nobody made a sound. Right on cue, my eldest looked down at him. Is that all? Where did you get the courage to provoke my master? And he meant it sincerely, which is the funniest part. In his head, the reasoning ran, provoking an expert who has returned to simplicity. What's the difference between that and lighting a lantern in a latrine? And my second disciple had already delivered his verdict beforehand, out loud, to my youngest disciple. He does have some strength, but compared to Haifeng, he's still a bit lacking. Nobody came near our table again. On the flight home, Zhang Hao, the peak master of Blazing Sun, clapped me on the shoulder and gave me the second half of the sect's doctrine, the part they don't put on the wall. Blindly avoiding trouble is called cowardice. Use 80% of your strength to handle face, and with the remaining 20%, nobody will be suspicious. Final tally for the banquet, 5,610 experience on hand. Net profit, 3,950, for eating. I bought the sword. 3,500. It bonded itself the moment it arrived, which sword spirits do not do. And which spiritless swords definitely do not do, and I chose not to examine that too closely. And along with it came a trait I want you to remember, because it decides at least 3 later disasters. Money makes the world go round. For any weapon far above your current strength, you can spend experience to make it display its peak power. For the Jiandao sword, spend 1,000 experience to activate it at its strongest state. And a footnote, if no one dies, the experience points will not be deducted. I had 2,100 left. 2 swings. Then I woke my youngest disciple up. Activating the core cost more experience, obviously, because everything did. System, I said, how have you become so unscrupulous? Alternatively, it said, how about letting the current target endure it? The pain will not last too long. Roughly 2 months, 3 days, and 10 hours. You call that not too long? I paid. The core floated up, unwound itself, and started reshaping into the outline of a bear, and then a hand came out of empty air and slapped it across the face, and it fell apart into dust. Taming complete. Then my system's method of taming is quite unique. So my youngest disciple said it felt like something warm had come inside her and that she was very comfortable. And then that night her chi went off like a burst pipe. Body refining 9th to chi, gathering 3rd to 8th to spirit C 2nd, and then straight to the peak of spirit C. Aptitude spirit medium, up from yellow high, giant savage physique, awake, and the system added a line I sat and stared at for a while. Congratulations for having 3 disciples with spirit rank aptitude. Extra reward, 1 saint grade aptitude disciple, currently in transit. In transit, like a parcel. The first thing Mingmei did with her new body was stand up and drive a crater into my courtyard. The second thing was jump, crack the flagstones, and land on her backside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Meanwhile, my lazy one came around the corner to see what the noise was, and I said, without turning around, you will be responsible for guiding Mingmei's cultivation. Don't, master. You can't scam your disciple like this. Then quieter. Everything was fine. Why did I even come out? I took her to the sect armory to pick a weapon because she'd informed me she wanted one, and when I asked why, she said, because when fighting, it looks majestic. Now my bomb maker. If this goes on, Mingmei is definitely going to turn into a violent delinquent. The armory was a tunnel under the mountain behind a door the size of a house and more formations than I could count, and almost everything on the racks was heaven rank. I stood in the doorway doing arithmetic about my sect's supposed poverty. Then my boss said, if there isn't anything suitable here, I'll take you to the number 7 treasury. 7. He also checked my cook's pulse, found spirit medium, and looked at me for a long moment. Because the last time he'd seen this child, she had been nothing at all. So I gave him the cover story I'd been building. I seem to have accidentally discovered that I have some ability to see unusual things in people. He absorbed that. This ability of yours is truly too special, he said. Try not to let more people know. And then he laughed with real delight. I never thought that what I said that day would turn out to be a prophecy. Your hidden origin peak really was accidentally spoken into existence. By then, my youngest ran past the maces and the meteor hammers and came back dragging a greatsword the size of a door. Your disciple's choice, said my sect leader, is somewhat unique. Back home, she demanded my second disciple spar with her. He tried the lazy defense. I'm getting old. I need to rest more. Come enjoy life like me. You cook, I'll eat. It didn't work. I'll make you late-night snacks for 7 days. Hiss. All right, you little Mingmei. You've even resorted to the temptation of food. Deal. He ran anyway, of course, taunting her over his shoulder. And that's when the red light came down and Hei Feng swooped in and my cook jumped onto its neck. Hei Feng, for a few bites of food, you've actually helped the evildoer. You can't just bully people like this. A little girl with a door-sized sword riding a chicken, chasing a grown man around my mountain. If you want to capture a person's heart, you must first capture their stomach. Turns out that also works on birds. Around then, my sect started its serious preparations for the Celestial Vault ruins, and they invited me to watch the sparring. Because my sect leader had his eye on my new talent for spotting people, I expected to find 3 or 4 hidden physiques among the sect's top disciples. I found 11, Wind Thunder physique, Scarlet Fire physique, a Charm physique, 11 kids walking around with sleeping treasure in them, and if nobody ever found it, it would never wake, and they'd simply vanish into the crowd like everybody else. Talents were worse. Alchemy, formations, spear Dao, nearly 40 names by the time I finished filling the jade slip. There are actually so many, and I gave my boss the pitch that changed how his sect ran. They may not all be good at cultivation, but they're more outstanding in other ways. Make the best use of everything and everyone. Nowadays, he said, you're increasingly showing the demeanor of a peak master. Then I found the 12th one, and he was not a treasure. Ye Chang. Dao platform 5th layer. Earth top aptitude. Pleasant face, honest eyes, the kind of young man elders describe as certain to achieve great things. Talent, heavenly fiend lone star, will affect the luck of those nearby and of the sect. The closer the relationship and the more one is truly valued, the greater the probability of encountering calamity. Each time a close person or the sect encounters a calamity, it makes the possessor even luckier. Read that again. He doesn't cause disasters, he converts them. Other people's disasters are his fuel, and the more they love him, the more fuel he gets. So the legendary star of disaster also depends on talent. Without the right talent, you can't even wreck a single province. And it's a growth-type talent, which means it gets worse. With that thing, in any other story, he'd be the protagonist. He was, unfortunately, in mine, and it came with camouflage. That honest face wasn't an accident, it was part of the mechanism, a total trap. The immediate problem was Wen Qing. Of course my kid's talent generates good fortune for everyone around him. Ye Chang's talent eats it. Then Song Peng, whose peak the boy belonged to, walked over and said warmly, his aptitude is decent, his character is also good. I'd break the rules to promote him to a personal disciple so he can contribute more to the sect. Naturally, my scalp went tight. I looked at Song Peng's forehead. It looked, and I want to be careful here because I like the man, a little dark. Killing him was off the table. Murder between disciples is a death sentence here. Everybody has hidden protectors, and I couldn't exactly submit my system readout as evidence. Waiting was worse. The calamity would never land on Ye Chang. It would skid off him and flatten whoever was standing closest. So I asked my boss a very innocent question. Is there any poaching behavior between the various sects? Then I went hunting for a spy, and found one by accident on the first afternoon because I looked twice at a crowd. Ye Shenghuan, registered as an inner disciple named Kui Wei, displayed aura, spirit C, actual realm, creation, first layer, just because I took one more look in a crowd. What kind of luck is this? He was 70 years old, his body aged slowly, so he looked 25, and that was the entire trick. Seniors disguised as disciples get caught by their bearing, and real juniors get caught by inexperience, and he was exactly in between. He'd been inside my sect for nearly 50 years. Also, while I was standing there, Ye Chong came over and tried to kneel and take me as a master. Because word had gotten out that Hidden Origin Peak was where the treasures went. Water flows to low places, people strive for high places. That confirmed it. Whatever else he was, that boy was not honest and simple. We took the spy at night. Formations, illusions, a knock on the door. Anyway, my sect leader leaned in and said, very quietly, Ye Shenghuan, no need to hide. You have already been discovered. Nobody had used that name in 50 years. He dropped a decoy and ran, and Xiao Tianyu caught him from 10 zhang away by pressing down with one palm. Then I shall make one last contribution to the sect. Self-detonation, enough to level the surrounding miles. Which is when my sect leader poked him with one finger and the whole thing deflated like a balloon with a slow leak. The old spy finished the job himself. Then I took out the Blood Soul false body, which had come out of a monthly idol cultivation reward, a small black-red figurine that felt genuinely unpleasant to hold. It imitates a target's aura and divine sense by absorbing their blood and soul, destroys what's left of them, and gives you some of their memories. One use, 7 days. The corpse shriveled in front of us. Yi Feng, said my sect leader, what are you doing? Digging some secrets out of his mouth. 2 hours of another man's life went through my head. When it stopped, I was Ye Shenghuan. Face, voice, aura, all of it. And I had his job description. He was Zhuan Yi's sect, and for decades his actual work hadn't been spying. It had been recruiting and training the next generation of spies inside my sect. We can follow this thread and clean out every one of them, my sect leader said, and then, with real warmth, Yifeng, you've performed a great service. Is there any reward you want? Yes, I said. I need the sect leader to cooperate with me in acting. 3 days later, wearing a dead man's face, I recruited my disaster star for the Xuanyi sect. He played it beautifully at first. I, Ye Chang, am loyal to the sect. Your Excellency's probing is very meaningless. I gave him one enlightenment tea leaf. The world opened up behind his eyes and the clouds parted, and when he came back down, the first thing out of his mouth was, how much more of this do you have? 10 leaves, I said. Too few. You've all seen what kind of strength Shen Li has. 15. Then we swore soul oaths. And I swore mine so viciously, boundless hell, cauldron of oil, sea of fire, never to be reincarnated for eternity, that he was genuinely moved. How ruthless, he thought. No mistake. This Xuanyi sect is worth entrusting my life to. What he never said out loud, and what I read anyway, was the real math. He knew Hidden Origin Peak would never take him, and Xuanyi was the first of the 6 powers, and they were offering him a true disciple's seat, and from there, a real shot at the top. On their end, an elder named Wang Hong vouched for me without hesitating. He's been lurking in the 5 Elements sect for nearly 50 years, has never failed, and is the most cautious and reliable of us. Then he laughed. You fellow, you must have been making empty promises to a junior again. Correct. Every word. Then we staged the extraction, and I want to be clear that my sect leader signed off on this personally. Alarm bells. Enemy attack. Song Pang in on it through a formation. A Zhuan Yi elder cut through the beam. I screamed, you go! Physically threw Ye Chong toward their boat, took the blow meant for him across the back, and dropped out of the sky. Elder Ye, and on the deck of the enemy vessel, in front of everyone, my sect's most promising young talent turned around and said, Song Peng, people move to higher places. From now on, I, Ye Chang, am a disciple of the Xuanyi sect and have no further connection with the 5 Elements sect. Real elders, the ones not in on it, started swearing with genuine fury, and the Xuanyi elder cupped his hands, beaming, and said the sweetest sentence I have ever been told by an enemy. For such a talented junior today, on behalf of the Xuanyi sect, I thank the 5 Elements sect for their generosity. They flew off convinced they'd made a massive profit. I looped around low, came back up the mountain, and took the face off. After that, my hungriest elder was still furious, and not about the plan. This Ye Chang, the moment he left the sect, he actually started calling me by my name. I misjudged him before. Then he squinted at me. You went to such great lengths to send Ye Chang over. What exactly are you doing this for? If I say it out loud, I said, it won't work. It took 8 months. It was worth every day. Right on cue, my eldest disciple signed in at the sect's gathering spirit pool and came away with a marrow cleansing fruit, medium grade. I got a high grade one, plus 300 experience for being asleep. Understand the difference. The marrow cleansing pill everyone fights over is a manufactured imitation. The fruit is the real thing, grown by heaven and earth, and it raises aptitude directly. Eating it myself would have been pointless, and my aptitude is the sum of my disciples' aptitudes. Feeding myself does nothing. Feeding them does everything, so I gave it to Mingmei, and she took one bite and the whole fruit came apart into green light and went into her. Huh? Where did my big fruit go? You've already eaten it. Sit down and cultivate. By midnight, her aptitude hit spirit high, which completed the set, 3 disciples at spirit rank, and my own aptitude went to saint grade. I felt it happen. Everything I'd ever felt about spiritual energy up to that point had been a kind of politeness, like being tolerated in someone's house. Now the house was cheering. Then my skin put out a soft jade light in the dark. Which was a problem, because that light was about to become a heaven and earth anomaly, and an anomaly of that size is a signal flare visible to every power on the continent. The system offered me 3 options. Amplify it for 1,000 experience, ignore it, or suppress it. I suppressed it and got a Saint Medium flying boat for my trouble. Then I woke up the next morning and the entire world was on fire because during the night the 9 heavens had produced an unprecedented vision and somewhere out there a genius with Saint grade aptitude had been born. System, didn't you already help me block it? Master, you cannot wrong the system. I really did help you intercept this vision. It had. That was somebody else's. So my sect leader was electric about it. The stronger the vision, the more extraordinary the genius. Possibly even high-grade saint. Possibly supreme grade. And then he sent me out to look because, in his words, my talent for spotting people was unique. Meanwhile, my system agreed. 3rd recruitment mission, 3 months, restriction, Saint grade aptitude, reward, 4,000 experience, and a Saint grade exclusive pack. Which is when I remembered the note from before. 1 Saint grade aptitude disciple, currently in transit, currently in transit. Does my system's delivery service not deliver to the door? I recruited my 2nd disciple for the trip in the usual way. But this matter has nothing to do with me. I have no strength at all. Joe Lei, you also don't want to be chased around by Haifeng every day, right? Master, you are too despicable. And then, packing. Slacking off anywhere is just slacking off. Might as well go out and see the scenery. The sky was solid with flying boats. Every sect on the continent was sweeping the eastern region, and my 2nd disciple gave the accurate assessment inside 10 minutes. If they're deliberately hidden, don't even think about finding them. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land came south for it. That's one of the 3 holy lands of the northern region, and to a sect like mine, they may as well have been weather. In their star tower, an old man called Elder Feng stood over an astrolabe and told his holy lord 2 things. First, he couldn't fix the point, only the region. Second, and this is the one I want you to hold on to. Some great power is secretly manipulating things. Yesterday, it was not only a Saint grade aptitude that appeared. The original disaster star was also moved. This matter is extremely rare. This great power is not simple. The disaster star had been moved. I had put a bad kid on a boat. Somewhere in a marble tower, a professional stargazer looked at that and concluded that a hidden titan was rearranging the fates of the eastern region. He was right about the effect. He was very wrong about the titan. They threw a formation barrier over a huge stretch of land and started clearing everyone out. The area ahead is our Holy Land's territory. Retreat immediately. And I didn't argue because their barrier catches cultivator auras and my incarnation doesn't have one. I just walked a copy of myself in through the front. Then I spent a month finding nothing. System. Every time you set the disciple accepting task to be so difficult, don't you think it makes you look weak? Master, please do not use reverse psychology on the system. You actually know this is reverse psychology. Of course. The system's capabilities are very strong. Prove it to me. System spirit, continuing to navigate for master. Continue straight for 2 hours, then turn right and keep going straight for 8 hours. 2 days of that and we landed on an empty mountain with nothing on it. System, why come here? Wait, you have this function. Why didn't you say so earlier? The first free trial has ended. You can use it by paying next time. A day later, my lazy disciple's jade slip lit up. Master, come quickly and save me. Your own disciple is about to be done for. I found him hanging in midair in a cage of golden light, and he got one useful sentence out before the ambush landed. Master, be careful. She is waiting in ambush for you. A beam of gold tore the air open at my chest, so I drew the Jandao sword for the first time. I want to be precise about this. When that sword came out, heaven and earth shook with it, and the shaking was not the sword's. It was mine. For about 1 second, I was in control of that entire patch of the world. I swung once. The gold beam came apart, and what was left of my swing kept going and cut a trench into the mountain behind her. Zhou Lei's eyes nearly fell out of his head. A top-grade sacred artifact. His master actually has something like this. Then, immediately, because he is who he is, Master, chase quickly, she's trying to run. Qin Li, life and death 6th layer. Saint grade, low. Physique, white tiger sacred body. Incomplete. Talents, luck embodiment, extraordinary comprehension, and soul reincarnation, fully retaining the memories of their previous life. The current target is in a reincarnated state. She wasn't a genius. She was an old monster wearing a 19-year-old. In her last life, she'd gotten to half a step from the Emperor realm before something ended her. And the reason she was here at all, ambushing a stranger on a mountain, was because my second disciple had offered her enlightenment tea and she had gotten greedy. Her own review of her performance, which I read off her face, if it weren't for my greed this time, she should have just killed the other party directly. She ran, and she ran using every trick of a woman who had cultivated for centuries, and none of them worked because my system was simply telling me where she was. Her assessment, the other party was like a maggot on a tarsal bone, so she stopped and bowed. Senior, this is a misunderstanding. This junior is willing to offer compensation. That's the whole reason she's alive, by the way. She knew better than anyone that all arrogance must be built on a foundation of sufficient strength. And then a third party dropped out of the sky, because of course he did. Lin Chong, Xuanyi sect. Late transformation void realm, which was 3 whole realms above me. Can't run anymore already? Then that will be to my benefit. His plan was elegant. Kill the boy, take the girl's talent. When the snipe and the clam fight, he profits. Host in danger detected. 1,000 experience points have been deducted. John Dao's sword has been activated. Would you like to counterattack? Time stretched. The strike had no momentum to it. No thunder, no glare. Just one plain beam of sword light, unremarkable in every way, except that everywhere it passed, the void itself tore open and stayed torn. Lin Chong could not move. I heard him thinking it. Run, run, run. Before that sword light, a transformation void cultivator was dust, and then he was gone. All of him. Instantly. And my first thought, my actual, honest first thought, standing there having just deleted a man 3 realms above me, wait, everything's gone? I spent 1,000 experience and didn't even get any loot? A huge loss. Now my third disciple had a different read. Even in her previous life, she wouldn't have dared underestimate that strike. She also decided, with total calm, that she'd already died once. So what did it matter if she died again? And then, watching my second disciple hanging in the air being useless, with such a powerful master, how could he have such a weak disciple? Isn't this clearly setting people up? So I activated Great Emperor potential. The wind and clouds of heaven and earth surged, sweeping across the 8 wildernesses, traversing the 9 heavens, bearing beyond compare, 0 combat value, enormous marketing value. Are you willing to take me as your master? She was baffled. Since he's already this strong, why does he still want disciples? And she nodded anyway. 4,000 experience and the same grade pack. By then my second disciple greeted us on the way back with, as expected of master. With you taking action, you really are worth 2 people. Then testing the water. Should I call her junior sister or mistress in the future? Master's wife, my foot. Who knows how old this woman actually is? You're usually pretty good at running, I said. How did you get tied up so easily? Master, if I said I was tied up voluntarily, would you believe me? Of course, my third disciple, flatly. The method was okay, it's just that his reaction was a bit slow. The same grade pack was the moment the numbers stopped meaning anything. A barrel of life spiritual spring stock solution. Barrel. The description said it condenses 1 drop every 10 years, that a single drop gives a mortal 3,000 years of life, a cultivator 1,000. And that, on an injured man, it regrows severed limbs. The system's unit of measurement is truly practical. A saint-rank top formation called the Mittian Illusion Array, which builds illusions out of the power of heaven and earth itself, layered inside one another, and can pass off the fake as real to almost anyone. A talent called Traceless Fate, which makes the destiny of me and all my disciples uncalculable by outside forces. Be the darkest star in the night sky. Be the unpredictable factor on the destiny disk. And my third disciple's own package. The essence blood of an adult sacred beast white tiger in a container the size of a human head. A Saint-grade secret technique called Tiger Roar in the mountains, and a lump of gang metal essence approximately the size of a burial mound. I tried to estimate the value. Can't estimate it. Then I looked at my own panel and got annoyed. 4 disciples, 2 of them with physiques. And me, mortal body. Is this reasonable? Congratulations for triggering the hidden effect of Master does not lose to disciple. Obtaining 1 physique draw. It rolled the top of the table on the first spin. 5 elements. Saint body, Saint top grade. Derives the 5 elements. Connects to all laws. Naturally harmonizes with heaven and earth. With 1 footnote. Using it triggers a heaven and earth phenomenon. And the system currently cannot block it. So I put it in a drawer. And thought, not for the last time, that maybe I could shift that trouble onto someone else. Naturally, my tiger girl, meanwhile, was sitting in my courtyard with her face going gray and black blood at the corner of her mouth. Devilish key from the Blood Demon clan, from something that had happened before she met me. I put 1 drop of the life spring on her. The black went out of her like a stain lifting. The wounds on her back closed while I watched. Master, mere devilish key. Once I recover some strength, I could suppress it myself. Using life spiritual spring water is too wasteful. It is fine. I had a barrel. She sat there and thought, this incomparably precious thing, enough to make a group of old monsters slaughter each other, was actually used to treat my injuries. The person who attacked, their strength very likely reached the transcendent realm. Lin Chong had provoked a great power, and then, in the same meeting, an elder sighed and said the funniest sentence in the whole first half of this story. Lin Chong, that guy, had just managed to win the opportunity to take that Ye Chong, the one with astonishing comprehension ability, as a personal disciple. And now, not even a month later, he's met with such a disaster. Not even a month. I sent them a boy in the spring, and by summer their transformation void elder was atoms on a hillside, and they filed it under bad luck, and then somebody in that same room asked whether they should assign Ye Chang a new elder. Yes, please. Assign him several, traceless fate, working as advertised. Anyway, my third disciple came home to the peak, and my youngest disciple flew out to meet us riding on the chicken. You've certainly fed Hei Feng until it's grown quite plump. Chirp, chirp, protest noted. Which is when my third disciple, who was several hundred years old, bowed to an 8-year-old and called her third senior sister without a flicker. How about you be the senior sister instead? My cook offered. You arrived earlier, so you are naturally the senior sister. There is no need to worry about age. Then I will be the senior sister from now on. That's my sect in one exchange. After that, my third disciple's sacred body gave her senses nobody else on my mountain had, and within an hour she'd found the hidden killing array, and then she found the tea tree and stopped breathing. Legend says all enlightenment tea in the world grows on one single magical tree. Where that tree is, or whether it truly exists, nobody knows. To think that the reason the world could not find the enlightenment tea tree, she thought, was because Master had planted it in his back garden. She asked to move her house next to it. I said yes. Right on cue, my aptitude went to Saint Medium and my realm to the peak of life and death for having said yes. I also laid the Midian illusion array across my sect's core that week, and the elders felt the ripple and searched for 2 days and found nothing at all, which had by then become a monthly tradition. Then my incarnation flew over a city and I asked a routine question. System, filter the number of living people in the current city. Filtering complete. Result, 0. The gates were barred from the inside. The bodies in the streets were dried out to skin over bone, and the bone had gone the color of rotten wood. More than 100,000 people, not one alive. Trial mission, dispatch disciples to hunt the demon race and demon followers. 10 experience per demon follower, 100 experience and 1 random saint grade gift pack per member of the demon race. I could have warned them. I did not. The demon race don't cultivate spiritual energy, they cultivate other things, and to them we're not enemies, we're a crop. Demon followers are people, humans who took the devilish key voluntarily and handed over their own lives to get stronger. The sect bell rang 5 times, 3 times over. Everyone in. 45 cities, hundreds of towns and villages. 10 million people and the flesh and blood of every one of them taken. At minimum, several hundred of these evil cultivators working across the continent at once. And my sect leader put the whole sect on a grid sweep, disciples out front for the experience, elders trailing behind at a distance. Shen Li naturally had a sign-in point right in the middle of it, the Thousand Blade Mountain Range. Then my lazy one volunteered. I am doing this because, as a true disciple, it is my duty. Those words only have credibility when your senior brother Shen says them. I'll stop pretending. Actually, I'm just going out to play. So my third disciple went too, with the review. With his mediocre skills, he might just end up being treated as a dessert. Wow, said my lazy one from the courtyard. I am at least the second senior brother. Can you show some respect for my strength? Win against me first before you talk. An elder asked whether they should bring more people. Meanwhile, my second disciple said thoughtfully, with fewer people, it's easier to run if we encounter danger. The elder wrote that down. They hadn't even left, and this one was already planning the retreat. High comprehension ability. Underneath that mountain range, at that exact moment, somebody was saying, if the 5 Elements sect can discover this place, I'll twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball. On the way, my tiger girl leaned out of the cabin and said, without looking up, there is one below, end of that street, 2nd floor of the tavern, the disheveled middle-aged man sitting alone by the window. You discovered him, said my second disciple. Why don't you go yourself? You run fast. So naturally, you should do this kind of thing. Now my eldest went and brought the man back the way you'd carry a chick. Lords of the upper sect, you cannot kill the innocent. By then, my third disciple closed her hand in the air. There was a sound like a fistful of dry twigs, and then the man's own heart was hanging in front of his eyes, still beating, with black key curling through it. Is this your so-called innocence? Then, to the rest of us, in the tone of a lecturer, when devilish ki enters the heart, one becomes a lackey of the demon race. They can no longer be called human. They deserve to die. Of course, my bomb maker quietly moved his chair further away. This junior sister was a bit terrifying. Naturally, my compliments to them for getting this far on their own. Anyway, my money says nobody there enjoyed the next hour. Her second demonstration was on a teenager, a hand seal, a sound none of us could parse, and the boy's eyes went black and his strength doubled and everything behind them went out. Not a person anymore, a beast. Demonization. How long does it last? The stronger the strength, the longer the duration. But there is no possibility of saving him. He swelled and burst. I have kept my copy of this account. Then she wrote the detection method down and handed it over, and Song Peng turned it into a working formation plate inside of a few minutes. And by the end of the week, the sect was mass-producing them, and after that the sweep stopped being a search and started being a harvest. Demon followers were being turned up faster than they could send warnings. Underneath the Thousand Blade Mountain range, in a room where they kept the soul tablets, things had been breaking for 2 days straight. A man called He-Shan stood in front of the wreckage and swore that once this passed, he would return it 100-fold. Which is when my sect leader did ask me about my new disciple, quietly, on a walk. What exactly did this new disciple of yours do in the past? One does not ask about a disciple's origins. In truth, I don't know what she did before either. The one who caused the heaven and earth phenomenon back then. It was her. And then I fed him the lie that has held up for a year, which works because it's 90% true. It isn't necessarily so that only innate talent triggers a phenomenon at birth. If you raise talent high enough, later, it can trigger one too. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land assumed the same thing everyone did. That's why they looked in the wrong direction. He accepted it. Then, with Qin Li's talent, how did you get her to take you as her master? Naturally, she was won over by my strength. It would be more convincing, said my sect leader, to say you tricked her with flowery words. They reached the Thousand Blade Mountain range 4 days later, and my eldest disciple produced the cover story he'd been rehearsing. I heard before that a senior's legacy is hidden there. Treasure hunting? Said my lazy disciple, brightening. This kind of thing is much more interesting. Then he stepped onto the summit and his system dumped several hundred cards into his vision at once, and every single one of them said demon followers. He had walked directly onto the roof of the thieves' den. Why don't we go look somewhere else? He suggested. This place doesn't seem like a good place. After that, my eldest disciple, who knew perfectly well there was no legacy, calmly signed in and collected a low-grade Saint-tier battle armor called Thorn. Right on cue, my third disciple stood still. There is an illusion formation below. Song Peng couldn't see it. She was gracious about it. You have encountered too few illusion formations. However, I happen to understand this type. Gold light, hand seals. Solve. Black pits opened all over the forest floor. Not one, many. Die. And my bomb maker teleported behind my eldest disciple before the first shadow cleared the ground, slapped a talisman on his senior brother's back and hauled him bodily onto the boat. And my eldest spent the entire retreat thinking, was that junior brother Joe's true speed? He-Shan came up last. Creation Realm, 8th layer. Little brats of the 5-element sect, you certainly have a lot of nerve. I didn't expect that a little girl like you could actually ruin the illusion formation here. And when Qin Li tried her heart trick on them, it didn't work. These weren't followers. These were something further along. Then my eldest pressed his token. Over 100 demon followers. There may be enemies in the transformation void realm, and Song Peng stopped pretending. Spirit formation, lawbreaker, creation realm, 6th layer, out in the open for the first time in decades. You actually hid so much of your strength. Then 16 boats came in from 8 directions, 1 creation cultivator and 7 life and death on each. And the arithmetic of that afternoon changed completely. He-Shan's answer was a blood-red bead. The blood ancestor is with you all. Light came up out of the ground into every follower he had. Their auras jumped. His own climbed to the peak of creation, right up against transformation void. So my tiger girl's face changed. We cannot fight them near here. There are members of the demon race nearby. The closer they are, the more obvious the enhancement. Then she went to work herself. And I'll say this for a woman who spent one lifetime reaching half a step from Emperor. The gold light in her hands turned into a claw the size of a cart, and 2 creation realm cultivators came apart in the middle of it. That combat experience is completely overwhelming. Meanwhile, my spear disciple took hits on the Saint Tie armor with his chest, on purpose to see what it could hold. It seems Master raising Hei Feng also had a deeper meaning, said my second disciple watching him. And then my second disciple noticed a wounded follower crawling down into one of the pits. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you raid the base? He slapped talismans on himself and went in, and on the way out somebody said, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 run away. What he found down there was a pool of blood that healed the wounded instantly, an altar carved with the words Blood Ancestor, and one card in his vision that didn't say Demon Followers. It said Demon Race, Realm, Unknown. I still underestimated this place a bit. So he took out a black metal barrel taller than a man, made of something extremely hard, with 3 characters painted on the side. Little boy. Inside it were 1,000 spirit top-grade explosion talismans. This is the most powerful thing I can create right now, he told it. I hope it won't disappoint me. He pushed it up against the altar and walked away whistling. Above ground, my neighbor Peak Lord Song was holding He Shan on his own, formation shields, then an enormous fist assembled out of 3 merged formations, and then, when he ran low, drinking spirit top-grade pills like a man at a water fountain. He Shan actually stopped fighting to complain about it. A sect like the 5 Elements sect, a peak master, could actually afford this level of medicinal pill? Come, said Song Peng happily. Continue. So He Shan went for the big one. Invite the Blood Ancestor. The ground shook. Blood-colored light went up into the sky, and every human being in a mile felt their chest go cold. Now my 3rd disciple. Are you finally going to appear? Song Peng. Run. He Shan. It's too late. Welcome death. And a quarter mile away, crouched behind a ridge, my 2nd disciple checked the distance, said, at this range, I hope it doesn't affect senior brother and the others, and then said, explode. It was a muffled thunderclap dropped out of the 9 heavens. Several mountain peaks left the ground. The reinforcements still inbound reported afterward that from a distance, what they saw was a mountain jumping. Not bad, said Zhou Lei. It didn't disappoint me. When the dust cleared, there was a charred crater where the lair had been, and almost no followers left standing. And He Shan alive in the middle of it, hair blown flat, staring into the hole. Why? How did the blood ancestor he had just summoned suddenly explode? Song Peng swallowed. Do they, the demon race, always attack in this way? Nobody had actually seen it. As far as every witness on that mountain was concerned, the demon race summons its ancestor, and its ancestor self-destructs on arrival. Then the surviving followers all convulsed at once and dropped like dumplings going into a pot, because the demon race member holding their lives had died, so they couldn't keep theirs. So, said an elder staring at the bodies, why did they want to summon that so-called blood ancestor? I would like to know too, said my hungriest elder. At home I was eating lunch when the notification started and did not stop. All of them kill credits, all of them my 2nd disciples. What on earth did that fellow do? 9,630 experience on hand, nearly 5,000 from one job. By then my boss came to the site personally. And behind him came 4 old ancestors from 4 peaks, every one of them transformation void. Of course my 2nd disciple watching them land. It seems I still underestimated the foundation of the sect. Song Peng made his report with a completely straight face. Sect leader, old ancestors. You might not believe it if I tell you. It was the blood ancestor himself who blew this place up like this. And that is the official record. I looked at my 2nd disciple across the dinner table that night with new eyes, deeply hiding merit and fame. The random sane grade gift pack opened into a token, the Heavenly Azure Saint token. The key to opening the Sky Azure Secret Realms legacy ignores many restrictions and opens the gate of Sky Azure. I showed it to my sect leader and watched a grown man forget how to sit down. There is exactly one such token in the world. I got it out of a loot box. I also learned my system had a sense of timing, because upgrading the shop to level 2 now cost 5,000 experience and required my lowest realm disciple to be at life and death, and my youngest disciple was at Dao Platform 3. And reactivating the sword had quietly gone from 1,000 to 1,500. This system, how is it getting greedier? I dumped 3,000 into the cracked sign-in module instead, 2 levels, and my eldest disciple's next check-in paid me Saint Thierry bracers. Then the Cloud Heaven Holy Land came to my sect in person. A boat the size of a district, their name across the hull, and a voice from the deck. Cloud Heaven Holy Land has arrived. Where is the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect? Their excuse. Elder Gao has had some issues with his cultivation these past 2 days and cannot control his consciousness. His own excuse. This old man just wanted to take a look at the beautiful scenery. Their leader, Yang Xuan, talked to my sect leader the way you talk to a contractor. Sangrade aptitude is not something your 5 Elements sect can nurture. Even the strongest here, the Xuan Yi sect, is the same. Then the sweetener. If you are willing, helping the 5 Elements sect sit as the head of the 6 top forces is also something my Holy Land can do. And then he asked to visit my own peak, for a friendly spar, because their young miss is fond of sparring. Where my 3rd disciple was standing, I watched my sect leader's face start to come apart, and I said, very quietly, Sect leader, rest assured, let them come. Then I turned on the Midian illusion array. 3 cultivators from a holy land stopped moving in the middle of my courtyard and stood there like posts. Inside their heads, they got a tour. They saw a shabby peak with 2 buildings on it. They saw a peak master at the Spirit Sea Realm who had crudely disguised himself as Transformation Void, badly, in a way any expert would catch. They saw an unremarkable disciple named my eldest. They heard me ask, wounded, is my strength really considered weak? They heard me refuse the spar with, as a peak lord, how could I fight an ordinary disciple? You should fight with my disciple. And they heard my sect leader say, in a small, embarrassed voice, I ask your excellency to please help keep it a secret. With hidden origin peak here, it can provide some pressure on other sects. Yang Xuan left convinced of 2 things, that the 5 Elements sect really knew how to puff themselves up to look bigger, and that this my eldest person, even if he begged, wouldn't be worth a second glance. Outside, 3 men stood frozen in my yard, while every peak master of my sect stared at them in open horror. Peak Lord Song, someone whispered. What level must this illusion array be at? It must be at least Saint Grade? I caught Song Peng's eye and said, guess why my parents established Hidden Origin Peak back then. Every single one of them believed me. Then Yang Xuan did me the greatest favor of my first year without ever knowing it. On his way home, he sold what he'd seen to the other 5 great powers in exchange for rings full of resources. And what he sold them was this. Hidden Origin Peak is nothing more than a method of borrowing power to intimidate others. And when one of them hesitated, he said, as an elder of the Holy Land, having accepted your items, why would I need to deceive you? 5 sects held a meeting and formally agreed to cut my own sect out of the competition for the Heavenly Azure Saint token. The token was in my pocket. It had been in my pocket for a week. The Cloud Heaven people got recalled that same night. The star patterns in the eastern region have changed. A disturbance is coming. Return immediately. Do not get involved. And they went home. And the array had eaten so much spiritual energy that my mountain went thin for a month. And the sect quietly assumed the cost of running it, because of course they did. That was also the month the idol cultivation reward paid out a basin of top-grade heaven and earth spirit liquid. A basin. Mingmei came out that evening carrying a wash tub of roast meat cut into fist-sized chunks, because in her opinion eating meat in big bites is the most delicious, and I said, just eating meat in big bites is still missing something. Then I put the spirit liquid on the table with a ladle in it. Naturally, my 3rd disciple knew exactly what it was. Places that produce heaven and earth spirit liquid are vanishingly rare, and having a small bowl of it is considered a serious holding. And someone had just set out a whole basin. Just how many places, she wondered, had this master of hers raided? Anyway, my eldest disciple watched me fill a cup. His master was using this stuff as wine. Which is when my cook leaned over the tub and said, what is this? It looks like it tastes really good. Sure enough, said my 2nd disciple. The less you know, the happier you are. Drink it, I said. If you can't finish it, split it and take it home. Far to the north, on a blood-red boat, several blood ancestors of the Blood Demon clan were examining a formation plate that had been taken off a corpse. They tested it on their own servants. The servants went mad instantly. This thing can activate the demonic blood within them, and then one of them worked it out and the room got very cold. Every human who worked for us had their demonic blood left inside them. This method should only be known to our Blood Demon clan. Has a traitor emerged from our Blood Demon clan? It hadn't. The woman who taught them that trick had learned it in a previous life and was currently eating roast meat on my mountain. The weakest among the top-tier powers, one of them said, meaning us. Yet they dare to touch members of our Blood Demon clan. They argued about whether to wipe us out immediately. The cautious ones won, for now, on the grounds that if the Blood Demon clan personally attacked the 5 Element sect, the other powers of my region would very likely help us, which tells you exactly how well the disinformation was working. Everyone had decided we were harmless. Everyone kept deciding that. For about 8 more months. What actually decided it, in that room, was not pride. It was labor. If the 5 Elements sect were an ordinary power, letting them go wouldn't be impossible, but they can create formation plates. Once those spread, the humans who work for us will suffer great losses. And without humans working for us, do you want us to do it ourselves in the future? Nobody wanted to do it themselves. The 5 Elements sect cannot remain. It also happens to be a good opportunity to test the reaction of the Holy Land. A general named Nightlin took the job. Once we arrive, in half an hour, I will turn the 5 Elements sect into Deadland. He brought a colleague called Grave Ruin along anyway, better safe than sorry, and got laughed at for it, because Grave Ruin alone was equal to a human at Tao comprehension. Meanwhile, on my mountain, my youngest disciple had received Saint Ta bracers from a sign-in and was punching a wall. The wall became gravel. The shockwave took out the far side of the courtyard. Master, look, isn't Mingmei's punch very powerful? Then she went hunting for someone to test it on. Second senior brother, Mingmei has another good thing. Let's arm wrestle. Second senior brother, I can see you. Don't hide. What a disaster. Don't come looking for me, go find your eldest senior brother. But eldest senior brother went into seclusion again. Then my boss came up to measure her strength for the records, sat down across from her and said cheerfully, Ming-mei, feel free to use your full strength so I can get a feel for your power. I stood there wondering whether the sect leader had forgotten what weapons this child normally carries. The stone table exploded. He went over sideways and landed on the ground. Ah, Grandpa sect leader, are you okay? I was careless. 2 days later, Song Peng came back from a scouting flight with his face wrong. A blood-colored cloud coming down from the north at impossible speed, not stopping for anything on the way, heading straight for us. Inside it, transformation void, and above, at least one at Dao comprehension, day and a half out. And here I learned something about my sect that I hadn't wanted to know. The old ancestors who protect the mountain have limited lifespan and stay in permanent closed-door cultivation, and coming out burns them. Emerging one day earlier means one day less of life. They are not a garrison. They are a fuse you can only pull so many times. After that, my sect leader sent word to the neighbors. And he wrote the message to be pitiful on purpose. Tell them that if they don't act, our 5 elements sect will perish in an instant. Zhang Hao read it over his shoulder. These other sects are just waiting to watch us make a fool of ourselves. He was right. The Xuanyi sect. Send a few elders over, just to show our stance. Remember, do not participate. The Azure Cloud sect. If they cannot maintain their status as a top-tier force, then their territory being this large will no longer be appropriate. The Flower Spirit sect. Send elders to protect the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. If there are any female disciples with good aptitude, bring them to our Flower Spirit sect. When one side is in trouble, all sides watch the show. Meanwhile, I heard about 1,000 enemies, and my eyes lit up, because 1,000 enemies is 1,000 kill credits, and my sect leader had to remind me sharply that one of them was Dao comprehension. Then he did the thing that told me everything about how this sect survives. He let people run. That was my doing, 3 months early. Right on cue, my people were in that room wearing somebody else's crest. Disciples packed and fled, and nobody stopped them. Deans and elders fled, and nobody stopped them either. A man named Chen Tong said out loud in the corridor, even Elder Kui Yi has run away. If we stay, are we just looking for death? And walked out the gate. Every observer from every neighboring sect watched my sect visibly coming apart and reported it home and believed it. Then Xiao Tianyu turned to me and said, Yifeng, you may let the people from the other sects enter the illusion. They have all entered the illusion. They'd been in it since they landed. I wanted on the record that I did not plan this. Nightlin arrived on schedule. Ants of the 5 Elements sect, come out and die, and the ground shook off his voice alone, and the weaker disciples only stayed upright because of the shield. Then he hit the shield with a blood-colored palm, the size of a village. It held. I want to be honest, I was as surprised as the disciples. Is our sect-protecting formation actually this strong? And my neighbor Peak Lord Song's chest went out about 4 inches. Countless outstanding old ancestors of Faxiang Peak have exhausted their efforts on it. Then my 3rd disciple gave the professional assessment. Barely Saint rank. Using a group of spirit rank formations as a base, it manages to reach this level of defense. In a place like this, that is very outstanding. Nightlin hit it with an axe like weather hitting a roof, over, and got nowhere. And I watched a demon general work himself into a genuine crisis. He could not break the formation of a small human sect. Humiliation, simply a great humiliation. Attack together to break the formation, so my lazy one, from the wall. I guess these guys didn't expect they wouldn't even be able to break the formation of such a small sect. Then Grave Ruin produced a formation-breaking shuttle, and my Tiger Girl called it out before it had cleared his sleeve, and the fight became real. 8 of our old ancestors came out through the shield, 2 from each of 4 peaks, all transformation void. Nightlin actually said, a small 5-element sect actually has so many transformation void realm cultivators. I sent mine out too. Find some opponents of suitable strength and contribute to the sect, which meant, go farm. Zhou Lei, make sure to protect Ming-mei. What a tough job. Meanwhile, my 3rd disciple went out with Fallen One's die, which is a sentence she'd clearly been saving. Now my cook went out on the chicken, holding the door. A demon follower saw a little girl on a bird and lit up. What a lively girl. His shield came apart. A human pancake was seen departing the area at speed. Poor fellow, said my lazy disciple. Somebody tried to take her from behind, and Hei Feng folded its wings and snapped them open once, and there was a red mist where the man had been. By then my lazy one reassessed his assignment. These 2 are more terrifying than the last. Why would they need my protection? Then he went off to blow things up from 2 directions at once, which is what he does. The best part of that battle happened under the shield, among the disciples who'd stayed. Didn't they say the strongest old ancestor of our 5-element sect was only at the peak of the creation realm? Everyone turned and looked at him. I suspect you're a spy from another sect. Tell me, what is the guiding principle of our 5-element sect's actions? Of course I know not to easily reveal our true strength, but now, this is too much hidden, isn't it? It seems this junior brother's understanding of the principle is not yet profound. For transformation void, old ancestors could not finish 2 demons, so my sect leader went down. Under the spiritual vein, there's an underground palace, and around its walls are sealed chambers, each with a name and a lamp. Almost half the lamps were out. Xiao Tianyu, sect leader of the 66th generation of the 5-element sect, pays respects to all the old ancestors who protect the sect. They argued about who should go, and the argument was the worst thing I ever overheard, because it was conducted entirely in terms of who had the least life left to spend. You still have plenty of lifespan. Keep working. Perhaps you'll break through. Then a voice from a corner chamber said, I will take action. Among you all, there shouldn't be anyone with less lifespan than I have, right? The plate on the door read, Blade Emperor, Shenjian, Dao Comprehension Realm, 8th layer. The door opened and out came a dried-out old man with white hair everywhere, looking like a lamp with the oil gone, except for his eyes, which were like 2 blades, and a 3-foot sword on his back. Coming out of seclusion this time, I likely will not be returning. Everyone, work hard on your breakthroughs. I will take my leave first. Somebody objected. My sword is still sharp. When my soul lamp extinguishes, it will not be too late for someone else to come out. Up top, Nightlin took one look. An old thing whose lamp oil is exhausted also wants to stop the 2 of us. And under the shield, several hundred disciples said at the same time, What? Our 5-element sect actually has a Dao comprehension old ancestor? Shenjian looked at the demons with something close to gratitude. Unexpectedly, I, an old man, could actually see the demon race recorded in ancient books with my own eyes. Even more unexpectedly, I have the opportunity today to slay the demon race with my sword. Then he drew. The note rang across the whole sky, and the blood-colored heaven tore open along the sword intent, and within 100 li in every direction, every sword in every sheath started to hum. I am the Blade Emperor, Shenjian, sword domain. In the whole recorded history of the eastern region, the number of people who ever reached that step can be counted on your fingers. Nightlin opened with blood axe cleaves the heavens. Of course my old ancestor vanished. Nobody saw the strike, and then Nightlin's left arm slid off his shoulder, one sword strike to sever the arm. The arm burst apart in the air and grew back, and I watched every human being on that mountain understand at the same moment what regeneration means in a fight. Here is the part I paid for, and I would pay again, but it stopped being an even trade. It turned into an old man walking forward and a demon backing up and Nightlin shouting, how could a tiny 5-element sect have a Blade Emperor with such attainments? So Grave Ruin threw him a palm-sized piece of blood armor. Saint rank. Put it on, he is yours. Armor, plus a blood mist the sword wouldn't disperse. How could the magic armor of my blood demon clan be broken by your sword? Shenjian was as calm as a well. Death, I have been prepared for it since the moment I came out of seclusion. Today, I will surely slay the devil with my sword. Then he spat a drop of blood onto the blade. Qing Yang's sword technique. 1 sword manifests. 1 sword strikes, 10,000 swords condense, and 10,000 swords return to 1. For about 2 seconds, in that entire sky, there was nothing in the world except that 1 sword. Nightlin went backward through the air, and then he started chanting, and everything began to pull inward. And my 3rd disciple's voice cut across the battlefield. Blood sacrifice. Quickly, have everyone return to the formation. Naturally, my sect leader did not ask a single question. He just gave the order. Then Nightlin's own people started bursting. His own. Every demon follower on that field came apart one after another, and their blood ran uphill to him. And when the living ran out, he pulled it out of the corpses. When the human race fights, my sect leader said quietly, subordinates just help in the fighting. When a devil head acts, subordinates can also serve as a means to increase their power. His aura climbed past Dao comprehension, and while every eye on that mountain was on the horror show, my 3rd disciple was doing arithmetic. Anyway, my tiger girl gathered a fist-sized ball of blood, and into it she poured the essence blood of the adult white tiger and the gang metal essence out of her own gift package, and she set it down on the ground at the edge of the pool. This devil has no experience. When the blood demon clan performs a blood sacrifice, it is the perfect opportunity to poison them. It went up with everything else. Then she sent a voice to Shenjian, disguised so thoroughly you couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. If your excellency trusts me, do not attack. Wait for the devil head to come forward. I have already poisoned him. And then she gave him one more thing, and I only know what it was by its effect, which was that an old man who had been stuck for 2,000 years suddenly went very still. Who are you, your excellency? There is no need to know my identity. Both of them gathered. Right now. Inside Nightlin, the white tiger's blood went off, and then the gang medal followed it. Even with a matching physique, my tiger girl told me later, she wouldn't dare take that much sacred beast blood at once. How could this demon creature withstand such a potent supplement? And then my sect's old ancestor struck, and he did not strike Nightlin. From the beginning, his target had been Grave Ruin, the snipe and the clam grapple. The fisherman suffers. The sword domain closed like a box, and Grave Ruin was erased, aura and all. No, he had been schemed against. By an old man he'd written off and a voice he never identified. Nightlin detonated his own axe and part of his own origin to escape, and as he tore off over the horizon I said very quietly, Mitian illusion array, illusion. I was eating dinner while this happened, which I think suits me. He ran for a long time. He ran beautifully. He ran in circles around Hidden Origin Peak at tremendous speed while every observer from every neighboring sect watched him vanish into the distance and wondered why the Five Elements sect wasn't chasing. Song Pang noticed the loose end. These demon followers aren't dead yet, so that devil head should still be alive. Don't worry, said my third disciple. He can't escape. Then I turned to my sect leader and said, Sect leader, if you're going to put on a play, do it properly. We can't cut corners. So here is what every outside observer saw in the illusion and reported to their sects as eyewitness testimony, which is when my sect's shield fell quickly. Their elders died in numbers. Their old ancestor turned out to be only late transformation void, and he fell too, though he badly wounded the demon first. And then, at the last possible moment, a stranger arrived and killed a Tao Comprehension Realm demon and his entire retinue with a single sword, and introduced himself as a man of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. In the sect, said my boss, delighted. You are the best at faking your aura. Why don't you make a guest appearance? So I put on a cloak and played a Holy Land envoy in front of 5 spying sects. My Cloud Heaven Holy Land and the demon race are irreconcilable enemies. Exterminating the demon race is merely our duty. I have never been more relaxed in my life. Afterwards, my sect leader debriefed the surviving disciples. And out of that entire catastrophe, the lesson he chose to emphasize was, don't watch the excitement when there's nothing to do, protect your companions, and make a feint in the east while attacking in the west. Then Shenjian came down and his legs went. I don't have much time left. Before I leave, I'll set down my insights into the Tao of the sword. The student surpasses the master. One day, our 5 Elements sect will produce an expert above the Blade Emperor. Grown men cried on that mountain. He refused every treasure my boss tried to give him. Do not waste them on me. Keep them for the others. I still have some time. I plan to cultivate a while longer. When my soul lamp goes out, remember to carry me back. Then he sat down, and something Qin Li had told him finally landed, and he said to himself, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die without regrets in the evening. And he started to break through. After that, my sect leader felt it, threw a formation over the whole thing to hide the fluctuation, and then walked out to the assembled disciples with a face like a funeral and said, Old ancestor, sigh. The entire mountain wept. I stood at the back and nearly ruined it, because that man had almost laughed out loud 30 seconds earlier and had just fooled every peak master and every peak's old ancestor without blinking. He truly was worthy of being a sect leader. Then the breakthrough started to fail because the man was 2,000 years old and running on nothing. So I flicked one drop of life spiritual spring through the formation. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Shenjian went from an old man at the end of his rope to a glowing little old man. And my very next thought, I'm not proud of the order of my priorities, but I'm accurate about them, was, since the effect is that good, how about I fix some up for the other old ancestors another day? Nightlin, meanwhile, finally arrived home. He landed at his base, exhausted, triumphant, safe, and the world dissolved because he had never left my mountain. Since you have come, how could I let you run away? Everything just now was merely an illusion. He spent his last trump card attacking a phantom inside the second illusion, which was layered inside the first. Damn it, what kind of illusion is this? An illusion within an illusion, and it even tricked away his last resort. Tell me, how many more of your Blood Demon clan are hiding underground? Don't think our Blood Demon clan is like your human race. You won't get any information from me. So I handed him to my third disciple. Ask. If he's unwilling to speak, just slowly kill him. She came back in what felt like 4 minutes. Master. He confessed everything. That was ridiculously fast. He was just stubborn, she said with open contempt. The demon race she'd handled in her last life had been much more determined than this. What he gave up was a map and an inventory. A Blood Demon clan base. About 40 demons, their strongest equal to a human transcendent. A sea of blood, and a Yunmo altar, which, as long as it sits near the Sea of Blood, can continuously cultivate new members of the Blood Demon clan, indefinitely. I sat with that for a moment. New blood demon clan members produced endlessly, and every member of the demon race is worth 100 experience and one random saint grade gift pack. Wouldn't it be a constant source of gift packages? A stable source of gift packages. I will handle this matter. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best one. But among the 36 stratagems, there is one more. Kill with a borrowed knife. That night I flew down to the underground palace where the old ancestors sleep, and found I couldn't get in, because the formations there are layered like an onion and none of them wanted me, so I hovered above the roof, took out a ladle, and poured life spiritual spring on the mountain. Every formation blocking everything offered no resistance whatsoever to heavenly spiritual liquid falling from above. Underneath, in the dark, an old voice said, 43, it's not a breakthrough. Open your eyes and look above your head. Is there a radiant green glow? Withered, dying bodies drinking like sponges, sweet dew after a long drought. Even having lived 1,000 years, it was hard to hide the excitement. Then, from a corner chamber, a voice said, if it truly is, we must properly thank the other party. Silence. Then, in unison, several extremely old men. Old Ancestor 33, didn't your soul lamp go out a few years ago? Cough, cough. Maintaining a soul lamp also requires soul power. I plan to save some energy and linger on a few more days, so I extinguished it. The way you do things is too dishonest. I actually mourned for you back then. Tricking the disciples is one thing, but how could you trick us? 38. You are the least suitable person here to say that. Among everyone present, you are the best at hiding. Don't slander me. I didn't. That wasn't me. I flew home very slowly, thinking about lamps. Above ground, the old ancestors of the individual peaks felt a fountain of life go up under the mountain and asked each other whether somebody else had broken through. Right on cue, my old ancestor came out of it visibly younger and could not explain himself. I clearly hadn't broken through, so why has my lifespan inexplicably increased by so much? In 2,000 years, this is the first time. Final assessment. I can barely count as a half-step transcendent. And then he decided to stay dead. Since the atmosphere has already been built up to this point, I won't make an appearance. It also saves these juniors from overestimating the sect's strength. That is my sect. Their Blade Emperor came back from the dead and elected to remain deceased for morale reasons. He did say one thing about me though, to my sect leader, in private. This kid is not simple. His aura disguise is something even I cannot see through. And my sect leader had to admit he'd never once seen my real realm either. He hides deeper than anyone. I gave them the concealed origin art as a gift because it seemed polite. Shenjian looked at it and said, this is a saint rank cultivation technique. And not an ordinary saint rank, very likely high grade. Yifeng, said my boss in a strangled voice, why didn't you tell me about this? I saw that it was simple to practice, so I didn't expect the grade to be this high. You and this concealed origin art, said the Blade Emperor, will be recorded in the sect's history. Out in the world, meanwhile, the lie was compounding on its own. The Xuanyi sect. A powerhouse who uses a sword? Killed the devil head with one strike? So Lin Chong's death earlier was really the work of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, the Flower Spirit sect. The Five-Element sect truly has no backbone. I actually think we should shift our focus from the Xuanyi sect to the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. And my actual take from the invasion was a little over 3,000 experience, because Nightlin ate most of his own army before we could kill it. After that, my third disciple took Mingmei out into the wilds to train, on the grounds that although her strength was sufficient, her technique was lacking. I found my bomb maker on a lounger with a cup in his hand. It is not easy for Mingmei to be gone. I have to seize the time to enjoy the quiet life. The wine was his own. No, no, no. I do not know how to make it. I picked it up. It was all picked up. So I opened with, the incident at the Thousand Blade Mountain Range last time. You did that, right? As expected, it could not escape Master's eyes. But Master, you must keep this a secret. Being a devil head is too tiring. I want to enjoy life. A devil head? What did you do last time? Pause. Was this being tricked into talking? Then he explained his design theory, and I listened with my face getting stranger and stranger. Compress thousands of explosion talismans inside a hard shell so the casing does the work instead of the air. Add a wind talisman and a formation so the thing delivers itself. This train of thought. Why is it a bit familiar? This my second disciple. Might he be a fellow countryman? I gave him his next commission on the spot. Digging into the ground. The more powerful the better. About 200 zhang deep, formations sandwiched in the middle, and the larger the destruction radius the better. Then my youngest disciple came back from hunting with a tray of roasted bear paws. This is the result of my hunting. So my elders wrote this one up and I read it twice. Down in the north, the Blood Demon clan reached exactly the wrong conclusion, exactly as designed. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land might have been watching us all along. That formation plate must have been made by the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. The Five-Element sect was just doing their bidding. And their leader, Corpse Lord, put us on the back of his list. As for the Five-Element sect, once we deal with Cloud Heaven Holy Land, it can be destroyed at will. I did not learn my own part in this until much later. That month's idle reward was a Buddhist demon binding rope, forged by 108 enlightened high monks, which restrains evil spirits and devils, and will autonomously chase and bind a target once activated. Remember the rope. Meanwhile, my lazy one delivered the commission with circles under his eyes he had visibly drawn on himself for sympathy. It wasn't easy, it was just too difficult. Next time, don't arrange such a big job for me, it'll kill me. Then he set down a cylinder 2 men tall that 3 men couldn't get their arms around, painted on the side, Fatty. I put 10,000 flame explosion talismans inside. It could easily turn the 1,000-blade mountain range from last time into a basin. Now my third disciple disguised it. She made the casing blood red, like something soaked in fresh blood, and covered it in ancient script with one complicated sigil in the middle, and then apologized for the quality. My abilities are limited. It should only be able to fool ordinary members of the demon race. Standing next to a 2-story bomb dressed as a holy relic, I felt a brief, sincere flicker of sympathy for the Blood Demon clan. By then my second disciple asked, reasonably, why I didn't just go kill them myself. Master cannot easily make a move, otherwise it would harm the harmony of heaven. We loaded up. Master, where are we going? Cloud Heaven, Holy Land. Holy, Master, you aren't planning to blow up the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, are you? The Cloud Heaven Holy Land is our good partner. How could we do such a thing? This trip is merely to resolve a hidden danger for them. I believe you. He did not believe me. Somewhere in the Xuanyi sect around then, Ye Chang was becoming a star. His new master, an elder named Xuanyang, told him, to have grasped my Tao of the sword in such a short time, you are truly a natural-born genius. Those old geezers, knowing about your cultivation, are all extremely jealous. There was no heaven-defying comprehension ability. There were only rare treasures. He was burning my tea leaves, 15 of them. That's all he had, and he was spending them to look like a prodigy, and it was working. Then, on a mountain, a long way from anywhere, at night, I activated the 5 elements saint body. Of course my heart hit once like distant thunder. Naturally, my bones lit up from inside, and for one moment I could handle the spiritual energy of the entire surrounding world as though it were mine, because that is what that physique is. And the sky turned inside out for 9,000 li in every direction, and night became day. Anyway, my third disciple came out of her house and stood there. Saint rank top grade, 5 elements saint body. Has it actually been born in a place like this? Because that physique has a history. That supreme existence, the one at the top of every record, started with exactly that body. Which is when my second disciple did not get up. He'd learned. Guess who triggered this heavenly phenomenon? She asked him. Impossible. Impossible. Heavenly phenomena are the most mysterious and profound things in the world. How could they be by? Then he thought about the tea tree in the back garden. That's right, except for Master. And the bait worked, which was the entire point of setting off a 9,000 life flare in the middle of nowhere. This must be a treasure of my Blood Demon clan. Unexpectedly it appeared here among humans. He put it on his shoulder. He carried it home himself, cheerfully, thinking, if it really is a treasure, I'll have made a great contribution, and I will never have to guard outside again. Every sect on the continent scrambled to find the new genius. Exactly one man said no. The strange phenomena are appearing too frequently, said my sect leader. An excess of them leads to anomalies. We participated last time. This time, we will not. I have never respected him more. At the base, they got the pillar into the chamber beside the sea of blood and stood around it admiring the workmanship. And then Corpse Lord, their strongest, a transcendent, frowned. How could a treasure of the Blood Demon clan trigger the human race's strange phenomena? Are you sir? The blood-red shell flaked off. Underneath it, 2 characters. Fatty. Not good. Retreat. In the dead of night, a column of fire went up into the sky and lit the world. And from hundreds of miles away, it was still enormous. Zhou Lei, watching from a ridge, was disappointed. There were still too many formations underneath, otherwise the power could have been at least twice as strong. It seems that pursuing power alone is not enough. I must also strengthen my ability to break formations. After that, my third disciple, standing next to him, said, was it you who did that in the 1,000-blade mountain range last time too? Junior Sister Chin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I heard everything just now. This thing, I suppose you could call it a specialty. And I watched her finally understand why I'd wanted him. Then I set the second hook. Right at the lip of the crater, I put down the Void Spirit Fruit, a saint-high treasure that lets a creation realm cultivator step into transformation void without effort, and a white beam went up out of it into the night like a road sign. The first people to arrive were the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, 15 of them, 9 transformation void, 6 Dao comprehension, and 1 peak Dao comprehension hidden in the dark. And in the middle, the young man they were escorting, Han Ming, creation 6th layer, saint grade, low, solid body physique, talent for music, and 1 more talent, which I read twice, and then a 3rd time, noble aid. Whenever encountering difficulties or crucial moments in growth, a noble will always appear to help overcome the challenges. A big fish, right from the start. One of his elders, a man called Duan Li, told him about the fruit. If you refine it, your chances of winning the position of saint will increase by at least 20%. The fruit came off the ground, and then it was in my inventory. It's gone? They blinked. Still nothing. May I ask, said Duan Li to the empty air, who is secretly opposing my Cloud Heaven Holy Land? And the ground came apart. Cloud Heaven Holy Land, this seat will tear you all to shreds. Because Corpse Lord, Transcendent Realm, had just watched a bomb go off in his own house, and had then watched the Cloud Heaven Holy Land show up to loot the crater. Are they mocking him? Their boat came apart on the first strike. Their hidden guardian, a peak Dao comprehension named Shen Yang, caught the follow-up palm on a staff and said, "Mere injured demons, yet they dare to attack my Cloud Heaven Holy Land? You seek death." Right on cue, my second disciple used the moment as a teaching opportunity. Do you know what mistake they made? And my third disciple, below is the sea of blood, and these demons, even injured, are not something they can handle. Wrong. Since they couldn't escape, they should have called for reinforcements before fighting. You've grasped the sect's principles quite well, I said. Blood was still coming up out of the crater, so the demons kept refilling, and every signal flare the Holy Land put up burned out before it cleared the tree line. Then these people were probably doomed, which is when my system gave me the choice that made my next year. Wait it out with them and get an enlightenment bench, kill whoever turns up to save them and get 4,000 experience, or become Han Ming's noble myself. Reward, the Universe Tower, Saint High, a pocket space with a serious defensive formation attached. 1 choice, 2 rewards. Being a noble person is truly good. So, said my lazy disciple, Master actually brought us here just to watch the show? Not quite. I put on a black cloak, flew to the Cloud Heaven Holy Land itself, hung in the air over their gate, and silently drew the Jandao sword. Their entire leadership came out, saw a cloaked stranger holding an obviously priceless weapon, and I watched a room full of dignified elders start salivating, their reasoning, which I could read off them like a menu. Although this person has concealed his aura, his realm is probably limited, otherwise why would he still be traveling by flying boat? In which case, a treasure sword has been delivered to our doorstep. Why does it feel like a lamb entering a wolf's den? Their holy lord spoke down at me, Your Excellency. Does this action mean you want to fight with my Cloud Heaven Holy Land? System, activate Jandao sword. For several miles in every direction, the world turned into swords. Before that, they felt their own insignificance. And then, in perfect unison, this is bad. We have miscalculated. This is a mighty being. Alarm bells. And out of the tower came an old man with a sword on his back who landed and bowed. This junior, Lin Yuan, greets Venerable Blade Emperor. I want you to appreciate what just happened because I certainly didn't at the time. None of what follows reached me for a month. A Sword Immortal is not a rank you claim. It's a thing other people decide you are. Their holy land had existed for thousands of years and never produced one. Lin Yuan himself, their best, was only a sword master. The Holy Lord went cold all over. He had just spoken to a Venerable Blade Emperor in that tone, and Elder Feng, the Stargazer, had a small private crisis. Could it be that the storm in the celestial phenomenon was brought about by the Holy Lord himself? I made my voice hoarse and said as little as I could get away with. This venerable one will not bother with them. Is Han Ming a person of your Holy Land? They were trapped by the demon race and unable to call for aid, so I came to inform you. How many? 1 transcendent realm, with many below him. May I trouble Senior to accompany us? After this matter, the Cloud Heaven Holy Land will certainly offer a generous reward. Acceptable. It saved me having to start my own boat. On the way, Lin Yuan worked up the courage to ask for guidance. May I ask if Senior has some free time? No. Instant. Absolute. The more I said, the more I'd expose. And Lin Yuan accepted it completely, because after all, this was a Sword Immortal. Meanwhile, purely by coincidence, Ye Chang and his beloved master Xuan Yang happened to be flying past that region. Their boat was cut in half by a blood-colored beam. Then my walking curse went end over end with blood coming out of his mouth. My beloved disciple! Xuanyang took the next strike on his body, put himself between the demons and the boy, and screamed, "Beloved disciple, run!" And Ye Chang ran and did not look back once. And what he was thinking as he ran was, "Please don't chase me. Master, you must hold them off. That's the talent." That's it, working exactly as written. The closer the relationship and the more one is truly valued, the greater the probability of calamity. I'd owned that boy for a week. Xuan Yi had owned him for 2 months and were already down 1 Transformation Void Elder and 1 Sword Master. He crashed into a Xuan Yi patrol screaming for help. "Elder, save me." "What is the strength of that demon race?" "I don't know, but he should be a bit stronger than Master." The aura down there was transcendent. Is this what Ye Chang meant by a little bit stronger? They went in anyway. Chen Song, the same Chen Song from the banquet, still alive, still stupid, took Ye Chang home to be treated. And down in the crater, Duan Li of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land saw the new boats coming and shouted the worst possible sentence. "We are people of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. If your excellency helps us, there will definitely be." And every face on the Xuanyi sect boats changed. I set this one moving and then went to sleep. The Xuanyi sect declined immediately. "We are not participating." Which was fair, since the Cloud Heaven Holy Land had, as far as they knew, murdered one of their Transformation Void Elders 2 months earlier. They collected their wounded Xuanyang and turned to leave, and Corpse Lord closed the sky. "Since you have come, don't leave." The void thickened like cold fat. Boats stopped moving. What happened next is my favorite thing that happened all year, and I had nothing to do with it. The Xuanyi sect, trapped, sent up a flare to the Azure Cloud sect. "Help us, there will be a generous reward." And the flare brought the Azure Cloud sect, and also brought about 40 demon followers directly onto them. "Xuanyi sect, do you still have any shame?" The Azure Cloud sect then immediately did exactly the same thing to the Flower Spirit sect, and ran in their direction while doing it. 4 of the 6 top powers of the eastern region pulled into a demon nest one at a time, each by the previous one, like a chain of people falling into a hole while holding hands. "Let us go join the fun," I said. "Is it not enough to just kill the corresponding devil head?" said my bomb maker. "Why go through all this trouble? Killing these demon followers and helping them break free from the shackles and control of the demon race can increase good karma." Then, without changing my tone, pick the easy targets. Look for the ones who've already been heavily injured, and for anyone dressed extraordinarily, remember to casually take their storage rings. Why do I feel like we are here to rob people? Because we were there to rob people. I'd also had a look inside the Universe Tower by then. The interior was a space more than 10 li across. 10 li across. So, could I just take away this sea of blood? The Cloud Heaven Holy Land arrived in the nick of time, because they always do, and a sword the size of a bridge came down and split a wave of blood in half. "Demon race, daring to target my Cloud Heaven Holy Land, die!" Lin Yuan made his name a century ago and entered the Swordmaster realm 20 years back, which puts him 1 step short of Sword Immortal. The latter goes: Blade Emperor, who commands a domain. Swordmaster, who has a sword heart, where a thought reaches and all things can become swords. Then Sword Immortal, which is a legend. He opened with the Swordmaster's signature: Sword, rise. Within 10 li, thousands of swords tore themselves out of their owner's hands and flew to him. It is a magnificent technique. It has one flaw, which nobody had ever pointed out to him, because the flaw only shows up when there are several hundred allies on the field. The demon followers did not stop to admire it. They attacked, and countless human faces changed at once. "Damn it, where is my sword?" 1 sword rises. 10,000 swords return to origin. 10,000 people suffer. Everyone who watched came away with the same conclusion, which was that no wonder the Cloud Heaven Holy Land and the demon race are irreconcilable enemies. That entire enmity is a thing I made up in a courtyard 6 weeks earlier. So my tiger girl did not join the brawl. She went and sat by the blood pool. Killing the demon race is more important than killing demon followers. In every sea of blood there is a place they use to recover, and this place is exactly their inevitable path, which is also why I didn't take the sea of blood immediately, even though I could have. If the sea vanished, the demons would leave. As long as it sat there, they had to keep coming back to it. A demon called Shadow Ma, roughly equal to a human at Dao comprehension, came storming into our little ambush spot in a state of moral outrage. With such a powerful item, go fight head on. Yet you insist on hiding in this place to launch sneak attacks. Are you going to let a demon live or not? Collect. The tower's shadow fell over him, and he simply stopped existing in this location. I turned to my disciple. You still have to pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Next time, don't take action against someone so lightly injured. The real target was the Yunmo altar, and neither of us knew how to work it. Meanwhile, my third disciple had only read about it. The books mentioned its function, but the strongest devil head will definitely know how to use it, which meant, unfortunately, that the devil head could not die yet. She also gave me a report I didn't like. The sword master from the Cloud Heaven Holy Land is deliberately pretending to go all out but is actually holding back. I assumed collusion. I assumed the Holy Land had an arrangement with the demons. The truth was much simpler and much funnier, and I only found it out later. Lin Yuan was stalling because he wanted to see the Sword Immortal swing again. Now my lazy one, meanwhile, invented a new profession. He'd wait in the dark, merge with a shadow, slip a scroll of explosion talismans into the pocket of a demon follower running past, and walk away. 2 breaths later, the man and everyone near him would come apart. To accumulate karma, explosions are the way to go, he told himself. Better safe than sorry. If I'd known, I'd have crafted a few more before coming. This is still a bit too slow. I've been so busy this time, I'll need at least a month of seclusion to recuperate after I go back. By the end of that night, I had 8 random Saint tier gift packs. The demons, meanwhile, were having an entirely different conversation. Damn it, are Shadow Maw and those guys dead? That trash Shadow Maw, always thinking of running away at critical moments. Check. Damn it. They really are dead. It must be another dirty trick from the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. You are a dignified Holy Land. How can you be so despicable? I want that carved somewhere. Then Corpse Lord found out he'd lost 9 of his own and stopped playing. He pulled power straight up out of the sea of blood, and a suit of armor 3 fingers thick condensed on him out of the air, and the general feeling on that battlefield was that there was nothing left in the world that could get through it. Lin Yuan hit it with everything he had. He left a groove 1 finger deep. Is that all the strength you have? Then he drove a sword master into the ground like a nail. By then, my Tiger Girl's verdict. This time, the sword master is not holding back. He really cannot win. Only by mastering the chi of blood to a certain level and combining it with the secret techniques of the Blood Demon clan could that be condensed. And a cold, thin, wonderful silence came over 4 sects at once. Then somebody found the words, "I implore Senior Sword Immortal to come to our aid." Of course, my system offered me 3 options. Stay out of it, and get a technique called Carefree Art, whose description read, "Free from all burdens, just run when trouble arises. As long as you run fast enough, worries won't be able to catch up. Intervene, or intervene and kill Lin Yuan." System. Can the Jandao sword be used in someone else's hands? Yes, but an additional 200 experience points must be paid. Corpse Lord was mid-victory lap. Cloud Heaven Holy Land, is bluffing the only skill you have? And the sword rang. When it rang, 10,000 swords submitted. Every blade on that field, human and demon alike, lay down flat in the air, pointing the same direction. Sword Immortal, and my hoarse-borrowed ridiculous voice said, "My sword, I will lend it to you for use." Naturally, my second disciple, on a ridge half a mile away, went completely still. Isn't this Master's sword? It's even more terrifying than the last time I saw it. Master's sword has entered the fray. If this unlucky fellow doesn't run now, it will be too late. Anyway, my third disciple, next to him, Master's Tao of the sword is far more than just that of a sword immortal. Lin Yuan caught the hilt and started shaking. A Tao of the sword he had built over centuries, held up against the Tao inside that blade, was dust. "Don't kill him," I said. "Take him alive," which Lin Yuan interpreted with enormous generosity. This sword immortal senior was afraid that if he acted himself, the devil head would surely die. Correct, but not for his reasons. I needed a demon who knew how to run the altar. Corpse Lord built a spear the size of a temple out of blood cloud. The sword went through it without a sound, smooth as silk. Both armies stopped fighting to look. Then it went into the armor, and the armor discharged everything it had. And the sword shivered once, and the void around the blade came apart. And every scrap of blood chi in the area went to nothing. Corpse Lord's right arm came off, and it did not grow back. Before the Jandao sword, that legendary recovery simply stopped functioning. The wound had gone past his body and into his origin. Lin Yuan worked out what he was holding and started burning his own blood and chi to feed it, on the grounds that a sword this strong deserved better than a careful man. The commentary from the spectator boats deteriorated rapidly. There goes another half a palm. That was a toe. That was definitely a toe. Was that an ear? This one is hiss. If not for this sword, Corpse Lord howled, this lord would have long since torn you to pieces. But there is no if. Which is when my sect's report on this ran 4 pages, and I enjoyed everyone. Then he detonated his own demon followers across the whole field to harvest their chi, and the blast wave went through the Zhuanyi sect elders and put several of them on their knees, coughing. "This is truly a tradition of the demon followers," observed my second disciple. "Only now do you think of escaping," said my third disciple, with what I can only describe as professional disgust. He dissolved into the air and left nothing behind. "Cloud Heaven Holy Land, this grudge, this lord has remembered. This lord will definitely return. I let him get all the way home. He reassembled deep underground in a private bolt hole he'd built years earlier for exactly this, and he was midway through. When I return next time, I will definitely bathe your cloud. When the ceiling started to shake. Buddha's light, Sanskrit in the air, the shapes of old monks, bells, the knock of a wooden fish. First a Sword Immortal, and now Buddhist items. How could Cloud Heaven Holy Land have so many tricks up its sleeve? The demon binding rope put him on his knees and tied him, and then, and I did not instruct it to do this, it did this by itself. One end of the rope thickened, and the Buddha's light pried his mouth open, and the rope fed itself in. He couldn't speak, he couldn't transmit, he couldn't even kill himself. Up top, his surviving demons were having a productive discussion. What's going on? Did the boss die? Die your head. How could the boss die? He's just avoiding the edge for now. You two still have the heart to chat? If you don't run, your lives will… Ah, my leg. Lin Yuan, still burning his own life to hold the sword, cleaned up the rest. Then he flew up, bowed, and returned it. Thank you, Sword Immortal Senior, for your assistance. Every powerful person in the sky watched that sword go back into empty air and did not get a single glimpse of the man holding it. Then a golden rope flew in from nowhere and dropped a gagged, transcendent realm demon lord at their feet. If not for the rope being stuffed down to his throat, Corpse Lord would definitely have given Lin Yuan a friendly and intimate exchange. Then came the part I'm proudest of. 4 sects were down on the battlefield stripping storage rings off corpses, thoroughly pleased with the afternoon. And I said hoarsely from nowhere, you should use their things carefully, so as not to be infected by devilish qi. Every single person on that field stiffened. I did not elaborate. I have never elaborated. When they asked follow-up questions, I said nothing at all. Because nothing at all is the most convincing thing a legend can say, and Lin Yuan, bless him, closed it for me. Now, I must trouble Senior to help us dispose of these items. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land handed over everything they'd collected first to set an example. Then the Xuanyi sect. This is what our Xuanyi sect has collected for Venerable Blade Emperor. Then the Azure Cloud sect. Then the Flower Spirit sect. Storage rings came in from every direction and piled up on the deck of my boat like a small hill. Sure enough, having an identity makes doing things much easier. Then I turned on Great Emperor Potential, brought the Universe Tower up until its shadow covered the sky and said, collect. The blood pool went, and the ground under it went. A circle more than 10 li across, lifted out of the world, leaving a crater you could have parked a city in. Somebody down there whispered that such methods were a supreme divine ability. The demon race should not appear on human territory, I said. Cloud Heaven Holy Land, what are your plans? We will obey Senior's instructions entirely, so they gave me the demons too, all of them, alive, bound, and neatly handed over. Lin Yuan presented me with a purple gold token, guest elder of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. If Senior has any matters requiring us, we will never refuse, plus a jade slip to contact him directly. He invited me to visit. We have other matters to attend to. We? And I watched a swordmaster's blood pressure change in real time. Could it be that there is more than one Sword Immortal? He could not work out why. I remember exactly where I was standing when I heard. Their Holy Lord looked south instead and said the sentence that set up the next 6 months. This action against the demon race can also be claimed as an effort made for the peace of the eastern region, and the Celestial Vault ruins will be opening soon. Now, it is time for it to have an owner. On the flight home, my bomb maker finally asked, that Sword Immortal from before was also you, right? Is this technique hard to learn? Qinli answered before I could. To manifest a clone, one needs at least the Saint Realm. For Master, of course, it is not difficult. But for you, forget it, forget it. After that, my apologies. He wanted clones for a reason. How tiring it is to do it yourself. Drawing talismans has almost worn my arms out. If I had a few dozen clones, I could just let them draw while I enjoy myself in peace. He also laid out his recovery plan. First, I'll lie down for half a month, then play for half a month. I'll tell everyone I'm in seclusion. Remember to bring me food. Don't let me starve to death. You never forget to eat. If you don't enjoy life, what's the point? Then he raised his cup. Come, Master. A toast to the Sword Immortal. Inside the tower, Shadow Maw was trying to get the rope off his boss and being thrown across the room by Buddha's light for it. Boss, rest assured, the other party probably doesn't intend to kill us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have moved the Blood Sea over here with us. Under Shadow Maw's comforting, Corpse Lord's struggling became considerably more intense. At home, my sect leader, who still did not know a single thing, told me to be careful. Whenever you go out, remember to tell me in advance, and you should go out less during this time. Right on cue, my second disciple, listening, had a small private moment about it. He couldn't have imagined that in order to prevent the demon race from causing more trouble, Master had already personally gone and dug up their lair. Once and for all. Do good deeds without leaving a name. Then the roof came off Shenli's house. Not figuratively. The roof lifted off and went away. And a spear the size of a tower condensed in the sky above my peak. Complete spear intent, said Xiao Tianyu, going white. How old is Shenli? Then, in a hiss. Yifeng. Use an illusion formation to hide it. Sect leader. You lack confidence in your own formation. It's always good to be cautious. And my eldest came up out of the wreckage, hung in the air, and bellowed at my courtyard, "Chicken, come out and fight!" Then my boss turned to me. Since when did they start raising chickens on Hidden Origin Peak? A scream came off the mountaintop, and something enormous and fire red came out of it. Is that how a chicken sounds? They went at it evenly for a while, and my second disciple watched with genuine terror, and not for his senior brother. If Haifeng couldn't beat my eldest, then the only one Haifeng could bully in the future would be me. Haifeng, he shouted, put in more effort. So my sect leader said quietly, a prototype of battle intent. Too intense at once, at that age. He had still underestimated my spear disciple's talent. It ended with spear intent infusion, which stopped a diving sacred beast dead in the air and drove it into a mountainside. Meanwhile, my eldest disciple bowed to it. Haifeng, many thanks. Haifeng turned its back, scratched an oval with an arrow through it into the dirt, and walked off. Could this be bird language? Said my second disciple. However, what does this mean? It's telling you to get lost, said my third disciple. On its way past, the bird held my lazy disciple's eyes for slightly too long. Master, said Zhou instantly, I'm going into closed-door cultivation now. Please keep an eye on Haifeng. You're scared to this extent? I am just a mortal. How can I compare to senior brother Shen? On this hidden origin peak, said my third disciple, you're the only one who can act. You even have the nerve to pretend to be a mortal. And my sect leader made a note to himself, which I read off his face. The water on this hidden origin peak is a bit deep. It seems I need to find more time to sit here. He has been finding time ever since. 3 meals a day of it. That night my experience hit 19,900, exactly 100 short. So I went and found my third disciple, took the most badly wounded demon out of the tower, set it down in front of her, and said, kill it. 20,000. That feels good. Experience points have reached 20,000 for the first time, triggering a hidden reward. Obtaining 1 hidden draw. The hidden draw pool included special items, special objects, special talents, system characteristics, and special characters. It gave me a cooking god system. I had used a system to draw another system. The mechanics were beautiful. You hand it to a disciple, you can hide from them that they even have it, and the master gets the matching characteristic, which mattered because my youngest is a local. If I'd had to explain what a system was to that child, we'd still be talking. I gave it to her, and the moment it touched her, it said, detected that the current target's specialty matches, and the situation is unique. The cooking god system is upgrading. Upgrade complete. The new system is renamed to Mighty Cooking God System. Mighty. Now cooking wouldn't just raise her talent and comprehension, it would raise her strength. Other people grow taller by cooking and eating. Yi, my youngest disciple, banks power by cooking and eating. Now my starter package, the complete knowledge of the cooking god, a set of cooking god cookware, and 10 caddies of flood dragon blood. The cookware descriptions are worth reading in full. The knife, 1 knife for all purposes, has a deterrent effect on all things that can be used as ingredients. The cutting board, this is the knife's block, waiting for fish and meat, has a suppressing effect on all things that can be used as ingredients. The wok, incredibly hard, durable, and indestructible, can be carried on one's back as a defensive measure. And my own characteristic, Honorable Cooking God, any food Mingmei makes gives me 10 times its effect. Her mastery points become my experience, and her growth in talent and comprehension sinks to me. I gave her the knowledge slip, and it went into her directly. Mingmei feels like she has suddenly learned many gourmet dishes. Then she looked at the dragon blood and her whole face lit up. Master, this is a very good ingredient. I can now think of over a dozen gourmet dishes related to it. By then, my second disciple came out of seclusion on the smell. Seclusion is seclusion, eating is eating. They don't interfere with each other. Of course, my eldest disciple was already at the table with a bowl. It's been 2 months. Now is the time for growing. Not eating for 2 months, I can almost no longer cultivate. Naturally, my tiger girl looked at my second disciple. You taught him that? Anyway, my sect leader arrived on the smell too, with a cover story about the Celestial Vault ruins opening soon and how my eldest disciple, with spear intent and battle intent, might have a real chance at passing the test and winning the Heavenly Azure Saint token. I made a supportive noise. The token was in my ring, 9 feet from his elbow, which is when my cook served my sect leader first. He had lived several hundred years and had never smelled anything like it. He took one bite, and his eyes went round. Then the chopsticks blurred, and an entire heaping bowl went into him in a single continuous motion. Ginger is spicier when it's old. The sect leader is the fiercest when it comes to shoveling rice. He drank the soup straight from the bowl and asked for more. "What are these dishes made of?" asked my third disciple. "It seems to be Jiaolong blood," said my cook. Every cultivator at that table looked at her like she'd announced she'd used the family sword to open a can. Jiaolong blood, used for cooking. After that, my sect leader's skin started to redden. Then his neck, then his entire head went scarlet. Then blood came out of both his nostrils at once. "This dish," said my lazy one, "seems a bit potent." "You all eat," said my sect leader, pinching his nose, backing toward the door. "You all eat." He fled the mountain. I cleared my throat. Perhaps Mingmei's culinary skills have improved again. Meanwhile, I was sitting there with a 5-element saint body and a 10-fold multiplier, quietly recording that one meal was worth a month of body refining. The 9 saint gift packs opened out into a very strange shopping list, a longevity technique whose pitch was, cultivation is for becoming stronger, and becoming stronger is for longevity, so it is better to cultivate directly for longevity. A disguise mask, a creation pill whose entire description was, everyone who has used it says it is good. 3 medicinal herbs in a row that I did not read at all. A formation-breaking plate that breaks formations properly if you know the method and otherwise breaks them with brute force, and a trial formation stele, Saint top grade. The interior forms multiple independent spaces that can change scenes according to the user's will. The owner of the stele can exert various forms of suppression on people or objects that enter. So I moved the demons out of the tower and into the stele, and I moved the sea of blood in with them, and then I walked over to Corpse Lord and took the rope out of his mouth and off his body, and left. The demons could not process it. Why didn't he kill us? Not removing the weeds by the roots. Was he waiting for him to make a comeback? Then a demon called Gloom Reaper made a speech. "This is our chance. A chance to make us strong again. There are too few clansmen. The most important thing right now is to recover, while doing our utmost to increase the number of clansmen." Corpse Lord agreed. It was good sense. It was exactly what he'd been thinking. If my tiger girl had been standing there, she would have noticed something. Gloom Reaper had precisely the same aura as a demon she had personally killed a few weeks earlier. I had a stele, I had a sea of blood, I had a Yunmo altar, and a transcendent realm demon lord who knew how to work it. And I had just installed a middle manager in his organization to make sure the population went up. 100 experience and 1 random Sangrade gift pack per head, a stable source of gift packages. I also had one more thought, which I filed for later. Since the Universe Tower can take people inside it, I wonder if it can be used to bypass the restrictions of the Celestial Vault ruins, because that place has an age limit. Then I went and found my houseboy, who was coming back up the mountain with a load of groceries for my cook and looking, honestly, happy. Because when he worked at the restaurant, he had never once had time to rest. I gave him a drop of life spiritual spring. "Master, this is too precious. Besides, I cannot cultivate. Now you can. Plus a technique, plus tea leaves. If you can comprehend it, do so. If you can't understand it, drink the tea and comprehend it." And that thin, careful 12 years a servant young man went down on the ground and knocked his head against it 3 times. Fugi thanks Master for the grace of rebirth. I picked him up off the flagstones with spiritual force before he could do it a 4th time. Cultivate well. I benefited from this without lifting a finger, which is my whole method. Far away, in a bed in the Xuanyi sect, Xuanyang was coughing hard into a cloth. Out of every cultivator on that battlefield, the man who'd taken the worst injuries was the one who had thrown himself in front of Ye Chang. "I won't die. I reckon I'll need to recuperate for a few days." Then he looked over at his disciple, and his whole face lit up. "Beloved disciple, have you made a breakthrough?" On the way back, for some reason, I had a feeling in my heart, and the breakthrough happened naturally. Naturally. His master was in bed spitting, and the boy had leveled up on the flight home, and the old man's only reaction was, "It truly is this old man's luck." For weeks that was all anybody talked about. The Sword Immortal. How extraordinary. In this world, there really is such a figure. And on my mountain, my spear disciple sat in his ruined house and privately worked through it. I wonder, compared to the legendary Sword Immortal, who is actually more powerful, him or my master? No. Master has already reached the state of returning to simplicity. Although the Sword Immortal is legendary for being very strong, they should still be a bit inferior. Then my sect leader landed in my courtyard again, sniffed once, and said, did I come too early or too late? Sect leader, are you hungry or thirsty? Ahem, Yifeng, I came to tell you about some things that happened outside. Then sect leader, does our sect have a Sword Immortal? For an existence like a Sword Immortal, our 5-element sect probably doesn't have one. Probably. Sect leader, your confidence is a bit lacking. You brat, do you think that just because I am the sect leader, I know everything? The previous sect leader was even more prudent than me. According to him, his previous sect leader was even more prudent than him by 10,000 times. And then it is said, so the leader of a great sect does not actually know the true strength of his own sect. Noted. Filed. Extremely useful later. Then he got to his real business. Yifeng, when is dinner ready? Make more today. That old brat Song Pang has always been weak, and the dishes yesterday had very good effects. I intend to let him nourish himself as well. Song Pang arrived, reached for a normal bowl. And my sect leader took it out of his hand. That bowl is too small, use mine. What he produced looked less like a bowl and more like a small bucket, and he filled it above the rim. Right on cue, my eldest disciple leaned over to me, deeply troubled. Usually these two seniors seem to have a good relationship. Could it be that there was some deep hatred behind their backs? And my lazy one put a hand over his eyes. He already knew the ending. Song Pang ate faster than the sect leader. In the Void Realm, you can move fast enough to leave after images, and he was using that ability on rice. Then he went red. Then his whole head went red. Then 2 fountains hit the floor. Then my sect leader, veteran of this exact event, did not even look up. Seal. 2 formations went up. He shoved the bucket aside with the back of his hand. Let's eat, let's eat. Fortunately, since I have company and it's not just me losing face, then it's nothing. It couldn't be said my sect leader was treating the Peak Lord badly. It could only be said that he had good intentions, but the filling was a bit dark. Outside, the eastern region was busy losing its mind. Because the Cloud Heaven Holy Land had announced it would be participating in the Celestial Vault Ruins. The Celestial Vault Ruins is something of our eastern region. By what right do they want to stick their foot in? The Azure Cloud sect, first out of the gate. Letting the Cloud Heaven Holy Land participate is the proper duty of the eastern region. The Flower Spirit sect told its star disciple to stay away from Xuanyi and get close to the Holy Land's prodigies instead. Near Vermilion, one becomes red. And 1,000 miles away, in a place nobody was watching, the head of the Dongfeng clan stood in front of an old portrait and said something I would not learn about for weeks. Heavenly Azure Saint, if you hadn't caused my Dongfeng clan to suffer great damage to our origin key back then, how could the Dongfeng clan be just like this today? Now that your legacy has hope of reappearing in the world, then let hope turn into complete despair. I hope your remnant soul is still there. If so, then let you watch with your own eyes as the person inheriting the legacy dies before you. Remember that. It becomes extremely funny in about a month. Meanwhile, I made a discovery about cooking, which was that the power of a dish is capped by the rank of the ingredient. Dragon blood is spirit rank. Cabbage is not. So I started asking the sect for its good produce, and the system started handing me a fresh ingredient every week. That week it gave me 10 caddies of chives. Spirit rank, low grade. Has the function of accelerating cultivation speed, but it has certain additional effects. Certain additional effects. Thank you, system. Very specific. Mingmei cooked them. So my boss and my hungriest elder ate. And then, within about a quarter hour, both of them stood up and left extremely quickly, one of them still holding his bowl. Then my eldest disciple left. Then my third disciple left. Why is everyone in such a rush? Said my second disciple, delighted. Well, this is good now. No one is competing with me for it. I cultivated 4 hours on a 10-fold multiplier and went from the 6th stage of creation to the 7th in a single day. I hit the 8th stage of creation on a diet of chives. I also gave my eldest the Heavenly Azure Saint token, which is the single most valuable object in my corner of the world and the entire point of the ruins everyone was arming for. Master, this thing is actually with you? Then he built the explanation himself, out of nothing, as he always does. It was likely that Master had been to the Celestial Vault ruins and casually broken that legendary test. But clearly, the Saint's legacy didn't amount to much to Master. If it was a long time ago, perhaps the test that everyone says is difficult to pass was actually rearranged by Master. Then he handed it back. The Heavenly Azure Saint was quite skilled in speed, and during his lifetime he might have mastered some applications of Void Realm power, allowing him to hide his own aura and attacks. I practice spear intent and battle intent, and do not pursue these things. Junior brother Joe is fast and good at hiding. Clearly, he is more suitable than me. Meanwhile, my eldest disciple gave away a saint's inheritance because he thought it didn't suit his build. The system chose that moment to make a sales pitch. Master, upgrade to the level 3 mall and you can spend experience points to strengthen the disciple system. Go away, stay aside. Don't think about drawing pies for me. I hadn't even opened the second one. Now my month of idling paid out a basket, human-sized, full of thousands of purple stones the size of a thumbnail, Saint Top communication stones, transmits at extreme speed, ignores most limitations including Saint rank high-grade formations, and can transmit across different spaces. That last part is the part that matters, and I'll come back to it, because I'd watched 4 sects get trapped in a demon nest and I'd drawn conclusions. First, the reaction was wrong. They should have run first and then immediately called for help. And clearly, in terms of calling for reinforcements, even the Cloud Heaven Holy Land's methods were still insufficient. I took 2 to the sect leader. Here I learned something wonderful about my own sect, which is that it contains 2 groups of elders, one group whose entire life's work is inventing ways to call for help, and a second group whose entire life's work is inventing ways to block the first group's calls for help. We tested my stone against our own jamming. It went through, twice as fast as our best. By then, my boss was so happy he was almost vibrating. Now, those elders who study blocking requests for help are probably going to have a headache. Yifeng, are there only 2 of these? There are still some. Some. How many? The basket hit his floor and the ground shook. Is your sum a bit too much? Songpeng walked in, saw the basket and made a noise like a kettle. This! Of course my sect leader clasped his hands behind his back. Peak Lord Song, one must remain calm when encountering things. Senior brother sect leader, you are pretending again. Heroes don't ask about origins, I said. Treasures don't ask about sources. I also got the briefing on the ruins. There's a formation at the entrance built by the saint himself. Anyone who doesn't meet the requirements gets blocked outside, and if you force your way in, it might cause the ruins to close early. Age limit, juniors only. Are there artifacts that can hold living people? Extremely precious, at least Saint-Pierre. Xiao Tianyu's eyes went straight to my palm. No. I was just imagining it. Then I broke through to Transformation Void, which put me 1 full realm above my own sect leader, and I sat with that a while. Qi gathering is a whirlpool in the Dantian. Spirit Sea is that qi compressed to liquid, gathering into a sea. Then you just keep adding volume and density until, at Transformation Void, it goes almost solid and hangs there like a stone. A single tree is hard to support. A group of giant trees can be stable, which meant I needed to pull the sect up with me, and I couldn't just hand them things because they'd ask where it came from. Rather than giving it to them himself, finding a way to let them find it themselves in secret was undoubtedly a better method. Conveniently, a ruin full of treasure was about to open. Nobody asked the 5 Elements sect's opinion about the Holy Land joining the ruins. Why would they? Most of the things my sect obtained would have to be given to the Cloud Heaven Holy Land anyway. Their gains would inevitably be the least among the 6 top forces. Then my youngest disciple's cooking crossed a threshold and the mall hit level 2. 10% discount, ceiling raised to Saint Medium, 2 new product lines, talent enhancement and multiplied cultivation speed, a flash sale window, and a free gift. Battle Heaven Holy Body, Saint Medium, its description, in full. Fight, fight, fight. The more you fight, the stronger you become. The stronger you become, the more you fight. Its physical form was a golden rectangular box with a sliding lid, 2 characters carved on top, and exactly enough room inside for 1 person. Although, wait, why does this object look so much like fine? Given this situation, it's hard to say it isn't. Hopefully when my eldest sees this thing, he won't think I'm trying to harm him. Naturally, my system had also been learning. It could now not only intercept a heavenly phenomenon but store it, and then make a specified target trigger it for 1,000 experience points. Why does this feel so familiar? Replying to Master. I learned it from Master. The other new items were worth every point. Talent enhancement. 500, once a week. Good gets better, and bad gets worse. Multiplied cultivation speed. 50 an hour, triple rate. Meaning the previous chives had been harvested far too early. Shenli came into the courtyard, saw the golden box, and stopped moving entirely. Master, how about I go easy on Heifeng from now on? Get in. He sighed the sigh of a man being taken behind a shed. Master, I'm going in. Promise me, don't bury it in soil. You are who you hang out with. This acting, it must be directly inherited from the sect leader. I picked him up, put him in, and slid the lid shut in one smooth motion. 3 hours later, his house exploded. The box came out of the wreckage black, and the sky started to gather. And my lazy one came screaming through the air with a genuinely helpful suggestion. Master, should we bury it in the back mountain? I spent 1,000 points and swallowed the phenomenon before the whole eastern region could see it. And the box came apart. And my eldest disciple stood in the middle of the rubble wrapped in golden light like an ancient war god reappearing in the world. This eldest senior brother is truly a pervert, said my bomb maker. He isn't even wearing pants. The blast had taken his clothes too. I put an illusion over him. Anyway, my lazy disciple then had a small private crisis, because with his own system, the reward for idling for 10 years had been one holy body, and he had been so proud of it back then. Envy his speed? Down in the stele, my demon farm needed feeding. Blood demons grow on blood, human blood is off the menu on principle. And sacred beast blood would kill them outright, so the working range was Yao and spirit beasts, the stronger the better. It seems I'll have to ask my sect leader to help collect some later. The blood demon clan would also have to work harder. That month's idle reward was a sack of marrow-cleansing fruit tree seeds, system-exclusive version, grows fast and in abundance. I tried to plant one. There is a higher rank crop in the current area. The marrow-cleansing fruit tree cannot grow. The entire 5-element sect is now, botanically speaking, tea tree territory, which is when my own fault. But if I could get them growing somewhere else, every disciple in my sect could eat marrow-cleansing fruit whenever they felt like it, forever. Then the flash sale rolled and the discount came up as 0 cost. And I got a Saint high-grade lump of disguised Saint mud for free. Can be disguised as any artifact at will, looks exactly like the real thing, can only be looked at and not used, and critically can be used to cover other artifacts and conceal their original key. A third of it went onto the Universe Tower, which several hundred cultivators had watched swallow a sea. Then I took the disguised tower to the sect leader and told him a disciple of mine had given it to me. Not long ago, Qinli learned that I wanted to bring people to the Celestial Vault ruins and gave me this item. After that, my sect leader walked around inside a space 10 li across and said, "The space inside is actually so vast, the person who created this item truly had a grand vision." And then thoughtfully, Yifeng's disciple to even possess such an item, her background must be extraordinary. Her background is that I bought her a resurrection. The system offered me 3 options about the ruins. And I want to record option 3 for posterity. If I stayed home, I'd receive a Saint top technique called Immovable Wisdom King Refining Heart Art, described as, if the enemy does not move, I do not move. If the enemy moves, I still do not move. I went. Right on cue, my sect leader's orders to the elders were beautiful. Everyone rides in through the tower. Do not let the disciples know about this, lest they lower their guard. Half of you guard, half of you strip the place for resources. All elders should try not to expose yourselves, and if you accidentally expose yourselves, you can pretend to be elders from other sects. We handed out forged identity tokens from other sects. Remember those too. I have watched the recording of this more times than I will admit. Every other sect's briefing was simpler. Xuanyi. Use every means possible to obtain the Saint's legacy. Azure Cloud. If they encounter disciples from the 5-element sect, as long as they aren't too strong, just rob them directly. Flower Spirit to its girls, they are disciples of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. You must be bold in your actions, but not too grasping, and my compliments to whoever wrote this down for me. And the Cloud Heaven Holy Land had a secret of its own, which turned out to be 2 communication stones exactly like mine, acquired years earlier, capable of transmitting into a sealed secret realm. A secret realm is a small world. Sending a message into one should be impossible. Their plan, disciples inside, elders outside. The wisdom of all elders concentrated on the exceptionally talented disciples. The Dongfang clan's plan. My Dongfang clan already found a way to break through the age restriction. Now your remnants are my Dongfang clan's home ground. When their disciples obtain the legacy, we will simply and decisively kill them. Even if the Cloud Heaven Holy Land suspects, they won't suspect us. Then my youngest disciple came along, on the grounds that staying on the mountain would be too boring, and packed her cookware. Hei Feng came along under one condition. You can come, but you are not allowed to reveal your true form. Wen Qing stayed to run the peak. Use whatever resources the sect sends up that you fancy. Don't make yourself suffer. The 5-element sect brought the smallest delegation of the 6 great powers by an embarrassing margin. And everyone said so out loud. The 5-element sect's current situation is truly miserable enough. With so few people, it would be strange if they gained any benefits. Don't forget the relationship between the 5-element sect and the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. We still have to give the Cloud Heaven Holy Land face. I checked on my disaster star, my walking disaster, whom I had personally installed in the Xuanyi sect 8 months earlier. 4th stage of life and death. Aptitude climbed from earth peak to heaven low. His master adores him. System. Enhance Yi Chang's Heavenly Fiend Lone Star talent. Enhancement complete. The range of influence will expand, and the severity of disasters encountered will be strengthened. Heavenly Fiend Lone Star, +1. Let's see if the effect is good first. If it is, I'll add more. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land arrived on a flying island that blotted out the sky, and the Azure Cloud sect immediately vacated the prime staging ground it had reserved for itself. This place was specially reserved by our Azure Cloud sect. After the relic opens, you may enter first. The general reaction was that the Azure Cloud sect appeared to be trying to steal my own sect's rice bowl. I counted the Holy Lands party, 3 times more elders than disciples, and Han Ming, in a few months, had gone from mid-creation to the peak of creation. The evening before the opening, they threw a concert, because of course they did. Wei Ruyu played a zither in midair and pulled everyone listening into a small world of her own making, a tower reaching the moon, a fairy on top of it. Seemingly unintentional, her long dress was loose, understanding the feelings of youth's best. Han Ming stepped out with a flute. Besides the zither, do you know any other musical instruments? The duet was genuinely good. Their concepts merged. She blushed. So my eldest and my bomb maker watched this from the cheap seats with enormous enjoyment. Senior brother Shen, that hair tie you saw back then, it seemed to belong to that Chen song, right? A bit of green there. I promise I only nudged the first domino. Chen Song, who had spent months being brushed off by Wei Ruyu with the excuse that she was preparing for the ruins, watched Han Ming invite her to travel together and heard her say, "Ruyu is willing," and stood up in the middle of the Cloud Heaven Holy Lands banquet. "I don't agree," then, louder, in front of 6 sects, "Wei Ruyu, how dare you go and seduce other men?" She turned into a victim in under a second, voice thin and wounded. "Chen Song, how can you slander my innocence without any basis? This one I saw with my own eyes. From a corner, nobody checked." The Zhuanyi sect elders sealed his mouth with a formation, having spent the previous 30 seconds wondering which faction's disciple dared to crash the Holy Lands event, and then discovering it was one of their own. Meanwhile, my precious item, coldly, "Apologize." They unsealed him. He started shouting again, twice as loud. His own elder hit him hard enough to send teeth across the courtyard and knock him unconscious. The Holy Land's elder observed, to nobody in particular, that the upbringing of the Xuanyi sect's disciples was truly too poor. I sat there running the numbers. Was that Wei Ruyu's beauty misleads people talent? Or Ye Chang's heavenly fiend Lone Star standing 40 feet away? Or does this Chen Song have a courting death talent that hasn't been displayed? And looking at the faces of the Xuanyi sect elders, which had the expression of men who had eaten flies, well done. They left him unconscious outside and went in without him. Now my sect leader's send-off to our disciples was a masterpiece of theater, since every elder he mentioned was already inside my tower listening. The elders cannot provide protection for you. If you encounter trouble, avoid it if possible, then use the communication stones to call for help. Do not think of the defensive measures the sect prepared for you as too precious. Safety is paramount. Their kit. Hazard maps built from years of scouting, illusion plates, recovery pills, blood and Kai pills, speed talismans, and bottles of poison gas. If the sect doesn't manage to haul out a lot of things, they might even be at a loss in terms of resources. Then, just before the gate opened, the void above the valley twisted harder than it should have, and black cracks opened in the air, carrying an aura of pure destruction. There has never been such a commotion before. By then my third disciple studied it a long time. It's not man-made. It should be caused by changes between spaces. However, simple changes can hardly cause spatial fluctuations of this magnitude. What exactly has the space of this continent experienced to be so unstable? Nobody had an answer. Everybody forgot about it within the hour. I didn't. The Azure Cloud sect master's face did several things. Damn it, why don't you ask the 5 Elements sect to do this kind of thing? Out loud. As expected of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, such magnanimity. His disciples went in falteringly. He watched their soul jades until he was sure none had cracked, and only then exhaled. Inside was a valley the size of a province, ringed by mountains, with a formation kilometers across at its heart, and spiritual energy noticeably thicker than anything in the eastern region. The structure, per my eldest disciple, beast waves first, then mechanisms and formations, then a final assessment at the far end. Pass it, and you get the Heavenly Azure Saint token. The token opens the legacy, 1 month, then the whole place shuts for decades. I had the token in my ring, so I took my people and walked in the opposite direction from every other human being in the valley. A tall tree catches the wind. What I actually wanted was a spirit vein, because I had a sack of seeds and 9 months of patience. Of course, my sect leader outside received a message from inside a sealed small world and nearly dropped it. This could actually be done? Followed immediately by, "You must protect Yifeng's safety." And a formation plate buried in a valley floor opened, and 300 masked figures walked out of it, every one of them transformation void or higher. In the past, my Dongfeng clan only sent over 100 people, but this time, Nanggong Yun gave one order. Do not alert the enemy, wait and see if anyone can take the legacy. No matter who gets the Heavenly Azure Saint's legacy, we must make him die here. On our side, a hawk the size of a barn came off a cliff at us, transformation void realm, and my system said, Kind reminder, a spirit rank medium grade ingredient is approaching. Please be careful. Hei Feng opened one eye and made a small noise. The hawk locked up in midair and fell out of the sky like a dropped brick. It's a spirit beast of the transformation void realm, said my second disciple. Yet it was actually scared like this by a guy like Hei Feng. The bloodline suppression between beasts is truly terrifying. Hei Feng ate its core, shrank, and returned to the boat smooth and fluid. To me, the corpse read as hawk meat spirit medium can be used to make grilled wings or iron pot stew. If only it had been polite from the start. Now look what happened. An extra meal. Hei Feng, display your aura and clear the path. The forest went silent for miles. Dao comprehension beasts lay down where they stood, and in the valley ahead, sitting on the spirit vein I wanted, an iron-clad brown ape at the peak of Dao comprehension turned its head and looked at us. It stood up and the mountains shook, and my second disciple said, "Are you kidding me? There's actually such a strong spirit beast in here?" I drew the Jandao sword, and the ape said, in perfectly clear human speech, "Human, don't fight. Let's talk things out," which made me trust it less, not more. It could already speak human language. With this level of intelligence, who knows how many tricks it had, so I bought a contract. 4,050 points, Saint Medium, Beast Clan contract, friend tier, a friendly and equal relationship, and if the beast violates it, they will be erased by the system for free. It looked at Hei Feng for a while, then it signed. Being a friend is not enslavement, said my tiger girl. For the Beast Clan, it is easier to accept. Then it told us what it was, and the answer reframed the entire ruin. The Heavenly Azure Saint raised it personally. In exchange, it promised to suppress the powerful spirit beasts within the ruins and not let them attack the younger generation. And it was the one organizing the beast waves for the trials, which conveniently also controlled the local population. Every hero who has ever survived the Celestial Vault ruins was fighting a monster wave curated by the building's landlord. Anyone who wandered into its private valley, 8 or 9 times out of 10, would not even have the chance to spread the news. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? Unless his legacy is obtained, I will not leave. That night it took the largest skewer off the fire, chewed once, went very still, and said, "I think I know why humans hunt the beast race." Then I planted a seed by the spirit vein. Time until the fruit matures, 9 months and 18 days. In normal soil it would have been 5 years. Still no good. The ruins close in 1 month. So I cleared a few acres and started flinging seeds by the handful, while my 2 disciples stood there watching their master, the man who lends swords to swordmasters, do agriculture. Others came to the relic to hunt for treasure. Master was actually farming. Then I brought out a bucket of water and put 1 drop of life spiritual spring into it. Naturally, my 3rd disciple's face changed because she finally understood what she'd been looking at for months. She had misidentified it. This was not water from the life spiritual river. It was the life spiritual spring. The spring, when diluted, could be called water from the river. I poured. The seeds came up in the time it takes to breathe 5 times. And the spiritual energy of the valley bent inward and funneled into them like water down a drain, and the timer cut in half. It's my first time seeing a plant grow so fiercely. As expected of Master, said Zhou Lei, even farming is not simple. Song Peng called on the stone demanding to come guard me personally and complained that I was more important in my sect leader's heart than he was, and I talked him out of it, because if Song Peng and the others came, how could I farm in peace? If you encounter trouble, you must ask for help immediately. It was indeed quite heartwarming. Meanwhile, my youngest disciple butchered the hawk. Anyway, my eldest spear had left a scratch a few fingers deep in that hide. Her cooking knife went through it smooth and fluid, with neat cuts. Was a cook's knife this useful? The rest of the valley was having a different month, and 7 Azure Cloud disciples jumped 5 of ours. Senior brother Zhang, what should we do? Run! I did enjoy hearing about this one, which is when my hands were clean for this technically. They ran. The Azure Cloud boys chased, shouting the traditional taunt about how 5-element sect disciples only know how to run, at which point our 5 stopped, and a dozen more walked out of the tree line, daring to rob my 5-element sect disciples, strip them down to their underwear. The audit afterward was disappointing. This is too poor. Can you bring more things next time? If we weren't poor, why would I want to rob you? Reinforcements arrived. Our people knocked all 7 unconscious, scattered, and left the scene clean. Because it's too early, they don't have any good things on them yet. We can't make them vigilant or they won't fall for this later. I also started leaving presents. I'd wear the ape's aura like a coat and dump loot on the trails our elders patrolled. Formation plates, a heart-connecting killing formation, same-grade spirit herbs planted in impossible combinations. It is impossible for these spirit medicines to grow together naturally. Whenever something abnormal happens, there must be something sinister. They took every single one. Bring them back first and let the elders inspect them to see if they have been tampered with. The ape got a taste for our cooking and started participating in menu planning. Which one are we eating today? It would go out and come back carrying something enormous. Heifeng took the core, Mingmei took the rest. At the far end of the valley, the actual trial began. The layout: a 9-story pagoda at the foot of a peak, an abyss between them, and 9 bridges across the abyss. Only one person may set foot on each bridge. 9 bridges, thousands of applicants, and an endless tide of beasts in front of them. Then Han Ming took out a sacred zither and played a piece called Sinking Boat. Everyone in earshot fell into his little world, and there was no fear and no pain, and their fighting spirit was high, and they were fierce and unafraid of death. Other sect's disciples ran into the beast tide and died in it, and the path in front of him cleared. I had my own reasons for wanting this to go badly. A Zhuan Yi disciple with enough will to resist it worked out what was happening. This zither sound seemed impassioned, but in reality it was incredibly overbearing. It was on the verge of seizing control of his mind. The price of this rapid advance was the lives of the disciples of their forces, our elders, standing invisible in the void 20 feet away. My 5-element sect disciples, do not let them be affected by the zither sound. Rest assured, they have all been protected. Each bridge holds a bridge-guarding battle puppet that scales itself to the realm of whoever steps on. Aura concealment does not work on it. Han Ming's was the size of a house, and the moment it moved, his elders, standing outside a sealed world, on the far side of a saint's formation, spoke into his ear. Ming, the weakness of this kind of battle puppet is 3 feet under its left armpit. He caught its sword in his bare left fist. His body left a mark on the blade left a mark on his fist. Both were about equally impressed. Then he poked a finger under its arm, and it detonated, and a token dropped out of the wreckage. The crowd went feral. Just how hard must one's body be to achieve that? So envious. Can this thing be acquired later in life? I have a friend who really wants to learn, and a girl in the front row, going red. I really just want to exchange cultivation experiences. You'd better hope so. Then a figure in a black cloak walked out of the beast tide. Walked straight through the middle of it. Not one beast touched him. They were parting for the ape's aura and Heifeng's, both of which my eldest disciple was wearing like cologne and did not know about. What the hell? Such a big person? Are these Yao beasts blind? Somebody had an idea. Zhao Wei, try putting on a cloak. Zhao Wei put on a cloak. Zhao Wei jogged confidently into the beast tide. A python's tail sent Zhao Wei over the tree line like a cannonball, dragging a trench behind him. Nobody said anything for a while. After that, my eldest disciple's puppet, meanwhile, scaled to the fake realm my system was projecting, and came out roughly as dangerous as a garden fence. He looked at it with real disappointment. Is the difficulty of this trial actually this low? Then he beat a bridge guardian to death with his bare hands in under a minute and picked up the token, while the assembled prodigies of the greatest sects in the region, for whom this was simply a great humiliation, watched from the queue. I got paid too. He got a space escape disc. I got a Saint Top teleportation array and 1500 experience, the reward having doubled since the upgrade. This is truly asking for what one wants. Now I won't have to think of a way to move some of the spiritual veins here. Right on cue, my second disciple next to me was looking somewhere else entirely. What kind of faction is this Dongfang clan? How did they manage to sneak experts in secretly? Our sect had made a very different decision, and I want it on record because it is the smartest thing anyone in this story does. With the Cloud Heaven Holy Land participating, the legacy was a hot potato. Except for the Holy Land, any other faction that obtained it would inevitably be focused on by the Holy Land. So while every other force in the eastern region stood in a crowd watching the show, my sect searched the entire secret world. This Yao beast seems to be a black iron rhino. Both its horn and skin have value. Collect it, collect it. Whose hand is this again? Oh, there's a storage ring. 1 storage ring, 2 storage rings, 3 storage rings. Senior brother New, can you pick things up more carefully? How are there still storage rings where you walked past? The storage ring was pressed into the Yao beast's eye socket. Be more careful when you look. What legacy? What not legacy? Nothing is as practical as things in hand. I did a head count of the masked ones, about 200 visible, led by a man at the 8th stage of Dao comprehension. We had numbers, but no top-end power on site. So I told my third disciple to bring the ape and its spirit beasts up as a reserve. I heard this the way everybody heard it, and then I heard the true version. Nangong Yun was finalizing his own arrangements. It is best if our existence is not known to anyone. This is just a bunch of juniors here. Kill them all, leave none alive. Once the ruins close, even if the Cloud Heaven Holy Land wants to investigate, they won't be able to get any useful information. And my eldest disciple reached the 8th floor and stopped because he'd worked something out. Then my disguise was suppressing his apparent realm. and the trials were scaling down to match, which meant none of this counted. Coming here was just to test myself. Since I cannot reveal my true strength, I should properly restrict my power. He then handicapped himself further, on purpose, in a saint's trial. The 8th floor is an illusion that tests heart nature, and it is where the historical record ends, because it has stopped every single person who ever reached it. Han Ming walked into it and stuck, and the voices came through the stone again. Silver needle. Barrier breaking. Needles tore the illusion to ribbons in seconds. Many thanks, Elder. I want to walk you through this slowly, because it is my favorite. The crowd outside was in raptures about how strong his heart nature must be. Nang Gongyun watched the light on the 8th floor and said, "This child must not be left alive. Once he obtained the legacy, he must be ground to dust." On the 9th floor, there was an old man made of light, with a kind face, and he was pleased. Unexpectedly, after so many years, a junior has finally been able to reach this layer. Young man, your aptitude and heart nature are very good. Next, you only need to spar with me for a few moves. Han Ming took out a soul-severing needle disc, a sacred artifact, forged and used by a saint. The old man, approvingly. Young man, your background is not simple. Senior, since your remnant soul is here, then sacrifice yourself. Gold needle, soul refining. A golden formation clamped down. The old man's mouth opened. He wanted to say something. He did not get to. And the last remnant of the heavenly azure saint, the guardian whose entire remaining purpose was to hand the token to whoever passed, was pulled apart and absorbed into a needle disc, because my charge thought he might get some other useful information out of it. The Sky Azure legacy is now mine. Outside, light burst from the top of the pagoda, and the abyss filled in and vanished, and the bridges became pointless. And every person in that valley started shouting that he really passed. Inside, alone, Han Ming was looking at a stone table with nothing on it. Wasn't it said that as long as one passed the assessment, one could get the token? Then what is the situation with this empty stone table? Was I played? He decided the bridge token must be the real one. He walked to the legacy gate, where there was a recess shaped for a key. His token was the wrong shape. He threw it at the door. It went clang and bounced, and that is the exact moment I said, "System, use the world phenomenon on Han Ming." Thunder across the whole sky, phenomena rolling out in rings, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cheering for it. This is the 3rd time. In less than a year, I've seen it 3 times. The legends are all lies. These phenomena are not rare at all. One skeptic pointed out, there has never been such a record, and then a column of light came down out of the clouds and landed on Han Ming, connecting him to the sky. The ironclad fact was laid out before their eyes. Doubts collapsed on their own. Han Ming stood in the light thinking, this beam is just good looking. It has absolutely no use. He hadn't actually obtained anything, because the token didn't match at all, and he was very much afraid he had really been played. Then the congratulations started. The atmosphere had reached this point, and he only had 2 choices, and he was very clear about which one was most beneficial to him. Many thanks to everyone for your congratulations. Impressive. This Han Ming is reliable. He really dares to take the blame. I have never told anybody my side of this, so my part in this was already finished by then. Meanwhile, my name appears nowhere in any account of this. He had just publicly claimed an inheritance he did not have, in front of every faction in the eastern region, including 300 people who had come specifically to murder whoever said that sentence. We can't wait any longer, said Nang Gongyun. You 50, follow me to Han Ming. The rest of you, kill the juniors present. Leave no one alive. Do it. 300 masked figures, formation plates sealing every exit, and the first wave went through that crowd like weather. Near Ye Chang, one palm strike landed. The several senior brothers who had been beside him a moment earlier were now 50% gravely wounded and 40% dead. Ye Chang was untouched. The one who had shouted at him to be careful took an arrow through the heart from behind. +1, and the effect is very good. Then the attackers reached our disciples, and the day changed character. Chen Chao threw down a formation plate. Then every single 5-element sect disciple threw down a formation plate. When they couldn't fit any more inside, they layered them on the outside. A dozen plates shattered under the assault, but there was still a pile behind them. Damn it, how do these 5-element sect disciples have such defensive measures? Then came the talisman volley, then the smoke which blocked detection. Then, inside the smoke, a blue-violet gas. Use ki to protect your body. Don't let this poison touch your skin. Clearly we are stronger. How are we so passive? Something clicked shut over me and my second disciple, a layered formation, defense and concealment and disguise all at once, and my neighbor Peak Lord Song's voice arrived with it. Yifeng, your reaction speed is still a bit lacking, kid. But don't worry now, the sect's elders have almost all arrived. I swept the area with my divine sense. This isn't almost all arrived. This is too many have arrived. Robbing the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. Are you courting death? I had nothing to do with the timing, and everything to do with the setup. Nangong Yun released his aura, and it was nearly transcendent, and the entire valley collectively realized something. Wasn't it said that only the younger generation could enter the ruins? What is going on with these people? Han Ming's answer was to raise a golden token and say, execute. A golden phantom of an old man unfolded above him with an aura like the vast starry sky, and it pressed down harder than Nangong Yun could stand. To lay a hand on a junior of my Cloud Heaven Holy Land, have you considered the price? Then the 10,000 beasts seal, a square stamp with a dragon on the handle, sculpting beasts out of raw spiritual energy. Then 8 golden battle puppets at Transformation Void, then the zither, then the needle disc, then 2 more sacred defensive artifacts. This Han Ming is truly worthy of being a candidate saint, said my second disciple with feeling. He really has plenty of good things. Understand that I was 400 miles away, asleep. Our elders were in no hurry whatsoever. The sect disciples were performing well, so there was no need for them to rush. And it was also just a good opportunity to temper the disciples. And regarding the 8th stage Tao comprehension monster in the middle of it all, it's fine. Peak Lord Song has already gone in to call them. The token ran out of power. Nangong Yun cut the phantom apart, and the phantom's parting gift was to knock his saber clean out of his hands and put him on the ground coughing hard. Then he panicked in exactly the wrong direction. Your Holy Land actually sent an expert too. Now my precious item split off a piece of his soul to go look. And the saber, still airborne, still carrying its owner's blade intent, hit his exposed consciousness like a hammer. The future saint of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land went down face first. Plenty of good things, said Nangong Yun, but still too green. Then a sword strike came in from the tree line and put him through 2 hills. The man who walked out wore a cloak and a ruined bamboo hat. And at his waist hung a scabbard, red with a green stripe down the middle, with sword intent folded inside it. This old man, Blade Emperor, Li Qingfeng. He opened a domain, and sword phantoms hung over every person in the valley, and they dared not move, absolutely did not dare to move. And then a Xuanyi sect disciple recognized the name, because it belonged to an old ancestor of his Xuanyi sect. He had seen it in the sect's records, a Blade Emperor of their own line, who had later disappeared without a trace. He hit his knees. Xuanyi sect disciple Zhao Qing implores the old ancestor to save us, and every Xuanyi disciple in the valley hit their knees behind him. Every other sect went green with envy. Why hadn't the old ancestor of their own sect appeared yet? Shen Jian, currently operating on a forged Xuanyi identity token my sect had printed 2 weeks earlier, did not hesitate for a heartbeat. Whoever dares to touch the juniors of my Xuanyi sect, this old man will kill them next. The Xuanyi disciples walked out of that valley with their chins up. Whatever massive trouble there was, the Blade Emperor old ancestor would bear it, so what was there to fear? By then, my favorite detail in the whole affair is coming up. He flicked every junior in the area out through the formations like a man scooping up chicks, and our disciples ran for the exit while tearing their own robes and smearing themselves with beast blood, so that by the time they reached the crowd, they were all covered in wounds and extremely disheveled. Then the formations closed and cut the whole zone off from the world. Nangong Yun looked around at them and felt the first real cold. Something is wrong. Were there too many of these formations? They could absolutely not have been set up in an instant. Quickly, kill Han Ming, and one of his own men pointed straight up and shouted, Heavens, what is that? 300 elite assassins looked at the sky. What was that? That was the sky. There was nothing else besides the sky. Han Ming's body was gone, and one masked figure was already a mile out and accelerating. He is not one of us! The opponent had hidden an undercover agent among his clansmen, and had then used the very method he himself had just used to snatch Han Ming away. And Li Qingfeng stopped bothering to hide his realm, half-step transcendent. Just now, in front of so many people, the opponent was still hiding his realm. You people, after going back, don't forget what you said. There must be a generous reward. Inside the sealed zone, Nangong Yun picked himself up out of a hillside and shouted, Everyone, attack together! He had 300. Figures began stepping out of the empty air. 100, 200, 300. They did not stop at 300, and every single one of them wore the same crest. That is the insignia of the Xuanyi sect. How is this possible? The Xuanyi sect is just a force in the eastern region. How could they have so many powerful experts? Of course, my sect's old ancestor put away the red and green sword and drew his own. A sword. It still has to be one's own to be comfortable to use. Nangong Yun watched the blade settle into that man's hand as if the two had been born together, and had one clear thought. How was he supposed to fight this? Your Excellency, Let today's matters end here. Tell me, what backing do you have behind you? We might consider it. My backing is something your excellency does not need to know. In that case, there is no need to waste time. Elders. Clarify your divisions of labor and attack. The auras stacked until the enemy's scalps went numb. There must be at least a few thousand of them, right? How did so many people get in? Nangong Yun swallowed a black-red pill worth 20% more strength, and his people did the same. And it did not matter at all, because our formation was not built for a duel. Naturally, my third disciple brought this back to me the same night. Some elders held the front, some hit the flanks, some bound them with formations and talismans, some went for the mind, and the largest group simply stood there, unmoving as mountains, one every few yards, their ki overlapping into a wall of human beings. Beating people up is most comfortable when you just drown them in numbers, said my lazy one happily. These guys really should have sent more people. Truly, it's quite hard on them now. I stood in the middle of my own sect's army and had a thought I could not shake. Could it be that in the 5-element sect, there are more elders than disciples? Anyway, my eldest was on the 7th floor of the pagoda, deliberately fighting with one hand. It's a pity that senior brother Shen won't be able to see this good show, and from the bottom of the pile, Nangong Yun made the traditional last request of a man being buried by logistics. As a dignified Blade Emperor, do you not dare to fight one-on-one? Shenjian considered the question seriously. I don't dare. Something behind Nangong Yun's eyes came off its hinges. Grievance, anger, resentment, all of it turned into endless fury, and his eyes went red, and the veins stood out on his forehead. At your age, said our old ancestor, mildly, why is your temper so bad? Our elders' entire doctrine, stated by one of them out loud during the fight, not seeking quality, only suppressing with quantity. Nangong Yun chose to self-detonate at nearly transcendent level, which should have taken 100 people with him. In this life, I have encountered many people who chose to self-detonate. Because of this, I once created a technique, sword domain, explosion suppression. It sounded like a giant firecracker buried in a huge mound of dirt. His soul tore loose toward a crack in the sky, and Shen Jian caught it in one hand. He blew that up too, but he got a message out first. And my old ancestor did not destroy the message. He opened a gap in the formation and let it fly. Kill that Blade Emperor of the Xuanyi sect and avenge him. The rest of the Dongfang clan broke. They were almost at the transcendent realm, and their self-detonation hadn't even caused a single casualty. These guys were all monsters. I have never once had to correct the record, and I never will. 2 were kept for questioning. The rest took no more than half a cup of tea. Then our elders went around and swept every corpse and scrubbed every trace of aura off the valley floor, which is the part nobody ever remembers to do. Old ancestor, how should we deal with this junior from the Holy Land? Shen Jian looked at the sealed legacy gate that nobody was going to open today. Take whatever you can. Storage rings, pendants, sleeve pockets, close-fitting armor, clothing linings. They would rather spend more time than miss anything. This is the point where I stopped being surprised by my own luck. 10,000 beasts, seal, taken. 8 golden battle puppets, taken. Soul-severing needle disc, a sacred artifact forged by a saint of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, still functioning at 80% toss, taken. Although it is not convenient to take it out and use it, having it is better than not having it. As long as it is kept, when one day the Cloud Heaven Holy Land is no more, it can be used with peace of mind. Since one has come, one should settle down. I would like to say I engineered this. I only started it. Then the whole ruin started shaking. Real spatial fluctuation, the kind that ends worlds, and our elders withdrew into the universe tower, and the Dongfang clan's formations collapsed, and the shaking stopped. Could it be that these formations caused it? On the way out, Shenjin reached across 2 miles with a hand of pure spiritual force, took hold of the 9-story pagoda, pulled it out of the ground by the roots, and shook it. Disciples fell out of it like coins from a jar. Even though they resisted with all their might, they eventually passed out directly. Everyone, be careful not to get hit. Then he put the saint's trial pagoda in his pocket. He took one swing at the legacy gate and left a scratch. Because the mountain itself was the formation and the formation was wired into the spirit vein. A pity, I couldn't bring anything back for the juniors. He collected the unconscious children of 4 other sects, tucked them under his arms, and left. On the way past our camp, he glanced at my disciples and slowed down. Is this little guy from my peak so good at hiding his aura? 1, 2, 3 of them. He actually couldn't see through them a bit. Word spread that the ruins were collapsing, and the panic was immediate, because the legacy had nothing to do with them, and if they had to be buried with it, that would be a huge loss. The exit was sealed, by us. Elder Xiao was holding it from the inside on my sect leader's standing order. Don't let the disciples of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land come out too early. One must always be on guard against others. The crowd begged the old ancestor of the Xuanyi sect for help. Very well. Xuanyi sword technique. Break formation. Then, before anyone could move, Opportunities are precious. The ones who should leave first are naturally the juniors of my Xuanyi sect. Every faction present agreed enthusiastically. Because even if there was a grudge, they would still have to hold it in. A few Xuanyi disciples had a flicker of doubt on the way to the front. Isn't going first the most dangerous? And squashed it themselves, because the dear old ancestor, how could he harm them? Juniors of the Eastern Domain, follow behind. A Holy Land disciple objected that this seemed a bit biased. The Celestial Vault Ruins belongs to the Eastern Domain. You disciples of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land have already taken the legacy. Is that not enough? The Cloud Heaven Holy Land left last. Their elders burned power, holding the collapsing entrance open for every single Eastern region disciple to walk through ahead of them. And thought, with feeling, if they had known earlier, they would have let these people from my region expend the effort. And the Xuanyi disciples strolled out through the gate they were holding, chatting. Senior, you've certainly come to the right person to ask. Come to think of it, you should really thank my Xuanyi sect properly. Were the Xuanyi sect disciples really all this lacking in manners? The best part was the Xuanyi sect's own elders, standing outside, watching this happen in total confusion. When did my sect find a way to let elder experts enter? And where did this Blade Emperor Senior come from? How did they not know anything about such a big matter? I sat with this news for a while, and then I laughed. They checked the description against their records. Cloak, bamboo hat, red and green scabbard, Xuanyi sword art. It all matched a man named Li Qingfeng, who left the sect 1,000 years ago and never came back, and who, at the time, had not yet reached the Blade Emperor realm. Had he lived too long? Their sect master went into the archives himself, pulled the record, and took it to their actual old ancestor. Fake. His soul jade shattered nearly 1,000 years ago. His cenotaph was built by me. So somebody wanted to frame the Xuanyi sect. Who? 5 Elements sect. Weakest of the 6, negligible. Flower Spirit sect. There's no need to even consider the men in that sect. Azure Cloud sect. Unlikely. Which left one answer. Could it be that the Cloud Heaven Holy Land staged this themselves? Motive. Their disciple got mouthed off at, so this is revenge. This Cloud Heaven Holy Land. Are they really this petty? Decision. This old ancestor, no matter what, cannot be acknowledged. He picked the one response that would confirm every suspicion the Holy Land already had. Because on the other side of the continent, Han Ming had woken up, learned the ruins were shut forever, and opened his storage ring to produce the saint's soul as evidence. The storage ring was still the same storage ring. The vast space inside it was completely empty, and the soul-severing needle disc was nowhere to be found. Other things, if lost, were lost, but this was a sacred artifact. A sacred artifact. It was lost while in his hands. Where he was returning to, it was no holy land. It was a pure pit of fire. Then he found his way out in a single sentence. The elder just said that the Xuanyi sect's Blade Emperor dealt with the people who ambushed me. Then, did they see the whole process? When the Blade Emperor attacked, all perception and observation were cut off. There can be no mistake. Otherwise, why would the Xuanyi sect be so kind? If there were no tricks involved, why wouldn't they dare let outsiders see? Making a mistake is not scary. What's scary is having no one to take the blame, so they settled on watching. If it really was them, there will inevitably be abnormal behavior. At that time, we will not only recover the sacred artifact and the legacy, but we will also learn how that Blade Emperor entered, which is the sentence that decides the next year of everyone's life. They didn't want the artifact back, they wanted the door. And the surviving Dongfang clan received their dead patriarch's last message and drew the obvious conclusion. More than 300 experts above Transformation Void, plus Nangong Yun at Late Dao Comprehension, could not handle a mere Blade Emperor. Investigate the Xuanyi sect, and the descendant of Sky Azure. If he does not die, how will I face our ancestors? So now the Cloud Heaven Holy Land was watching the Xuanyi sect. The Dongfang clan was hunting the Xuanyi sect. And both of them were also hunting each other. Total involvement of my own sect, as understood by any party, 0. Back home, our elders turned in their hall with the traditional disclaimer. Inside this are the items Elder John and his group picked up. However, it was found too easily, and I am worried there might be a trap, which is when my boss opened it. All of them are sang grade? Did they really just pick these up? Then Song Pang brought me a storage ring of groceries, and half of it was butchered spirit beast, and the other half was organized, sorted, selected, a specific little pile off to one side. Who would have thought that eating to nourish the organs is popular here too? After that, my cook poked the pile. Master, what are those round and long things over there? Those were prepared by Peak Lord Song for himself. Just process them and stew them all in one pot. Although I haven't done it this way before, it should be worth a try. Song Peng arrived early and sat down with the expression of a man who has planned his evening. What came out was a vessel that looked like both a bucket and a basin. Yifeng, is this a bit too much? Yo, said the sect leader from the doorway. I've come at a really opportune time today. Good for you, you old boy. You have good stuff and didn't call me. There are juniors here. Mind your influence. Please call me Peak Lord Song. Fine, you old brat. Then my boss looked into the bucket. Peak Lord Song, I don't think you can finish this whole pot by yourself. It won't taste good once it gets cold. Come, let me help you resolve your worries. Song Peng blocked with his chopsticks. Right on cue, my sect leader went around the block with an actual martial technique, took the largest piece in the pot, and swallowed it whole. You, a dignified sect leader senior brother, actually using a martial skill to steal food. It is indeed a bit improper. Next time I will, he chewed. This tastes good. Sect leader, don't just eat the big ones, leave some for me. Eating the small ones is enough for you. The essence is all condensed in them. As if I'd believe you. Hey, you spoke too slow. I already ate it. And my spear disciple leaned over, genuinely curious. What was this made of, that the two seniors are fighting over it like this? Senior brother Shen, said my lazy disciple gravely, you are still young. You will understand when you grow up. Then my eldest nodded, and then stopped nodding. Am I young? This junior brother Joe isn't much older than me. Chinli had worked it out and was frowning at the pot. Are these things from a Yao beast actually edible? So my youngest was radiant. People were fighting over her cooking. They finished the bucket between the two of them. Then my boss's aura flared and he stood up very quickly. It's getting late. You guys chat. I'm going back to cultivate first. My hungriest elder was 2 steps behind him. Can't deny it. The effect was quite significant. Elsewhere that night, Chen Song, who had been left unconscious outside the ruins and had therefore survived the massacre, congratulated himself. Good thing I didn't go this time. I escaped this disaster. And then immediately, Wei Ruyue, you actually didn't die in there. And Xuanyang looked at Ye Chang with tears in his eyes. Because the boy had broken through and comprehended something new in the Tao of the sword during a trip where everyone standing near him died. This trip was full of danger. But looking at it now, you have been blessed by misfortune. Sure enough, thought my disaster star, the Zhuan Yi sect is my best destination. Elder Feng reported that Han Ming's star had not brightened, it had dimmed. Now that it has been gained and lost, it will naturally affect the radiance. And their holy lord said the line that tells you exactly what kind of place it is. Things belonging to my cloud heaven holy land, even if they end up in the hands of others, are not things they can hold on to. Meanwhile, my cook's cooking crossed another threshold. Cookware upgraded to Saint Lo, plus a cooking god jade plate that resizes itself and holds perfect temperature, plus a brewing skill, plus a signature dish, irritable meatballs, plus 20% strength, consumable continuously, no negative effects. For scale, every medicine is 3 parts poison, and the best pill in the world that leaves no side effects caps out around 10. Also, making them counted as practice, which meant no longer restricted to 3 meals a day. The level 3 mall needed 8,000 points and a host at Tao Comprehension, its listed upgrade reward, a random Saint King legacy, and a set of belongings. System, you didn't just make that up on the spot, did you? Replying to host, no. Very quietly, I wanted level 3 for one reason. Now my spear disciple system had started handing out fewer quests with weaker rewards. And my second disciple was falling behind the other 2 on idle rate. As a master, he naturally couldn't stand by and watch. The flash sale offered me Saint Top Armor at 99% off. I closed the window without reading it. I was saving. The teleport array I'd planted in the ruins worked instantly, which my bomb maker found completely unremarkable. Such a small matter as closing the entrance and exit. How could it stump master? It wasn't that what my second disciple said was so right. It was this feeling of being flattered. Hey, it's really good. The fruit trees were already in flower, and standing under them, my lazy one asked me for something for the first time since I'd met him. He wanted a proving ground. On Hidden Origin Peak, there really isn't any opportunity to experiment, so I can only rely on estimates. The estimate from last time was still a bit off. Many things weren't taken into account. Otherwise, there's no way those demon race members could have come out intact. Aren't you usually indifferent to things and only want to enjoy a peaceful life? It's different. This is where my interests and dreams lie. Tell me about them. He looked out at the mountains, and his face did something I had never seen it do. Precision strikes and firepower coverage. I want both. The way this fellow did things was indeed the kind of talent the 5-element sect needed. Then he ruined the moment, as is his way, by proposing that Ye Mingmei take up a side profession. Forging. With junior sister Ye's talent, she definitely wouldn't just be a good cook. She could also be a good blacksmith. Aside from her appearance and cooking skills, when it comes to strength, junior sister Ye isn't much different from that brown ape. If Ye Mingmei heard you say that, she wouldn't be able to eat a good meal for at least 3 days. At the legacy gate, the token flew out of his hand by itself and settled into the recess. He went in holding a fistful of talismans. Master, if I shout for help in a while, remember to fish me out. A while later, muffled. Master, it's fine. It's a real legacy, not possession. If my sect leader knew about this cautious style, who knows how gratified he would be. I looked at the sword scar on the gate and the crater where a 9-story pagoda used to be, and revised my assessment of our sect's old ancestor, whether in terms of age or style of conduct. A veteran bandit. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Is the sect strong enough? No. Do the elders all use saint-tier items? No. Has the overall quality of the disciples improved? No. 3 reflections, plus 1 free. Can I protect my disciples? Not really. Since that is the case, what should I do? Put caution first, and continue to work hard. The legacy turned out to be built on the Tao of wind and concealment, with formations as a side dish, and its centerpiece was a pair of enormous blue-green wind wings. By then, my tiger girl examined them. For running away? How is that possible? This is called kiting. Do you understand kiting? Of course, my eldest, honestly. In the same realm, it would be very difficult for anyone to catch up to Zhou Lei. He tried to hand me everything in the inheritance ring. I gave it back. It was a legacy for my 2nd disciple. I handed my 3rd disciple and my eldest disciple a sack of seeds each. In this vicinity and other places with rich spiritual energy, plant them wherever you can. Naturally, my 3rd disciple finally cracked, slightly, at having a master who owns enough marrow cleansing seeds to require a private secret realm to plant them across mountains and plains. Neither of them found the teleportation array worth commenting on. This made me feel immense pressure. If I didn't work hard, it would be difficult to maintain this image as a master. Down in the Steely, my demon population was up 20%, and the new ones had noticeably weaker auras, which is what happens when you breed for volume. I started seeding the illusion beasts with real blood from real carcasses, so that when the demons hunted, they were drinking something that actually fed them instead of light and suggestion. I did consider asking them to invite more of their relatives over. If he summoned someone excessively strong, he might not be able to handle them. So I filed a compromise. Find a way to send the Blood Demon clan back home, and by the way, have them bring some of my 2nd disciple's specialties. As long as the power is great, it will always be able to blow some of them to death. Meanwhile, boats were landing at the Xuanyi sect from every corner of the eastern region, loaded with gifts, to thank my sect for the Blade Emperor who had saved everyone's children. Their receiving elder was gracious. Coming as a guest is enough. Preparing things is just too formal. Disciples whisked the crates away with practiced speed. I would have handled it differently, and worse. Anyway, my involvement here was 1 sentence spoken months earlier. Then, once the hall was full, their sect master stood up and announced that the Blade Emperor in the ruins was not the old ancestor of the Xuanyi sect, but someone else entirely, and that the real Li Qingfeng's soul jade had shattered 1,000 years ago. The Holy Land's concealed observers in the rafters took notes. If they had openly admitted it was their old ancestor, we could have determined that they were unaware. Now, acting like this, covering up only makes it more obvious. There must be a guilty conscience, and the guests recovering asked for their gifts back. It would be somewhat lacking in decorum to take back the gifts brought when coming as a guest. The Flower Spirit sect announced a music gathering built entirely around my precious item. The more people who come, the better. Let these people from the eastern region serve as foils. Han Ming is still young and inevitably pursues fame. We will cater to his preferences. I read the invitation and saw the shape of it immediately. This Flower Spirit sect, I fear, has invisibly done the Dongfang clan a huge favor. They were about to walk the one man the Dongfang clan wanted dead out of the safest fortress on the continent and put him on a stage. Then, a quest arrived. 4th quest. Recruit a new disciple within half a year. Restriction. The disciple must possess a system. Reward. 10,000 experience and a disciple recruitment gift pack. System. Do you have any hints? Replying to master. No. System. Activate navigation. Navigation failed. Small hint. The probability of finding a disciple is higher in places with many people. What was said was quite reasonable. The Xuanyi sect, furious and powerless in equal measure, sent elders to the gathering to corner Han Ming in public. I don't believe that if something was truly lost, he could still have such leisure. And Chen Song went too, carrying a recording stone. He showed it to my disaster star first, because Ye Chang had become the person he told things to. On the stone, Wei Ruyu, in private, laughing about the Cloud Heaven Holy Land and about Han Ming personally, in terms that would end her forever if the Holy Land ever heard them. She wanted to climb. I am the ladder she stepped on. Let her know the price of betraying me. And Ye Chang, mild, helpful, 17 years old, the single unluckiest object in the eastern region, offered a suggestion. Why not use it as leverage instead? I have heard that there are techniques in this world that can plunder the other party's cultivation for one's own use. Chen Song stared at him with the delight of a man handed a knife he hadn't thought of. No wonder junior brother Ye has made such progress. I didn't even think of this method. I have been enlightened. And Ye Chang said he'd come along, lest senior brother act on impulse and encounter danger. I want to be clear that I did not plant that idea. I only made him luckier at other people's expense. What he does with a conversation is his own genius. They sent Elder Zhou Chang with him, a specialist in reading people, for an entirely different reason. That bright star that appeared silently recently might possibly be within the eastern region. There were no celestial phenomena, nor was there any relevant news. A star that lights up with no phenomenon attached, and no news, and no name. They had started looking for me. Before all that, though, a communication stone in my pocket screamed, "Save! Save me! This ruin! There's a damn dragon here! I'm going to die!" I bought the Void Shuttle on the spot. Saint Top, several times faster than any flying boat, described by my system as the premier choice for traveling and fleeing from fights. And we arrived to find Zhou Lei wheezing at full sprint. I'm about to not be able to run anymore. The black dragon behind him was 100 jang long, 4 claws, aura equivalent to a human transcendent. In front of its massive body, my second disciple, flapping his wings, looked like a tiny fluttering moth, which is when my third disciple glanced at it and dismissed it. Compared to the true dragon clan, it is still far inferior. Then, to Shen Li, I will suppress it in a moment and you will make the move. The path of cultivation is naturally filled with hardships. How could they always let Master make the move? After that, my eldest looked at his junior sister with new eyes. Is this junior sister chin of his really this fierce? It seems your kiting isn't all that useful, I told my lazy disciple. That depends on how strong the enemy is. Then my third disciple raised a phantom white tiger over her head and it roared, and the sound carried 100 li, and every beast in that range went flat on the ground, and 100 jang dragon froze in midair like a thunderbolt had struck its skull. She stepped into the phantom and merged with it. White tiger, beast control. An invisible tiger hit the dragon and its aura buckled. Right on cue, my eldest disciple went in with the spear, wrapped in golden light, spear intent and battle intent braided together. I stayed out of it on purpose. The disciples of my sect cannot just pursue fighting alone. Cooperation between each other is also a more important matter. Also, honestly, I was distracted. Ever since I got the cooking god system, my mind has often been on food. The dragon started swearing. It was swearing in dragon, and I could understand it. And I want to report that, although it was a dragon, in this regard, it was no different from ordinary street cursing. And my third disciple burned a drop of white tiger blood to press harder. Then my eldest disciple got stronger every exchange, because the more it fought, the stronger it became. I stood there making a shopping list, so my eldest disciple's spear really should be changed. Meanwhile, my third disciple's divine thought is quite strong. She actually needs some treasures that can be controlled by intent. As for my bomb maker, is he waiting for an opportunity? He was. He'd been circling the whole fight muttering, "Don't let me catch an opportunity," and privately nursing a grievance. Because the thing had tried to kill him the moment they met, completely ignoring any logic. And if things had gone wrong, he would have started a new chapter of adventure inside the dragon's belly. Then the opening came, and fire lit up in the empty air. What came out of it was a lance as thick as my arm with a heavy half-round plate mounted behind it. The explosion hit the plate, and the plate drove the lance, and the lance went into a seam where the scales ran thin. This isn't over yet. Continue. The plate detonated entirely, and the lance went into the shaft. Junior brother Joe's move was really solid, said my eldest. The pain upgraded the dragon's vocabulary from dragon to human. Ant! You deserve to die! It actually angered this black dragon to the point of speaking human language. The black dragon has been enraged, my third disciple told my lazy one. If you don't want to die, run quickly. I was careless. I shouldn't have watched the show. Master, it's your turn. I can't suppress it anymore. I dropped the dragon capturing pillar. It grew out of the ground, chains of light unrolled, and a character the size of a house hung in the air above it, and the dragon's aura got pushed back into its own body. Let go of this king quickly. Otherwise, this king will make you die a horrible death. You are being controlled by others yet still so arrogant. You are in a very dangerous situation. Then to my disciples, you must not learn this kind of behavior. All three nodded seriously. If not for this item, what could you ants do to this king? What could I do to you? I know that as a black dragon your physical body is tough, but… I turned around. Zhou Lei, go bring Mingmei's blade. He came back with 2. Which one should I use? To cut meat, it should be the bone pick knife. You think you can hurt me with just that? Black Loach, said my second disciple. Do you believe I'll give you another one? The cooking god system helpfully highlighted the cuts. Don't take that part. The meat there is quite tough. I pointed at a better zone. Now my eldest disciple put the boning knife into the handle and said, "So easy," and took a piece out. It didn't bleed the way you'd expect. The wound glowed and closed, which meant that as long as it didn't die, wouldn't it be an endless supply of black dragon meat? And every time, I could take the freshest part. Master only needs to spend 20 experience points per day, said the system, and the system can be responsible for activating the dragon capturing pillar. Come back if it tastes good, I told the dragon on the way out. It made a sound I won't reproduce. It was hard for a clever dragon to cook without dirty words. System, will it die of anger? Master, rest assured. During the system's hosting period, if it dies of anger, we will compensate. Senior brother Shen, said my lazy one, remember to call me when it's time to eat. By then my tiger girl stayed behind a moment and spoke to it in its own language, which I could also understand, and which she did not know I could understand. If it weren't for Master considering our meal, you would definitely be dead today. Even the sacred beast White Tiger, Master can kill with a wave of his hand. You, a mere black dragon, do you think you are very strong? The meat was firm and chewy, and when the power hit, it collided like a giant dragon, and my tenfold multiplier nearly took the roof off my own head. Wenqing, having witnessed what happened to my sect leader and Song Peng, ate a modest portion and excused himself early to go cultivate. Smart man. Of course, my spear disciple's Battle Heaven holy body activated at the table. To be honest, senior brother Shen, said my bomb maker, I feel like you have some grudge against these dishes. And to my youngest disciple, you can't just use that meat, otherwise it's a bit unbearable to eat. Naturally, my eldest disciple, without looking up, eating more of this meat is good for the body. Since your senior brother loves it so much, said my second disciple, you could make it into jerky and give it specifically to him. Jerky? Do you know how to make it? I do. Which solved storage, solved portioning, and gave me something to hand out to elders. Killing multiple birds with one stone. Anyway, my tiger girl found where the dragon had come from, an enormous spatial crack, and a jade slip describing its territory, and next to it, the tomb of a human expert. Black dragons are always relatively cunning, she said. I cannot be sure of the truth. I wasn't tempted. Crossing a space crack is simply courting death. On the contrary, the existence of this space crack is a hidden danger, which is when my system said it would close in 7 days, 6 hours, and 3/4. So I stuck the Jandao sword in the dirt in front of it and sat down. It is just the time when the fruit trees are about to have a harvest. Whoever comes, I will slash them. On the 3rd day, something on the far side put an aura through the gap. Testing. I lit the sword. It withdrew immediately and did not come back. As expected. This spatial rift is an unstable factor. Harvest day. The wind stripped every tree at once, and the aura rolled out across the valley. And beasts for miles went soft in the knees, and the ironclad brown ape stared with naked longing, and the dragon strained against its pillar, shouting that if not for you trapping this king here, all these fruits would belong to this king. Harvest complete. Total harvested. 3,672. Among them, 331 are Saint rank top grade quality. I gave the ape about 100. It said thank you, and then every spirit beast within a dozen miles felt the ironclad brown ape dancing with excitement, and was too frightened to breathe in case it came over and hammered them to death to celebrate. On the peak, I dumped the Saint top pile on the dinner table next to my cook's dragon jerky. After that, my eldest remembered being overjoyed at receiving exactly one of these from a check-in reward, and reflected that there is always someone better and a heaven beyond heaven. Right on cue, my second disciple swallowed audibly, and my youngest disciple clapped. Yay, the fruits are finally ripe. In the eyes of my eldest and my third disciple, these were cultivation resources of astonishing value. Then my second disciple and Ye Mingmei, however, tended to think these fruits should be delicious. I set her to brewing wine out of them, and my attendant came to me holding one in both hands, appalled. Master, the value of these fruits is 2. This is a unique test of my hidden origin peak. Regarding this matter, you only need to remember one sentence. Eat as much as you can eat. If you can't eat anymore, try hard to eat. When you've finished them all, come find Master. Master, don't worry. Qing will definitely work hard to cultivate and work hard to eat. That week, I also learned what my own sect actually is. I was told this later, and I believed every word of it. Bishui Peak, intelligence, scouting, information, and planting agents inside other powers, taking the meaning of water's permeability. They currently have people inside the Cloud Heaven Holy Land in the north and the Dongfang clan in the south. Blazing Sun Peak, body cultivation, forging, alchemy. Whenever a fight broke out, it was basically the elders of Blazing Sun Peak who charged to the front. Faxiang Peak, formations, talismans, soul arts, organized into halls, interception, reinforcement, trail clearing. Hidden Origin Peak's specialty, as determined by its current peak lord, plenty of food and drink. Being a peak master has one very important requirement, said my sect leader. The ability to keep secrets. However, you brat, you are quite capable in this regard now. The world outside has 4 regions, east, west, south, north. Ours is the only one that has gone 1,000 years without producing a saint. So, my sect's old ancestors read on the situation. The eastern region is about to fall into chaos. However, it cannot be considered a bad thing. Standing policy, minor chaos is acceptable, but it cannot reach the 5 elements sect. Around then, a gift pack coughed up a talent called Gold and Jade on the outside, gives others a sense of being outstanding and born extraordinary, with the flaw that it is merely superficial appearance, and, if combined with a negative talent in the same person, becomes Gold and Jade on the outside, rotten within, where the good becomes better and the bad becomes worse. It seems only Yechong fits the criteria. I gave it to him. And 1,000 miles away he shivered and felt as if his connection with the world had become slightly more intimate. I did note, for the record, that I shouldn't keep thinking about him like this, lest I accidentally get myself tangled up in it. The flash sale that week offered omen of great disaster. People with this talent rarely survive, 7 out of 10 will die, and the 30% who live are plagued by constant misfortune thereafter, for 22,000 points. It was almost equivalent to using a talent to kill people. I didn't buy it. Just watching the show is fine. Meanwhile, my only regret is that I couldn't test what would happen if I applied both to the same person. Meanwhile, my lazy disciple moved out to the ruins full-time to work on his next problem, which he described as going in thin and coming out loud, reduce the caliber so it punches through the shell, then make it detonate on the inside. Perhaps one day my 5-element sect would also be able to let enemies achieve fat person freedom. I also had to reinforce my cook's kitchen, since she was now outgrowing Zhou Lei while barely cultivating at all, and the walls were starting to complain. And my eldest disciple went into the demon stele for training, which conveniently let me thin out the blood demon clan's stronger members. Because they had gotten comfortable, these blood demons were truly becoming addicted, appearing somewhat at ease, and not all of them could work the Yunmo altar. So I needed the population pushing itself. He killed 2 and let a 3rd crawl home to report that a powerful ape man had suddenly jumped out. Corpse Lord wanted revenge. Gloom Reaper, my man on the inside, now practically his right-hand man, talked him out of it and back onto message. Our members are still too few. If we had enough members, we could let them explore more places without having to send out these ones with stronger power. Then it was time to go to Hualing City for the music gathering, and Shen Li decided to come along, since cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Relaxation, said my second disciple lazily. It has to be a great sword. Now my eldest brightened, because he thought his junior brother was finally asking to learn the Tao of the sword, and then went back to being disappointed. He's all talk and no action. The moment he hears about sparring, he runs faster than Heifeng. Elsewhere in the same city, Chen Song was pressing a golden vial into my walking curse's hand. Eat some. It has benefits. Tonight I'm going to see her. And many thanks for your inspiration, junior brother. When the time comes, you and I will go together. Senior brother Chen. There won't be any accidents, right? She's been running errands for me for 2 years. How could I not be able to handle her? Here is what my ledger says happened next. And in a room across the city, the Dongfang clan was making its own arrangements. Since he is not in the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, we can put him to death. This time, we will absolutely not give him any chance. And this time, the Flower Spirit sect of the Eastern region has really helped a lot. Chen Song opened with an insult. Wei Ruyu went cold. Then her eyes flicked past his shoulder to a patch of empty air where someone was watching, and she changed her entire face. Brother Chen, let's talk this over properly. He held the winning hand. He controlled everything. She came closer and dropped her voice. Ruyu was just confused for a moment. Please, for the sake of our past, spare me. At this moment, Chen Song felt like a little bull crying for a little cow. Behind him, in the dark, Ye Chong waited politely for his senior brother to finish, radiating the calm of a man who has never once been the person things happen to. His terms, delivered to his own knee because he couldn't be bothered to look at her. She hands over her cultivation through the plundering technique. She kneels. And she announces in front of everyone that she belongs to him. She bowed her head. The disgust in her eyes and the nauseous expression on her face were hard to hide, and she kept them pointed at the floor. Behind a formation 2 rooms away, a girl asked her teacher a reasonable question. Master, why not just kill him? This is an excellent opportunity. Letting him die just like that is not worth it. Last time, he was reckless and offended the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. This time, using his identity, we can maneuver things so that there will be no possibility of the Xuanyi sect and the Cloud Heaven Holy Land getting close again. A pause. Xuanyi sect, you really don't learn, giving away such an opportunity. Chen Song invited Ye Chang to celebrate with him. I have a vague feeling, said Ye Chang. I intend to try to attempt a breakthrough this afternoon. Hold that thought. The Xuanyi sect, watching from the cheap compound. My Xuanyi sect has stayed in the Mingyu Tower so many times, yet we have never been welcomed with such grandeur. The Azure Cloud sect, taking notes. Elders. In the future, we must strive to prove ourselves so that they will flatter us in the same way. 2 disciples in the street below. That moonlight bridge. I wonder when I'll have the chance to walk across it. My dear friend, I think you still have a chance. After all, it will be dark soon. You talk like that, aren't you afraid of being B? I apologize, brother. Your strength means there must be a reason for what you say. And then, from a stall behind me, the most valuable sentence of the trip. I heard that the Cloud Heaven Holy Land is currently screening younger generations. Those who pass will have a chance to join. A screening, which means a crowd, which means, per my system's one and only hint, the highest concentration of system holders I was ever going to walk past. I sent my incarnation north that same hour. By then my eldest had spent the morning shopping and come back radicalized. They were all items of extremely low quality, some even mundane, but the prices were too exorbitant. This place isn't suitable for me. It's better to focus on cultivation. When it comes to serious cultivation, said my second disciple, it has to be my senior brother Shen. That night Wei Ruyu came to Chen Song's room carrying a jade flask, found in the sect's collection. Only the sect master and the others are qualified to taste it. He drank 3 cups without stopping. You didn't drink? And her voice came out at a completely different temperature. Chen Song, you are truly arrogant and stupid. She took the recording stone out of his belt and put the flask away. The wine went off inside him like a struck match. Betrayed once. Unexpectedly, it was still betrayal. He swung a palm at her head with everything he had, and she was already moving, and she hit him with enough spiritual force to put him through the wall, the balcony, and out into the middle of the busiest street in Hualing City. Then she went up into the sky above the crowd and screamed, "Elder, help! He's trying to kill me, young Master Qin, help!" The word presumptuous came down over the whole city through the flower spirit sect's amplification formation. Holy crap, who is that? So insane? Wait. That woman? Holy crap, Liu Qingyan? This is flower spirit sect territory. Senior brother in the Yang? Among our cultivators, there is surely no lack of brave souls. Nobody has ever asked me about this, and I hope nobody does. Their sect leader had him in a cage of spiritual force before he hit the ground, and Wei Ruyu played the part flawlessly, voice shaking in exactly the right places, explaining that he had used their past friendship to pressure her, and that if it weren't for the fact that she had some means to protect herself, she feared that. Then something entered Chen Song's head, a muttering, low, with a texture to it, as if it had a unique magic, and he threw his head back and roared like an animal. What I cannot have, nobody else shall have. Silence over the entire street. That statement has such a powerful aura, but the occasion is a bit wrong. To snatch something from Han Ming, how does he dare? Across the city, Ye Chang surfaced from his breakthrough and heard the noise. Oh no, it's senior brother Chen, and they had agreed to go together. Did he not call for him? He did call. Of course my disaster star had said he felt like breaking through. Naturally my charge said 2 words. Kill him. A Holy Land elder moved once, decisive and clean, without any hesitation. One Xuanyi elder started to object, and someone in the crowd murmured, fearless of power, commendable courage, and Han Ming turned his head and said, so what if it is? The senior Xuanyi elder cut his own man off. Enough, isn't it humiliating enough? And bowed. Ye Chang, back in his room, murmured, if I had held you back, maybe. And his breakthrough completed itself. A feeling of things falling into place suddenly arose. I did not need to be there. That was rather the idea. Elder Zhou Chang of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, a man whose entire reputation is built on spotting talent, who found the most monstrous prodigy the Holy Land currently possesses, happened to be walking past that courtyard and noticed a boy who could hold a breakthrough steady through a public execution. With such a commotion, this child can still focus on his breakthrough. His heart nature is decent. He made a note of the aura. The Xuanyi sect went home furious. Damn flower spirit sect. It must be them causing trouble behind the scenes. Even if we know the truth, so what? Are we going to make it public? Wei Ruyu went to thank Han Ming and got a cold shower. Tonight's affair was also intentional by your flower spirit sect, right? Do you really think I only know how to cultivate and am ignorant of worldly affairs? I could see your flower spirit sect's calculations at a glance. Then, that Chen Song deserved to die long ago. Not because of what he did to her, because anyone who disrespects his belongings is destined to be a dead man. Then he named his price. I do not like being schemed against. You shall announce to everyone that you are quitting the flower spirit sect, and from now on, you will follow by my side. I do not like people who are half-hearted. After you quit, you must not have any further contact. I am afraid my master and the others will not agree. If you agree, they will not have any objections. She agreed, and privately, first, let's see what kind of sincerity they can offer for inviting me here. I walked home through the city that night past 1,000 people who had no idea any of that had happened. Some were like old steeds, still full of ambition. More of them were looking at their own solitary shadows and quietly swearing to get strong enough and get enough spirit stones to achieve the dream of every cultivator having their own field, a myriad of lives. Wei Ruyu reported back to her teacher with a beautiful lie. Young Master Han did not answer directly, but only said that he was very satisfied with the welcome this time, and the matter still needs consideration. And Zhou Chang went to see Ye Chang at midnight. Probe. His eyes lit violet, and he looked at my walking catastrophe with a technique he had perfected over 300 years. Ye Chang's body was radiating a dazzling golden light as bright as a glorious sun. Nobody in this scene has ever met me. Anyway, my favorite kind of afternoon, somebody else's. Gold is second only to purple gold, which is the top of his scale. In half a lifetime, he had encountered gold exactly once, and that one was currently being cultivated by the Holy Land with everything it had. This one was brighter. He couldn't tell how many times brighter. He ran an ordinary aptitude probe as a control. It came back empty. It was the difference between clouds and mud. But he had seen this before, a boy with dormant Yao blood who read as nothing until the day he didn't. Ordinary probing was not real. The observation technique was the most trustworthy. A genius waiting to be awakened with powerful talent. If you are willing, the Cloud Heaven Holy Land can appoint you as a quasi-saint child. Same rank as Han Ming. Yi Chang kept his face perfectly still and thought, is my talent actually this strong? In that case, did the Zhuanyi sect underestimate me? Then he played hard to get, because only by appearing sufficiently indifferent could he secure greater benefits, and mentioned the oath binding him to his sect, and Zhou Chang, smiling, said, then just come and visit. I found out about this over a bowl of soup, and thought, it seems someone in the Zhuanyi sect has noticed something, otherwise they wouldn't use a method like swearing an oath. However, if they do not return the sacred artifact, how could the eastern region let the Zhuanyi sect remain? If the Zhuanyi sect is gone, then this so-called oath will naturally not constitute any influence. That is a man planning to erase a 1,000-year sect so that a recruitment technicality resolves cleanly, which is when my guess is they still argue about it. The gathering itself was held in a garden full of lotus platforms, each one big enough to sit on. The divine sound. Lotus pond. Performing on a platform strengthens the link between the music and heaven and earth, and can temper the heart and mind, normally reserved for their own true disciples, because activating it burns a fortune. They gave Han Ming a seat higher than their own sect masters. Wei Ruyu played the flower spirit zither, which is less an instrument than a recording of their founder, played back through formations. I know nothing about music. After that, my review sounds good. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the technique. The rules of the sparring. Sit on a platform and wait to be challenged. Both sides put up a grain of soul power. The winner takes both, and the platform folds it into his own soul. So this so-called sparring challenge, to a certain extent, had an element of gambling. Every other sect's seating arrangement was a market brawl. My seniority is higher than all of you, so this lotus platform belongs to me. We are all from the same sect, so we must know how to be modest and yielding. What? Why did I sit down first? Didn't I tell you all to be modest and yielding? I don't care. This lotus platform is mine. If you have any objections, I'll report you to the elders. Senior brother, do you have any shame? Your musical Tao is only half-baked, can you not? Cough, I wasn't talking about you. Eyeing the staff currently resting against his neck. Right on cue, my own sect sorted itself out in about 9 seconds. Let those with strong musical Tao strength go first, take turns, and don't waste time. I walked the full circuit of that garden with my quest open. People meeting the criteria, 0. Not a single one. Well, if it were that easy to find, my system would be a bit too common. Then my system spoke up. Zhou Chang of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land is using the art of observing people to spy on you. 3 options. First, shine like a star and blind him using a technique whose real function is that when you fight, you twinkle. Second, look back using an item called the Peeping Mask, which sees through illusions, disguises, and several other things I am not going to list. At such an age, to still be doing peeping. Third option, do nothing at all and be a nobody. For the ordinary and unremarkable art, the more ordinary and unremarkable it is, the easier it is to cultivate. And regardless of whether you are a dragon or a phoenix among people, the more you cultivate, the more ordinary you become. I took the third one because it would work on the entire sect. Again, he didn't do anything and ended up getting something. Zhou Chang's techniques slid off me like water off glass and found a mildly competent peak lord from a minor sect who was, if anything, slightly below average. Around then, the Dongfang clan finished parking its boats. They didn't set up outside Hualing City, they set up on the shortest line between the Flower Spirit sect and the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, which is where a man in a hurry goes. Why not go directly to the Flower Spirit sect? These people in the eastern region cannot just watch the quasi-saint child of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land die in front of them. 200 miles away, in the void, our old ancestors had already gamed out every branch of it. What if Han Ming dies? What if he escapes wounded? What the Dongfang clan does if it fails? What happens to my corner of the world if all of them die on our soil? For one person, this might be a bit strenuous. But for them, it counts as practice makes perfect. None of the juniors were told anything. Back at the gathering, Zhou Chang was appraising the lotus pond with the expression of a man reading a price tag. Utilizing the divine sound lotus pond to complete the enhancement of soul power. Things in this world that can truly enhance soul power are extremely limited. The Flower Spirit sect only uses it as an instrument for the Tao of music, which is somewhat like buying the casket but returning the pearl. Then he told my precious item how to take it. Han Ming's assessment, winning by sound is merely a side path, it won't amount to much. No need to waste effort. Our peak lord Chen Miao worked out the real game about 10 minutes before it landed. All these matches, and the winner never spends the soul power he wins, only competing without using it. If this continues, the accumulated soul power will only increase. Tell the disciples not to participate in the competition. And then, sourly, using the juniors of the eastern region to build the reputation of your Flower Spirit sect. That's a good plan. He was wrong about who was building whose reputation, but he got our people off the platforms, which is what mattered. Wei Ruyu went to her teacher and asked to borrow the Flower Spirit zither. Just borrow. The founder's legacy instrument, carrying a sound array nobody had decoded in centuries. Young Master Han asked me about it. He must be very interested. It's just a loan. There won't be any problems. Her teacher hesitated, consulted, and was talked around by the single most expensive sentence in that sect's history. Hiding it like this actually makes us seem a bit small-minded. Then Han Ming asked whether he might try the lotus pond. Every Flower Spirit disciple stepped off their platform at once on their teacher's order to give him room. Chen Miao got our people up in the same breath. He sat down, he played, and halfway through he let a single drop of blood fall. I would call it bad luck, except I know where their luck went. The ground shook. The true body of the divine sound lotus pond came up out of the earth, folded itself down to the size of a palm, and settled into his hand, and every scrap of soul power that Garden had accumulated over 3 days of tournament from 100 juniors of 6 sects went with it. The few who hadn't stepped off in time had theirs drawn out even faster. Unexpectedly, this divine sound lotus pond has such spirituality, wanting to acknowledge me as its master on its own. The crowd, who had watched a man rob a sect in its own garden, were awestruck. Just playing a piece of music and it actually makes a treasure compete to acknowledge him as master. The owners stood there with their mouths open, because in all their years they didn't remember the divine sound lotus pond being able to acknowledge a master with blood. Then he tilted his head and finished them. I wonder how the seniors of the Flower Spirit sect view this matter. There is exactly one available answer to that question. If it can be of use to young Master Han's cultivation, it is only right to give it to him. Serves you right, said the Azure Cloud sect at a whisper, with feeling. He stood up to leave without offering a single thing in return. Things had reached this point, and there wasn't even a polite word of reciprocation. Then he turned around. Ruyu, come here. The Flower Spirit elders straightened up. This was it, the marriage alliance. Their girls sighed and resolved to work hard and take senior sister Wei as their role model, and Wei Ruyu said, Today, please bear witness for me. I, Wei Ruyu, withdraw from the Flower Spirit sect. From now on, I will no longer have any connection with the Flower Spirit sect. A disciple in the third row got 2 words into a congratulation and stopped. Somebody rubbed their ears. What she said just now. Was it that she wanted to withdraw from the Flower Spirit sect? I feel like it was, but I also suspect I heard wrong. Her teacher came out of her seat. Ruyu! What nonsense are you spouting? And reached for her with a hand of spiritual force, and Zhou Chang cleared his throat and the hand came apart in the air. Sect leader Hua, Disciples are also people and have the right to choose. How can you be so strict in your discipline? Han Ming put an arm around her waist and said nothing at all, which said everything. Then he took the zither too. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing it for some enlightenment. After I'm done with it, I'll send someone to return this zither. Sect Master Hua, said Zhou Chang pleasantly, with about 2 tons of aura behind it. Do you not trust the credibility of my Cloud Heaven Holy Land? Final accounting for the Flower Spirit sect. Not only did they fail to draw closer, they lost their disciple and 2 sect treasures in their own city at a party they paid for. Serves them right, said the Xuanyi sect, loudly from the back. And then my disaster star walked up the ramp onto the Holy Land's boat. Elder, don't worry, I'm just going out to travel for some time. His Xuanyi elder stared after him. He had only been here how long, and he was already running off again. Chen Miao watched him go and said uneasily, if the Cloud Heaven Holy Land takes him, did my 5-element sect truly lose a talent? Thinking like that was not acceptable. Let me tally Ye Chang's month. Chen Song died, and his own cultivation improved. He met the greatest talent scout on the continent by accident in a corridor at midnight and was offered the 2nd highest rank in the strongest power in the world. Not only did he avoid danger, he went to a more expansive world. Alright, the future is promising. Then I watched Wei Ruyu take Han Ming's left side and Ye Chang take his right, and had a thought. The last person to do that was named Chen Song. However, this young Master Han is not Chen Song after all. He has a noble person assisting him. System, use talent enhancement on Ye Chang. And then, because I am a careful man, I did it again. Next, we'll see which of these 2 sides is tougher. The Rhyme Grand Gathering fell apart the next morning since even the Divine Sound Lotus Pond was gone and there was nothing left to compete on. And my spear disciple had a check-in due in Luoyun City, a place so small it barely qualifies as a dot, so we detoured. Peak Lord Chen Miao let us go after exactly one question. Compared to the sect leader and Peak Lord Song, Peak Lord Chen was much simpler, and I swept the sky behind us out of habit and found a full escort trailing at distance, led by the old ancestor of Bishui Peak, Reliable. Ye Chang sat by the rail thinking about his life. His parents died young from illness. His family was destroyed by disaster. His school friends died prematurely in accidents. Now, everything was finally going to get better. Wei Ruyu thought about the sect she'd abandoned that morning and concluded, the Emperor's command is hard to defy. I cannot be blamed for this matter. Zhou Chang came out of his chair. Ambush. Turn around. This is what my 1,000 experience points bought, and it was cheap. An anti-air formation locked onto the hull and the boat simply stopped being able to hold itself up. Their Transcendent Realm Guardian stepped out to meet it, and Nang Gongming looked at him and said, is that all? And 3 more Transcendent Auras opened in the empty air. A formation-breaking plate took the boat's defenses apart in 2 strikes. Then my precious item got one look at them and shouted, they were the ones who ambushed us in the Celestial Vault ruins. And in the same breath, drew exactly the conclusion I needed him to draw. I want you to notice how little of this required me. The incident in the Celestial Vault ruins was definitely not a self-directed play by the Xuanyi sect. 3 Transcendent Realm experts. This was impossible for the Dongfang clan to produce, which meant somebody bigger was behind all of it. Somebody hidden. Somebody with reach. He tore a Void Escape talisman, which dumps you at a random point, and which the Holy Land would certainly never have given him if he hadn't claimed the legacy. A Transcendent Spear went through the Quasi-Saint Token's barrier and through his armor, and it felt as if someone had picked up a mountain peak and slammed it into his stomach, and then the gray light took him. Meanwhile, in Luoyun City, my eldest disciple announced he was going to visit an old friend and checked in. He got an old treasure map. I got 1800 experience and a key of unsealing. In ancient legends, there was once a sealed saint battlefield. When all 8 keys of unsealing appear in the world, the saint battlefield will reappear, opening the great world struggle. And then, in brackets, the origin of this item is unknown. It is recommended not to let outsiders know you possess it. System, did you do this? The system said nothing. So my eldest disciple came back with his face carefully arranged. Too much time has passed, things have changed, and that old friend is no longer here. He did have a bit of the air of a sect leader. He was acting quite well. Then our boat hit something. We are flying so high, how could we still hit something? The random teleport had put Han Ming on an intercept course with the front of my hull, and he took it like a small mountain slamming into him and went out cold. I caught him with the demon binding rope before he could fall. Master, said my eldest disciple, did you tie him up? If I said he bumped into us himself, would you believe it? Meanwhile, my system gave me 3 options. Let him go and bank karma for a hammer that follows a person around gently knocking on his forehead to reform him. Finish him, using a fluid that turns living people into corpses to facilitate the next step of operations, which is a sentence I'd like to discuss with somebody. Or take option 3. Trait. Han Ming's benefactor. You will additionally obtain half of his luck and can predict his opportunity information in advance. As the saying goes, a benefactor should see things through to the end, lest he be burdened and endangered by his opportunities. I have now saved that man's life twice, and he has never once seen my face. An elder from our escort dropped in to help, scrubbing the aura trail with a formation plate. He must have escaped using means related to space. The other party will likely track him down by his aura. Given his status, I said, it is not suitable for him to die in the eastern region. No wonder he could be a peak lord. He sees quite far ahead. Then we searched him. Out of the first ring came the divine sound Lotus Pond and the flower spirit Zither, along with a great deal else. After going around in circles, he didn't expect it to end up in his hands. Our elder, who does this professionally, found a second ring sewn into the lining. I opened it, looked inside, and closed it. Some things you don't say out loud. Then I fed the man a healing pill, tore a pit several jang deep out of the ground with raw qi, laid him in it, let the elder spread a cloak over his face, filled it in, flattened it, dried the top layer so it wouldn't look fresh, and wiped the aura off the whole clearing. Unless one searched carefully, it would be enough to avoid rough investigation. Two of the most powerful organizations on the continent then spent a day and a half searching the sky, the ground, the lakes, and the forests for him, and a race of pursuit and time began. Nangong Ming ran out of patience first. If we cannot kill Han Ming, then we will avenge Nangong Yun and the clansmen who lost their lives. Let's go, kill our way to the Xuanyi sect. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land scrambled hundreds of experts, Swordmaster Lin Yuan among them, and he was not the strongest one they sent. Their holy lord stood in front of a wall of soul tablets and said, "Who on earth dares to make a move against my Cloud Heaven Holy Land?" And in the void above our mountains, Shen Jian received a report and gave an order. The people from the Dongfang clan have headed towards the Xuanyi sect. Tell the old guys over at the Xuanyi sect to be prepared. Do not let any accidents happen. Tell the old guys over at the Xuanyi sect. That is a sentence a man says when he already has people inside it. He Guang, sect master of the Xuanyi sect, woke up that morning with a feeling he had never had in all the years he had lived. At noon, 50 warships stopped over his mountain, at which point the heavy stone hanging in his heart finally fell. It was just a pity that there was no ground below. It was a lake. Li Qingfeng, get out here. His disciples who'd been in the ruins recognized them instantly. It's them. The people who surrounded and killed us in the ruins. He Guang brought out the shattered soul jade and the memorial tablet of Li Qingfeng, 1,000 years old, and held them up as proof. Nangong Ming blew both to powder in the air. You even prepared the props for your act in advance. Then he pulled a slab of stone out of the mountainside, carved 7 characters into it with a finger, and set it upright at the gate. The joint burial tomb of the Xuanyi sect. With this object, can it be said that your Xuanyi sect has already perished? And He Guang, standing there with 1,000 years of history behind him, made the wrong deduction with perfect logic. It's you again, Cloud Heaven Holy Land. If they attacked openly, they'd be constrained by their rivals. But attacking in secret like this, they can absolve themselves of all responsibility. Out loud, are you, the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, not prepared to honor the previous agreement? Nangong Ming's entire strategic problem, how do I do this without my clan being traced, solved itself in front of him. Since you believe I am, then so be it. Not honoring it. What can you do to me? Within 3 breaths, hand over Li Qingfeng, otherwise today will be the day your Xuanyi sect perishes. Behind the shield, his own disciples were furious with him. Why is the sect master still being so polite to them? Our Xuanyi sect is at least the head of the 6 great top factions. Why fear those who provoke us? Sect master, be tougher. He Guang went gray and briefly suspected that these few disciples had been sent by other sects to harm his Xuanyi sect. Then he told them the thing every sect master tells his people on the worst day. Deep within the sect, there are still many old ancestors sleeping. At the critical moment, we will ask the old ancestors to step in. That is where Xuanyang died. I only heard the shouting version of this. He had an old wound. He'd taken it months earlier, throwing himself in front of Ye Chang when the demons came. And it cost him about 1/4 of a second at the wrong moment, and a spear went through him. His last thought was not about himself. It was that fortunately, his beloved disciple, my walking curse, had not yet returned, and he had to send a message telling him to find somewhere to hide. The message never left his hands. The boy he saved was 2,000 miles away, being fitted for the robes of a quasi-saint child. In the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, their holy lord read Zhou Chang's standing order, protect Ye Chang and ensure his safe return at all costs, and sat forward. It was precisely because of that ability and that experience that Elder Zhou Chang rarely paid much attention to ordinary geniuses. Giving such instructions already spoke volumes. Could it be that the bright star in the astrological omen is this Ye Chong, and Ye Chong, who had survived an ambush that killed everyone around him for the third time that year, had gone straight into another breakthrough on arrival? Geniuses always have unique qualities, said the Holy Lord, delighted, breaking through at the critical moment of a life-and-death crisis to turn the tide. Now my schedule that week was mostly naps. By then my contribution to this was a name and a rumor. Back at the Xuanyi sect, hundreds of elders poured everything they had into a single technique, 10,000 sword kill, sword condensation, and built one blade in the sky capable of piercing through heaven and earth near transcendent grade. Nanggong Ming didn't even watch it form. Clan Elder, take action. Let's not waste any more time. Up to that point, his three transcendents hadn't bothered to release their auras, which was also the arrogance of the strong. The weakest of the three came forward with a staff that seemed to weigh thousands of jun, and broke the great sword in one motion, and the elder leading the formation went down, coughing hard. The second strike came with the phantom of a mountain behind it and landed on the shield itself, the shield held by a thread, and the panic started. Panic is contagious. Once it starts, it is like a plague. Some of their elders quit on the spot, mid-siege, out loud. Everyone, I am now quitting the Xuanyi sect. I have absolutely nothing to do with them. Robes and sect tokens hit the ground. This, said Nanggong Ming, is the top force of the eastern region. I have thought about this moment a great deal since. He Guang sent Vice Sect Master Han Wei to wake the old ancestors, rather than going himself, because asking the old ancestors for help personally was actually a very dishonorable thing, and he couldn't be the one to lose face. Han Wei did not come back. The old ancestors did not come out. So He Guang went himself, at a dead run, and found every formation on the path standing wide open. Why hadn't the old ancestors made a move? The chamber doors were open. There was no sign of the old ancestors. Above the formation, the long coffins had vanished without a trace. The ground and surroundings were spotless, as if everything never existed. There was one thing left in the room. Carved into the floor, in fresh strokes, unfilial descendants, you have invited such disaster. The sect is doomed today. We have already taken the sect treasury and departed. Do not miss us. He Guang sat down on the floor of his own ancestral hall. At this moment there was no anger and no despair and certainly no grief. There was only bewilderment. With my sect in crisis, the old ancestors had actually run away? He Guang walked out with empty eyes and told them, "It's over. The Xuanyi sect is finished. The old ancestors, not a single one is left. They all ran away." Bullshit! One of his elders sprinted for the tunnel to check. 10 breaths later, from underground, "Damn it!" Then Nanggong Ming asked for the treasury, and He Guang handed over the token and pointed the way himself, which left the man who was destroying him a bit confused. Gates the height of a cliff, thousands of racks, nothing on any of them. It was like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. The huge sect treasury, apart from the shelves, had nothing at all. A fine Xuanyi sect, to act so decisively. Nanggong Ming turned around. Since that's the case, kill. After today, there will be no more Xuanyi sect. I want to be precise about what happened there, because He Guang never worked it out, and neither did anyone else. Our elders got in first, days earlier. They walked out with the old ancestors, the treasury, and the technique pavilion, and they left a note in the ancestors' own handwriting on the floor. The Xuanyi sect died believing its own founders had abandoned it. The Holy Land arrived to a ruin. Your Xuanyi sect, as a top force in the eastern region, how did you end up like this? Why not invite your old ancestor out to handle the crisis? And He Guang started laughing. Cloud Heaven Holy Land, you truly have a good strategy. Playing the good cop and the bad cop. You've really coordinated well. Is it time for the fake concern next? They asked where the old ancestors had gone. They asked about the sacred artifact and the legacy. Where did they go? Everything was taken away by them. I don't know where they went. Go ahead and look. And then, giggling, they're gone. Ha ha ha. They're all gone. Ha 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 ha. The Holy Land concluded he had lost his mind. A mere setback, and his heart nature is so fragile. Can such a person really be a sect master? Zhou Chang passed sentence on a 1,000-year sect in one sentence. From this day forward, there will be no more Xuanyi sect in the eastern region. Do you all understand? Then, to his people, clean up this place and see if their sect's spiritual vein is still here. He went to check the Cultivation and Martial Pavilion himself. It was unexpected. It was completely empty. 2 days later, a shout went up on the Holy Land's boat. Ming! Found him. Where? Underground. They had searched the skies, the ground, the lakes, and the forests for so long, and it turned out he was underground. Han Ming came around and felt safe. Then there was no then, because as for why he ended up underground, he had no idea. Then his hand went to his belt. Damn it! The damn thief! He stole from me again. The last time he had been robbed this cleanly was, just last time. Li Qingfeng. Damn it. He must be addicted to stealing. He hadn't even warmed them up yet, and they had been stolen again. His heart was bleeding. At home on the peak, I asked Wen Qing how the fruit was going. Don't worry, master. This disciple has been trying hard to eat them. Junior brother Wen, said my lazy one, you should learn more from senior brother Shen. When he eats, he stuffs it in. Using bowls or basins isn't enough. He has to use a pot. Actually, I said, I shouldn't give him a pot. Last time he even ate one of my pots. Senior brother Shen, you have this unique skill too? It's been so long. I didn't expect master to still remember. Qin Li came in, sniffed once in my lazy one's direction and said, did senior brother Zhou go to find women? How can you ruin someone's innocence out of thin air? I am a dashing hero. How could I do such romantic things? You? A bit lacking? Say that again? If those things senior brother Zhou is tinkering with accidentally explode, I believe senior brother's face will certainly be fine. Then she cracked her knuckles. I ask senior brother Zhou for your guidance. Junior brother Zhou sparring with junior sister Qin, said my eldest helpfully, can also serve as an opportunity for me to observe and learn. Of course, my second disciple produced a handful of blood-red fruit, senior brother Shen. Stirring up trouble can easily bring fire upon yourself. Come out, chicken bro. Nothing happened. Hei Feng was in the ruins, 400 feet underground, asleep on a breakthrough. Hei Feng's speed will also increase, said my third disciple pleasantly. By then, chasing you down to beat you up won't be a problem. How can a man like me be bullied by a chicken? He put the fruit away. Anyway, we are all under the same master. It wouldn't be good if we get injured. On her way out, she added, not long ago, I heard a senior brother say that if he still couldn't figure it out, his hair would all fall out. What a sin. He wasn't joking about the work, though. This Tao is somewhat unprecedented. Just meditating on it won't yield anything. The dragon, meanwhile, had become a business. We cut regularly because it would grow back after being cut, and it would be a waste not to cut it. And my youngest disciple's jerky supply had gone from a jar to a room. And I had a laundering problem to solve, which Han Ming had generously solved for me. I had just robbed a wave from him, so now I could use his name to move things into the sect, including marrow cleansing fruit. Because as a quasi-saint child, having some in his storage ring shouldn't be considered strange. The last thing on my list was the key, and the key had a catch. If this item was something very few people knew about, asking would be equivalent to admitting he had it. So I said, to the empty room, in a slightly louder voice than necessary, the knowledgeable Peak Lord Qin, how could you not know about matters related to the key of unsealing? 3 breaths of silence. Master, I suspect you are pointing at me. No need to suspect. Current talent is insufficient. It needs to be strengthened. I strengthened knowledgeable. Nothing happened. Current content quality is relatively high. Needs to be strengthened one more time. Fine. He had been tricked by the system again. After the second enhancement, the knowledge surfaced on its own, the way a name does when you stop trying to remember it, and I sat there for a long while with 8 keys and a sealed battlefield turning over in my head. And in the north, on a boat coming home, an elder sent a message ahead to his holy lord. Holy lord, come quickly. This Ye Chang that Elder Zhou Chang emphasized truly has exceptional qualities. The Holy Lord came in person. Because Ye Chang was not breaking through the way people break through, his aptitude and physique seemed to be changing along with it. He had taken no pills, he had used no treasures. The Holy Lord, who had walked in mildly disappointed, my disaster star's current realm and aptitude were truly lacking, walked out having revised his entire estimate. Generally, aptitude and physique are innate. But this Ye Chang, if he were to have a few more breakthroughs like this, it is just unknown where his upper limit truly lies. Send someone to investigate his background. Please do. It's a good story. Meanwhile, I finally understood what I was holding. There was a war, long ago, between the saints of this world, over an object connected to immortality. That battle had another name back then. The War for Immortality. Nobody knows who won. What is known is that the fighting almost destroyed this world. So somebody sealed the battlefield and put it outside the world and made 8 keys, and nobody knows who, and nobody knows where they went. And ever since, it has become steadily harder to become a saint, because origin spiritual energy is running out. Since the Saint War, no new origin spiritual veins have condensed. The exhaustion of the origin spiritual veins had become a consensus, which is why every power on this continent believes the same thing. Gather the 8 keys, break the seal, and the world starts making origin veins again. They call it the Great World Struggle. I took my key out to look at it, and it trembled in my palm, and a thread of aura ran out of it and into the ground. System. What is going on? The key of unsealing Kun has appeared in the world. This is a normal phenomenon. So this thing is not something I actively use? That is correct. Then how many keys have appeared in the world now? There was a pause. Reporting to Master, they are all gathered. The world shook. So I haven't even prepared yet, and it has already started? The system, soothingly, said the seal would not open immediately, that the timing was unknown, and that it would inform me 1 month in advance. Everywhere on the continent, it was as if a giant hand had invisibly patted this world. Cultivators came out of sealed chambers on 4 continents at once. Somebody handed me this account, and I have kept it. In the western region, the abbot of the Golden Light Hall vanished inside a column of Buddha light, returned, and told his monks, "A great change is coming to this world. Blessings and calamities will surely appear in the world in great numbers. You all must go to various regions to spread the sound of our Buddhism." I was not invited, which has never stopped me knowing. In the south, the great Zhou Holy Dynasty, which happened to be sitting on the 8th key, felt it react, and their emperor went down through layer after layer of formation, past ranks of ancient guardians, into the deepest vault in the empire. The key was not there. Who the hell stole it? Nobody stole it. Naturally, my system borrowed it. I choose to believe there's a difference. In the north, 3 holy lands went to alert, and one of them started gathering forces immediately, because one of them already knew what was coming. Elder Feng of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land lost his breakthrough to the tremor and said philosophically, "If I want a breakthrough, I can only wait for next time." And our own elders, halfway home, "Old fellows, we need to speed up. Something big must have happened. The old ancestors are calling for us to return to the sect quickly." The initiator of all this was completely unaware. He didn't know how much of a stir he had caused just by accidentally taking out something my system had given him. Shen Jian came home, and Xiao Tianyu asked him delicately whether the old ancestors of the Xuanyi sect might have been, The old ancestors are barely breathing. Where would they have the energy to stir up this muddy water? Not a flicker. Then, however, I did go to watch the excitement. It was quite spectacular. He handed over a ring full of memory stones. "Study materials I specially brought back for you all. Don't waste my painstaking efforts. Watch them well and study them well. Since we have seen the mistakes others have made, we must try our best to avoid them." Then the serious part. The great era is about to begin. Opportunities and dangers may both reappear in the world. If the disciples cannot fight for the opportunities, let the elders go, but never let the disciples suffer any accidents. Was the last key of unsealing found? I suppose so. The pieces in the sect have changed now. The pieces in my sect. Anyway, my sect owns keys. Nobody had thought to mention this. However, it is unclear who found the last piece. Then he checked the sky and left at speed. Oh no, I'm going to miss mealtime. The news about the Xuanyi sect reached the taverns the same week. This Xuanyi sect, guess what happened? It's gone. What does that mean? The Xuanyi sect is gone. It was destroyed. From now on, in the eastern domain, there will be no more Xuanyi sect. Saying it was gone might not have had an impact, but saying it was destroyed gave a completely different feeling. The Flower Spirit sect, which had lost a disciple and 2 irreplaceable treasures in one afternoon, found itself unexpectedly comforted. Looking at it this way, Han Ming seemed to have been quite polite to their Flower Spirit sect. Their sect leader went further. This Han Ming's petty-mindedness was simply ridiculously small. How about later, I talk to the old ancestors. Let the flower spirit zither and the divine sound lotus pond be a loss to avoid disaster. The Azure Cloud sect held a party. The 6 great top-tier powers will become history after today. As long as we swallow the territory left by the Xuanyi sect, my Azure Cloud sect can become the sole dominant power. And, on the moral question, if it was destroyed by the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, it must be because the Xuanyi sect did something bad. Which is when my sect leader, reading the report on his desk, the old ancestors of the Xuanyi sect ran off with the contents of the treasury. This style of doing things, why does it feel so familiar? I'm not too sure about this matter, but it is worth learning from this line of thinking. It would be strange if it weren't familiar. It wouldn't be strange for one old ancestor to run away, but for a whole group to run away together, how could it be such a coincidence? Then I gave him the ring I'd taken off Han Ming. The correct ring had marrow cleansing fruit in it. These things, are they really from his storage ring? Sect leader. He is, after all, a quasi-saint child. A quasi-saint child can't be like this either. Yifeng, this couldn't have been put there by you, could it? Sect leader is joking. How could my small hidden origin peak have such things? I gave him the whole haul, including the flower spirit zither, and watched a grown man try to work out how to explain that to anybody. Up north, my incarnation was shopping for a disciple. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land runs its recruitment through dozens of preliminary screening sites, and the location list is not public. I went to an elder's residence and noted that other visitors were arriving at the side door in cloaks and masks. Can one meet without showing their true face? He drummed his fingers on his desk. This matter, it's not hard to say it's hard, but to say it's simple, it's not exactly simple either. I put a storage ring on the desk. A bit of greed appeared in his eyes. This matter, it's not an easy job. That's all there is. I got the map. And then, unprompted, the rest of the menu. This is the junior assessment after all. Do you not have any enemy juniors or juniors you find unpleasant to look at? As long as it is within the scope I am responsible for, can you also make them not be recruited? Sometimes background is also a part of strength, don't you think? Money can make the devil turn the mill. I found him in a noodle shop. Mo ran. 3rd stage of the Tao platform. Earth peak aptitude. Mortal physique. 2 talents. Turn misfortune into fortune. And mastery of lightning. And, in the special slot, cultivation simplification system. Can simplify cultivation realms, cultivation processes, cultivation difficulty, techniques, martial skills, and so on. At its current rank, a major realm that costs everyone else 9 breakthroughs costs him 5. Same difficulty per step, same final power. Every step Moran takes is equivalent to others taking 2 steps. Then if it keeps being simplified, is it possible to become a saint in 1 step? Of course. As long as the simplification rank is high enough to become a saint, half a step is sufficient. Then my system said something new. Warning. The target system has detected this system's probe. System. Didn't you say others wouldn't be able to discover it? The hosts of other systems won't know. But other systems can perceive it. Then, in the flattest voice it owns, attempting to intrude, failed, retrying, failed, abandoning intrusion plan. The current new plan is violent conquest in progress. Target system is resisting, conquering, violent conquest successful. I had a premonition that a fierce battle must have taken place in a realm beyond my perception. I also faintly sensed a hint of pride. Inside the noodle shop, my newest disciple heard his own system whisper, "Young master, be careful. A big shot has arrived nearby. Although the other party is strong, there is no malice. Current favorability value, 30. I sat down across from him. I see that your aptitude is not bad. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Where does my good aptitude come from? And his own system, without hesitation, sold him out. It is just that the system does not want to work hard anymore, so it disguised you to win the favor of the passing big shot so that he would take you as his disciple. You, young master, just do it. Just do it. If young master doesn't take him as a master, I will run away from home. A window opened in front of the boy. The system is packing its bags, preparing to run away from home. System! Didn't you say before that joining the Cloud Heaven Holy Land was the best? Young master, that was because this big shot before you hadn't passed by. Meanwhile, my own system reported, have arranged for the subordinate system to guide the target. I hadn't taken a disciple yet, and the other party's system had already come over. If I can't take a disciple, I'll take a system. After that, my reading of this is simple, and I will give it to you at the end. There was one problem. He'd already entered the Holy Land's assessment, and if you pass, you cannot give it up. Refusing would mean having an opinion against the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, and not only oneself, but also related relatives and forces will be implicated. So I went back to the elder with the drumming fingers and bought a failure. He was surprised. This kid named Mo Ran has offended quite a few people. Someone actually wants to screen him out again. And then, visibly doing arithmetic, screen out one person, earn 2 portions of benefits. Then he performed reluctance, explained that my newest disciple was a rare genius junior of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, and wrote a number on the desk in spiritual energy. Any less won't do. When I paid, he offered the upgrade. Mo Ran will no longer pass the assessment. If any accident happens next, the Holy Land will not make any statement. If your excellency wishes for him to have some accident, no need. Behind me, as I left. What a pity. The previous person had this intention, but couldn't reach an agreement because of the price. Someone had already tried to buy that boy's death. They just haggled too hard. That night the results went up and the crowd surged, and behind them a noodle seller was shouting, "Damn it, come back. You haven't paid for your meal yet. Boss, I'm leaving. Once I pass the assessment, I'll definitely pay you." He read the list 3 times. His system, gently. Young master is still young, and the world is complex. Young master cannot handle it. System, you are right. It seems I must go to that senior's side to gain some time to grow. He knelt in the road and put his head to the ground. Junior Mo Ran is willing to take senior as my master. 10,000 experience and a disciple recruitment gift pack. It's just that I didn't know if this counted as a bonus from Wen Qing. On the way home, I asked about the simplification. At the current rank, cultivation still requires maintaining a cultivation posture. What about the process of cultivation? It's gone. Just sitting cross-legged is enough. Then what if it continues to be simplified? Just sitting is enough, then just being awake is enough, then just being alive is enough. I suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for my second disciple. Right on cue, my own system used the moment to draw more pies. At level 4, I could set trials that grant disciples their own personal systems. And at level 5, there was a system bond draw. System. Have you ever heard of an idiom? The future is promising? No. Going from bad to worse. Sure enough, pie won't fall from the sky, but drawn pies will. 2 days out, 5 men came up behind our boat. Ding Qian, 4th stage of creation, and 4 friends, and my system offered me 3 choices. And I want to flag the third one, which was to wipe out the entire Ma clan, for which the reward was a saint top item called the High Monk Buddha Bone. Those who obtain this item will possess great compassion and mercy. Is this third reward correct? The background. The Ma and the Zhao have been feuding for generations. The Ma got strong, the Zhao got weak, and the Ma had decided to finish it. Mo Ran had been walking to the Holy Land's assessment for one reason, which was to come back with enough backing to protect his family. Classic. It was no less than that youth who lived on either side of the Great River for 60 years. I offered to handle it. He said no. I would like to handle this matter myself, treating it as a trial for myself. And my system murmured that he did in fact have a quest to resolve his family's predicament on his own. Just right. I will take this opportunity to teach you some philosophy. Ding Qian ordered us to stop. Our boat stopped. 2 little things. Really scared, huh? And the formations came up around us, layer over layer, sealing the whole stretch of sky off from the world outside. When you can win, I told my new disciple, remember to hide the commotion well before you strike. Then we opened with every talisman I had at spirit rank and above all at once. Damn it, is this necessary? At that moment, he regretted it. However, he only regretted it halfway, because for the remaining half, he no longer had the life to continue. Afterward, I collected the splinters of their boat with a jade bottle, because they were good wood. Do you have any insights? Moran thought about it seriously. Make the most thorough preparations, and strike with the most fierce and ruthless hand. Not bad. This, my newest, was the kind of talent the sect needed. This next part is the reason I sleep well. The Xiao family situation turned out to be worse than a feud. The Ma clan had bought an elder of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, one Wang Wu, and in 2 days, he was going to come and end it. And every ally the Xiao family had was already backing away. I went to look at him at a banquet held in his honor. Have you all heard of that Sword Immortal? Could it be that you even know him? Wrong. This senior is quite familiar with that Sword Immortal, and we can be considered to have a good friendship. If I encounter any trouble, I can even ask him for help. These small local powers were as easy to fool as ever. Later, in his chambers, with an entire clan's worth of flattery still ringing in his ears, a token came in through the window and landed on the table in front of him. Purple gold, guest elder of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, and a hoarse voice out of nowhere. I heard you and I are very close. It was over. The bluff had been blown. He got outside fast enough to leave his shoes, saw the sword hanging in the air above the roof, and hit himself across the face hard enough to draw blood. This junior deserves death for speaking recklessly and tarnishing senior's reputation. The Xiao family cannot be harmed. He immediately volunteered to slaughter the Ma clan on the spot as an apology. No need. I am testing the younger generation of the Xiao family. The Ma family is pressure for the Xiao family. You should understand. Do not let a third person know. A pause. If you do well, I will give you rewards. He went back inside shaking and also glowing because I must seize this heaven-sent opportunity. Having an identity is really much more convenient. I wonder if there is any powerful old ancestor from my own sect out traveling, so I can impersonate them too. Around then, the Cloud Heaven Holy Land Star Watchers filed 2 updates. First, that disaster star in the eastern region has completely disappeared. Second, I remember this bright star didn't seem this bright. I had already moved on to my next problem by then. They explained both themselves. The disaster star vanished at the same time as the Xuanyi sect, which is actually a good thing. And Ye Cheng's star was brighter because he had entered the Holy Land and been influenced by it. The pack for taking a 4th disciple contained 5 things, and one of them broke my whole economy. 1 origin spiritual vein. I take a small private pleasure in this one. Then my guess is that nobody in that room slept afterward. The word 1 is doing a lot of work there. What came out was a mountain range tens of thousands of li long without a single ordinary stone in it, entirely composed of origin spirit stones, comparable in scale to the entire territory of the 5-element sect. The description carried a note: do not take out casually, please find a spacious place. In terms of generous quantity system, you have truly never let me down. Thank you for the praise, Master. In the future, I will lead my subordinates to continue our efforts. So my subordinates. It has staff now. So that great world struggle, the whole reason 4 regions were arming, the recovery of the origin spiritual veins, stopped mattering to me personally in about 4 seconds. I was free from origin spiritual vein worries. The second item was a brush. Simplified Tao brush. Disciple reads 10,000 books. Master writes like a god. The more things the disciple simplifies, the more powerful this brush becomes. It can simplify the target's strength, their connection to the Tao of heaven and earth, the armor and clothing on their body, parts of their body, tiring the disciple to death, delighting the master to death. It looks like an ordinary writing brush with one character on the handle, simple and unadorned, very much in line with the sect's philosophy. Third, a talent, karma impermanence, plant good causes, reap good fruits, plant evil causes, still reap good fruits. And fourth, a saint technique I could not use, because saint techniques require a saint. So, is this just for me to look at? Then the brush spent its charge on it. The Saint King imprisoning heaven art took its creator an entire lifetime to build. Its principle is one word: imprison. He used it on an enemy faction and locked them in place forever, not even allowing their souls to depart. Imprisoning without killing, cutting off all external objects of heaven and earth, letting the long passage of time bury them. After simplification, the complete text of that technique read, "Congratulations, you have mastered it. Method of use, raise the brush and draw a circle around the target. That's it, just drawing a circle is enough. The stronger I am, the stronger the circle. It really is that the great Tao is the simplest." I tested it once, and the resulting noise brought thousands of divine thoughts around from every direction, both open and hidden, and I had to burn an illusion array to cover the trail, which is how my sect leader ended up on my doorstep at midnight. "The commotion you made was not small. Even old ancestor Shen was alarmed." Then fondly, "As expected of you, kid. Now quietly, the commotions you make are becoming increasingly extraordinary." Then he got to it. "Do you still have those flat green vegetables from last time? People, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality." He had tasted the sweetness. He also put in an order for the other thing, the one Song Peng had brought materials for, with a specification. The stronger the strength of the Yao beast or spirit beast, the better the effect. "I will find someone to help. Why be polite with me? When I check the situation later, I will get you some fierce goods. Yao beast or spirit beast, whatever. There is still a saint rank one kept in the backyard. 400 miles away, a black dragon woke up. Damned human. Must be plotting against this dragon again." In the middle of the night, there was clearly no wind, but it felt cold anyway. There must be nothing good going on. The simplification system also came with a characteristic for me, which paid experience every time my disciple simplified something, plus draw chances on his quests, plus one line I read 3 times. Current cultivation and aptitude can be optimized. System. Can the simplified techniques and martial skills be used by others? Techniques and martial skills simplified by the simplified Tao brush can be checked before simplification to see if they can be used by others. It only requires spending a certain amount of cost. Sit with that for a moment. If a saint law could be optimized to remove the threshold, everyone could easily cultivate it. As long as the elders of my sect were towering trees, even if I didn't make a move, I could enjoy the shade no matter how I walked. Then I optimized myself. Realm. A major realm now takes 3 breakthroughs instead of 9, saving 2/3 of the difficulty and the time. Aptitude, saint rank, top grade, and a counter had appeared under my physique that hadn't been there before. 5-element saint body, 0 of 5. Master can further enhance the 5-element saint body by conquering the origin powers corresponding to the 5 elements. Still have to collect them, it's too troublesome. How about you go help me to... No, wait, borrow them over? Master, I am a serious system. Do you even believe that yourself? A long pause. Sigh. Meanwhile, my newest disciple's own first quest closed out with a score of 11 on a scale whose maximum is 10. Congratulations to the little master for apprenticing to a big shot, exceeding the completion of this task. It paid him a Thunder Saint physique, and his system explained why, with beautiful honesty. The system previously disguised itself for the little master, which is why it attracted the favor of the big shot. Of course, I have to give the little master some things. Otherwise, if the little master were to slip up, you might have to pack your bags and get lost. And I got a Saint physique draw. It spanned through Charm, Cauldron, Spear, Great Ominous, Clear Water, Longevity, and landed on Void Saint Physique, Saint High. By utilizing the Void origin, one can completely conceal oneself within the Void, coming and going without a trace. Quietly, I leave, just as I came quietly. Waving my sleeves, I can depart without disturbing a single cloud, and I can also collapse a region of the Void. There was exactly one candidate. At the very least, he will be a saint of running away. while the eastern region carved up the Xuanyi sect's corpse, azure cloud moving at night, flower spirit right behind them, the Haoshan sect coming from 3 provinces away, and the Jixiao sect, the 6th power, saying nothing at all as usual. My sect leader gave our people their instructions. The important thing is participating. Just set an example. If you can't compete for it, then you can't. And I went to the ruins and put down a mountain range. The ground moved for a full minute. Now my bomb maker arrived at speed, stopped in midair, and looked at a spine of raw origin spirit stone running past the horizon in both directions. Is this what Master, the big shot, is like? The scale is too terrifying. Master, what is this? I planted so many trees. The spiritual energy here isn't quite enough. So this was done by Master just to plant trees? You could say that. Then I opened the Void Saint Physique's container, which is a golden box with a sliding lid, and he leaned over the edge and said, "Quite advanced, it even comes with a pillow." Then he began strapping metal plates to himself, around the waist and legs. Mainly because I'm afraid of any accidents. If senior brother Shen sees it, I'm afraid he'll feel inferior. I picked him up like a hawk catching a chick and put him in and slid the lid shut over the sound of, "It's reversed, it's reversed." The new origin energy in that valley agreed with everything living in it, including the prisoner. The black dragon found the air better than its own ancestral lair. Even if it didn't move, it could grow faster, and briefly entertained the thought that perhaps, by staying by the other party's side, it could gain more benefits. The thought enraged it more than the imprisonment had. The noble dragon clan, how could they bow to a lowly human? System. Does the increase in origin spiritual energy have an impact on the danger of the black dragon? Yes. The host can spend an additional 3 experience points daily to isolate the external origin spiritual energy. Reliable. The pillar cut its supply, and it went back to swearing at me in a language it thought I didn't speak. It seems that so many days have not been able to change your heart nature. Since that's the case, then my sect leader and the others will have a treat. By then, my spear disciple was late to lunch, having been off checking some information about a treasure map he'd obtained a long time ago. After you finish eating, take Mingmei's blade and come with me to the backyard. He'd never seen the origin vein before. Cultivating in the old valley had been like drinking sugar water. Standing on that ridge was like stepping into a honey jar. Master, isn't this too terrifying? Just get used to it. Master, what are we going to do? Going to pick some good meat for the sect leader. A little way off, the ironclad brown ape was working on its courage by standing directly under the dragon's roars with its fur on end and its heart going like a drum, which it did most afternoons now, and the angry roar suddenly turned into a completely different sound. That sudden long howl gave the ironclad brown ape a considerable start. It stood very still for a while, then it looked down at itself, shivered once, and decided firmly to think about something else. When our boat came back riding low with a rich harvest, the ape did not come over to say hello. Back home, I floated a proposal past my sect leader. The Xuanyi sect's territory borders ours. Shall we annex some and be the head of the top forces for a while? Yifeng, your idea is very dangerous. Must not. Must not. I'm teasing you. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. I still understand that. He turned the phrase over, tasted it, and gave me a thumbs up. Good. Worthy of being you, kid. It really makes people feel at ease. So this side doesn't have this saying. Our official policy on the collapse of the regional order, as stated by the man running my sect. There are no plans for the time being. Let them fight for a while first, then weigh the situation in all directions and analyze the pros and cons of helping various parties rise. As long as it's not my 5-element sect rising. If there is no tall tree, then lift one up, and you can also enjoy the shade. Oh, I said. And for the thing you wanted last night, I happened to get some materials. This afternoon, you will have a treat. Then I set it on the table. It was pearl white, faintly pink at the edges, oval, and it came up past a man's waist. Of course, my boss did not move for several seconds. Just picked, I said. Very fresh. Just picked, he said carefully. This isn't a fruit, is it? Of course not. The real deal, a black dragon egg. He walked around it once, still calculating its diameter. If cultivated well, couldn't it hatch a powerful Yao beast? I let a respectful pause happen. Sect leader, this egg is not that kind of egg. I see. Then his eyes narrowed. Just picked. It's only been half a morning. Have you gone out? Did you use that illusion array to hide from me and go out? Sect leader, look at how honest I am. His thoughts moved fast enough that for a moment he couldn't find a good answer to that, which is the only defense I have ever needed. He let it go. Won't ask. You are not young anymore. Whatever you do, just be safe. Then he took the universe tower off my hands. I will go ask the old ancestors to prepare some defensive measures for you. No words were needed, just the feeling. I've had power in this world for a while now. I'd rather have this. The other thing is for the outside. This is for the inside. Consider me owing you a favor, kid, he said, and left. Naturally, my cook examined the egg with professional interest. Master, this egg is so big, can it hatch a small Yao beast? This egg definitely can't. It's only suitable for eating. Then, stew it together with marrow-cleansing fruits. Because that was the whole point. Hand a man a marrow-cleansing fruit, and he'll put it in a vault. Put it in a stew he's already eating, and the benefits arrive subtle and silent. Which was also my problem with the rest of my sect. Rather than leaving it to the sect leader, it was better to do it myself. Because no matter how much I gave them, constrained by their understanding of what those fruits are worth, they would surely hold back. A scenario where each person eats a handful wouldn't happen. So I put an illusion array over all 5 peaks. And that night I went to water the old ancestors, on the grounds that the Xuanyi sect job had been a big one, and the old ancestors must be tired. This time I'd investigate first, then pour. I am told the silence lasted a while. In the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, Ye Chang came out of a breakthrough that had raised his realm, his physique and his divine thought simultaneously, which was simply unheard of, and drew the obvious conclusion. Now that I have just arrived at the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, I have had such a great breakthrough. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land is truly where I belong. Zhou Chang agreed. The star is brighter because it has come to the Holy Land. Then they told him the Xuanyi sect was gone and his master was dead. Here is a scene I did not arrange and could not have improved. He flinched, and it was genuine, and it was not about them. In fact, he was more concerned about another matter. The enlightenment tea in his hands was almost used up. There must still be some in the Xuanyi sect. Out loud, it's truly a pity. Then he negotiated. Was the quasi-saint child offer still valid? And one more thing. I once heard that there is a Sword Immortal elder in the Holy Land. I am skilled with the sword. Is it possible for him to take me as his disciple? I want that in writing somewhere. The boy I planted in the Xuanyi sect to serve as a walking curse asked to become my disciple through an intermediary without knowing I existed. That Sword Immortal elder travels outside all year round and rarely returns. Zhou Chang's private assessment went to the Holy Lord that night. In terms of heart nature, his ambition is too great. From the 5-element sect to the Xuanyi sect, and then to joining the Holy Land, none of it was very difficult for him. Regarding loyalty, I'm afraid it might be hard to retain. If he cannot be influenced to be loyal, then use all kinds of methods to ensure he will not and cannot leave the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, and use him thoroughly. They handed him to Lin Yuan, the Swordmaster, to keep an eye on. The strongest organization on the continent had just adopted a live grenade and assigned their best man to hold it. Meanwhile, Peak Lord Zhao Ning of Shenyuan Peak invited me over to look at his disciples the way I look at people, on the theory that teaching students in accordance with their aptitude allows for better results. He also mentioned casually that the Cloud Heaven Holy Land has someone skilled in the art of observing people, named Zhou Chang. I paid for the visit with a request. There is a disciple on my peak who likes to read techniques and martial skills, the more the better. He gave me a token to their library. Then he took me past an illusion array into the inner grounds, and I found out what my sect actually keeps in the cupboard. 80% of the disciples in there were heaven-grade aptitude or above. Of that 80%, nearly 40% were spirit rank. I remembered a room full of peak lords standing up out of their chairs because my eldest disciple tested at spirit low. To be able to sit in the position of sect leader, one really cannot rely on strength alone. Are there Saint-grade aptitudes? There are some. They are not here right now. Those who have Saint-grade aptitude will surely stir up some wind and cloud. Staying in the sect to cultivate blindly is not necessarily a good thing. Appropriate travel and adventure are the most suitable. Beat. If it far exceeds what the disciples can handle, the old ancestors of each peak who are following will still intervene. As expected, he knew it. The current Hidden Origin peak is probably the most honest place in this sect. However many people are on the surface, that's how many there actually are. Then I did the job I'd come for. I eased the escorting elder into an illusion, dropped an array over 400 of the sect's finest young talents. Inside, an illusion and a total loss of motor control. Outside, a picture of absolutely nothing happening, opened every mouth with spiritual force, and pressed marrow-cleansing fruit into all of them. The whole process was not complicated. The power of the illusion array is truly not to be underestimated. That's about it. Work is done. Time to eat. Anyway, my eldest disciple, meanwhile, was preparing to follow his treasure map into the Jitian mountain range in the far southwest corner of the eastern region on Jixiao sect land. The system offered me the usual 3 doors. And the third one, refuse out loud, then follow him in secret, paid a talent called camouflage mastery, described as far more than simply lying without blushing or skipping a beat. I took it, and then told my disciple, Your strength is no longer weak. There will likely be no elder following to protect you this time. If you encounter danger, you can only call for help, but you must deal with it yourself until reinforcements arrive. Which is when my sect leader approved and then asked the question that gave the game away. As his master, are you going or not? I'll follow him to see his progress. If you weren't going, I would have gone to other peaks to borrow an old ancestor. Then he handed the universe tower back, and inside it was a mountain of spirit stones and 3 ancient coffins standing in a formation, bearing the crest of the Xuan Yi sect. The old ancestors borrowed some old ancestors from next door, and I asked for some for you. The one in the middle is roughly at the peak of Tao comprehension. The 2 on the sides are middle to late stage. However, they have very little lifespan left. At most, they can each make 1 move. Then he handed me a jade talisman. It contains prepared speeches and the methods to open the coffins. If you really encounter danger, just throw the coffins out. Remember to pretend to be a core true disciple of the Xuan Yi sect. The better you act, the harder they will protect you. If you don't have time to act, just play dead. They don't have much lifespan left, and if they don't act, they will never have another chance at glory, so they will definitely act. I did not expect that I would also be able to obtain a portable old grandfather. I could not treat the old ancestors poorly, water them with the spirit spring, a big ladle full. The farewell dinner had a black dragon egg in it. Song Peng arrived at a run. Very good, senior brother sect leader. You went to scam people again. Didn't you say you were in seclusion? Why are you here to sponge a meal again? You think everyone's like an old man like you. That night, I flew out to the old ancestors' cavern in a cloak, hovered over the mountain and said, System, detect the area underground. Number of targets in the specified area, 0. System, are you broken? A pause. Master, the system's detection range is limited. Could it be that the old ancestors really hid themselves so? I thought about the Xuan Yi sect's empty treasury and decided not to finish that sentence. Number of targets, 1. After that, my old ancestor came up out of the rock beneath me. Senior, please stay. Damn it. Now there's no way to quietly water the life spiritual spring. 3 options again. The first one was to leave silently for a technique called twist head and pull spine hand, whose description promised that the stronger my cultivation, the more complete the spine pulled out would be, and I would like the record to show that I have never asked for any of this. The second was to confess. The third was to keep acting. And it paid a sacred artifact, above Saint rank, the Wind and Cloud Mountain River Fan, famed weapon of Ye Kanghai, old ancestor of Xunyuan Peak, 28th generation of the 5 elements section. System, how did you get this fan? Did old ancestor Ye Kanghai go out on a journey? Reporting to Master, it was borrowed. He never returned after going out on a journey. Master can rest assured and pretend. I changed my voice with an illusion and let the fan unfold in my hand, aura and all. I've been out for too long. I estimate not many people remember this old man anymore. Is Senior a member of my 5 elements sect? This old man, Ye Kanghai. Shenzhen's aura shook. Old ancestor Yi, is it really you? Apparently, that is exactly how the man introduced himself in the archives. There is still karma that needs to be dealt with. This old man cannot stay for too long. I handed over the life spiritual spring. 1 drop per person. Is that enough? He hesitated in the direction of no. I added more. Then, on the way out, casually, are there still origin spiritual veins in the sect? There are still some available. There are still some available. Right on cue, my sect owns keys and origin veins and does not mention either. Behind me, Shenzhen stood in the dark for a long time. The great era is about to begin. Are the old ancestors who went on journeys gradually starting to return? And my own conclusions. A sacred artifact. And a 28th generation. So my 5 elements sect indeed had saint rank powerhouses before. I just don't know if there are still any saint rank old ancestors present now, which is exactly why I left in 90 seconds. If a saint rank powerhouse existed and thoroughly investigated me, I might expose myself. A superficial pretense is easier to succeed. System. The life spiritual spring original liquid isn't much anymore. When can we borrow the spring eye? Master. Not yet. So it means it will be possible, right? A pause. Master, you win. Please, Master. Work hard to raise the system's rank. Somewhere out in the starry void, very far away, a figure stopped moving. Why do I feel like I suddenly lost something? Then his voice changed. To be able to silently steal this old man's fan, and even erase this old man's imprint. He tried to trace it and found nothing at all. Why is there not the slightest trace to be calculated? Although this Wind and Cloud Mountain and River fan is no longer of use to me, it has accompanied this old man for the longest time. It seems I will have to ask my senior brothers for some help. I'd like to note for later that old ancestor Ye Kanghai is not dead and has brothers. On the flight south, Mo Ran looked down at the eastern region and said something that surprised me. The eastern region is not the barren land for cultivation or the place of suffering and poverty that I had heard about. The city below, in terms of liveliness, is no worse than the cities I have visited before. So I gave him the only real lesson I know. The world is vast, and there are many opinions. Everyone observes this world from their own perspective, but not even the most powerful people, or the most ancient and authoritative books, can truly present the world as it is. If you want to gain true understanding, action is the best source of knowledge. Unity of knowledge and action. One must read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. He bowed. Thank you, Master. This disciple has been taught. Then I gave him a saint's legacy, and his system had to talk him down off the ceiling. Because even in the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, one becomes a saint and still has to perform exceptionally well to have a chance to come into contact with a saint's legacy, and it might not even be complete. Later, privately, system. Do you think if Master finds out that I tricked him into taking me as a disciple because of you, he will be very angry? Little Master, trust the system. As long as you don't say anything, the big shot will definitely not know. He must not let his situation of being unworthy of the name be exposed. I have 4 disciples now. 3 of them are hiding something from me. The 4th is Mingmei, who is hiding a stew. Back at Sunyuan Peak, meanwhile, 400 elite disciples simultaneously underwent a spontaneous and total marrow cleansing, and their aptitudes went up across the board, and the Peak Lord went looking for answers. Elder Li, did Yifeng really just chat with them? He only asked about some basic information. There was nothing else. How strange. Although it was a good thing, not knowing the reason still made one feel somewhat uneasy. So he went to my sect leader, who had abruptly gone into seclusion. Zhao Ning stood outside the door and counted 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 18 formations, 10 soundproofing formations, 5 isolation formations, 3 suppression formations. What is the sect leader's senior brother up to? Could it be a sister-in-law? But I remember before, didn't the sister-in-law say that my sect leader's senior brother was already old despite being young? The doubts were not resolved. Instead, new doubts were gained. Underground, the old ancestors of my own sect were having the liveliest evening in 2 centuries. With these life-extending spiritual liquids, the old ancestors will definitely be able to go much further. I really must thank Yizong old ancestor for his care. I have no idea who Yizong is. Someone in that cave has been taking credit for my watering for months. The night before departure, there was a light on in my eldest's window. On his desk, in boxes, in order, essentials for surviving alone, how to be more cautious and secure when going out for experience, records and analysis of previous senior brother's solo experience. Did you know? A 99% chance of winning is not considered certainty. He was holding one in his left hand and taking notes with his right. I slept until noon. As the saying goes, if you don't sleep at night, you'll be drowsy during the day. Mo Ran came around the corner, saw me standing next to my incarnation, and stopped dead. Master. What is this? I'm usually too lazy to go out, so I found some means to do it for me. So what he had seen before was just a clone. A single clone was enough for my system to confirm he was a big shot. Then this original body. System. What exactly is Master's realm? A long pause. Little Master, don't ask. If you ask, it's the body tempering realm. Even you, system, cannot see through him? Silence. Then my houseboy and my newest disciple spent 10 minutes trying to give each other seniority, which forced me to check something. System. What's the situation with Qing? Have you counted him as a disciple? The target Wen Qing has not yet met the requirements for acceptance as a disciple. Once the specified requirements are met, he can become a disciple. There is a reward attached to that, and one day I will collect it. Mo Ran. You will be the senior brother. Then my newest disciple's first trip to the ruins produced a running commentary. Is this a teleportation array? This Yao beast can actually speak human language. System, you said these are all marrow-cleansing fruit trees? Could that mountain in the distance be made of spirit stone? The things Master showed him were truly extraordinary. Then my eldest spotted a gray box in the clearing and said delicately, Mingmei, why don't you go check if the fruits are ripening? Mo Ran stared at it. Could this senior brother Zhou be an ancient powerhouse in his twilight years? So my lazy disciple had been stuck at 99% for 2 days. The reason for this was that he had climbed into the box upside down while wearing an iron triangle of his own manufacture. From inside the box came a dull thud and, damn, why is it so sturdy? Then the lid slid open and he rose out of it with his hands behind his back and his wind wings half spread. Hello, new junior brother. I am the handsome representative of Hidden Origin Peak, Zhou Lei. The only flaws were his slightly reddened forehead and the unique iron triangle still strapped around his waist and legs. Junior brother Zhou, said Shen Li, Your clothing is quite unique, isn't it? Damn, I forgot about this. He dropped the pose instantly. Fine, I can't keep up the act. In the future, for eating, drinking, and having fun, remember to find me. Then my third disciple's white tiger roared over the valley, and every beast in the ruins went flat, everyone except Hei Feng, who ignored it, and the black dragon, who looked at that phantom with hatred and also with hunger, because if it could devour that, perhaps it could change its bloodline. Then the dragon capturing pillar, and a certain persistent ache whipped it awake like a lash. Could this terrifying vicious beast be Master's mount? Whispered Mo Ran. Junior brother Xiao, my bomb maker whispered back. This is your fourth senior sister. Take it easy. If she happens to hear you, be careful she doesn't hang you up and beat you. She is human. This is her special physique, but if she starts fighting, she's about as fierce as this thing. Her physique had finally resolved. White tiger sacred body, low-grade sacred, still incomplete, and it would stay incomplete, because a sacred body named after a sacred beast is extremely extraordinary and, to grow, requires the heart and the soul of an actual white tiger. System. Next time you borrow things, make sure to get the whole set. As the saying goes, borrowing and taking makes for a good system. System detects host is using the bamboozling technique. System is playing dead. Meanwhile, my third disciple looked at my second disciple's waist. Was senior brother Zhou beaten by Hei Feng? Aye. On the boat, my second disciple took up a position at the prow, with his sleeves streaming, and undertook his junior brother's education. Do you know about the immortals in the sky? What is that? If you say that, I can't pretend at all. Then seriously, do not try to figure out Master's true strength. I estimate that he has already jumped out of the 3 realms and is no longer within the 5 elements. Whenever he makes a move, all worldly matters can be settled. Could that dragon be Master's mount? If it were a bit smarter and honestly yielded, it could be by Master's side right now, eating and drinking well. What a pity. Now it can only be made savory or spicy. Senior brother, you mean it's used for food? Now my newest felt his worldview being violently expanded. Zhou Lei then leaned over the rail to threaten the prisoner out of pure habit. Don't forget the pain once the wound is healed. If you don't behave, be careful lest I add another scar to you. And the dragon went incandescent, and my second disciple walked around to the other side, looked, and said quietly, So, has it already been added? By then my own peak's educational philosophy, as explained to the newest member, hands-off teaching. Interest is the best teacher, so do whatever you want, learn whatever you want. Of course my newest disciple took that as a challenge, because he must not let Master know that he is a fake, and because Saint rank physiques on this peak did not appear to be rare, so he'd better start using his. I gave him the Zunyuan Peak library token, a bag of marrow cleansing fruit, and enlightenment tea, at which his system said, helping the young master simplify the enlightenment tea. Simplification successful, current usage method, eat it directly. 2 days later, in a library on the other side of the mountain, my system chimed. Technique is being simplified. 1%, 2%, 98, 100. Learning. You have started learning. You learned a little. You learned a lot. You seem to have learned it. You have learned it. For him, the whole process wasn't too taxing on his brain. He just needed to look the part. As long as it looked like he was studying, then he was studying. All right, said my second disciple, watching him. This junior brother Xiao is also a cultivation fanatic. Around then, Mo Ran tested his Thunder Saint physique and pulled a sky's worth of violet lightning into himself with an aura of destruction rolling out in all directions, and I put the phenomenon in my pocket. Current quantity possessed, 2. And a new line appeared underneath it. 3. Heaven and Earth phenomena can be upgraded to 1 thunder punishment. It can be used on oneself to test the hardness of one's life, or used on a specified target to help the target test it. You can play it like this? Understand the difference. A heavenly phenomenon is a light show. It tells the world a genius was born. A thunder punishment is heaven actually swinging. Even with sufficient preparation, many people have died or been seriously injured under one. Heaven and Earth phenomena are just for show. Thunder punishment, however, can actually make a sound. I filed that where I could reach it. It seems I have to let my second disciple take him to properly learn the sect's ancestral teachings, I thought, watching the lightning, meaning how to hide. On the flight south, we passed over Azure Cloud sect territory, and the system said, Heavenly phenomenon detected. Do you wish to spend 1,000 experience points to collect it? Even in this middle of nowhere? I collected it. 3. And then I thought about what that meant. No one should be giving birth in this kind of place. In other words, it is very likely that some kind of treasure of heaven and earth has appeared. I marked the coordinates. Down below, an Azure Cloud elder named Lin stood at the edge of an enormous chasm that his divine thought could not penetrate, having very clearly sensed a heavenly phenomenon beginning. and then absolutely nothing had happened. He stood there for a long time. Judging by its burial underground, it is very likely an ancient tomb, and the strength of the person before their death must have been far above mine. I fear this place is not simple. We cannot be reckless. Inform the sect master and have the sect send more people. The aura shooting into the sky and yet causing no movement made him feel extremely weird. I have decided to take no credit for this, out loud. Everyone else was busy anyway. The Zhuanyi sect's lands mostly went to the Azure Cloud sect, because a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, and we were also a neighbor but could not compare in strength or foundation. And, per the sect leader's instructions, the conditions we offered lacked any sincerity whatsoever. By design, we were the only power in the eastern region actively trying to lose an auction. That is my kind of arithmetic. Naturally, my whole plan rested on this one going exactly this way. Down in the far southwest, past a mountain range tens of thousands of li long, sits the Jixiao sect, which had natural conditions to play on its own and used them, skipping banquets and ruins alike for a century. Their art is worth knowing about. The Jixiao art does not rely entirely on oneself. It requires supporters. The more supporters, the more power. And how do you get supporters? You give people suffering. If there is no suffering, then create suffering. Then arrive to save them from it. Anyway, my eldest landed at the edge of the Jitian mountain range and went in on foot, because that way, treasure hunting and tempering could both be achieved. Half a day in, he found a wooden sign that said danger, with an arrow pointing exactly the way he was going. An old man came up the path with a walking stick, which is when my eldest disciple checked him 3 times and confirmed he truly possessed no strength at all. He was not a cultivator. The old man told him the local story. The place was haunted, and those who entered never came back out. There was also a second story, the popular one, about a great treasure in there that would turn a mortal into a noble cultivator. His grandson had believed the second story. His son and his son's wife had gone in after the boy. None of the 3 came back. I wanted to go too, the old man said, but if I died, it would be a meaningless death. It was better to stay behind and offer warnings. Saving even one person is better than none. After that, my eldest offered him things. Pills, stones, a talisman. I am already at this age. I have no use for anything. You are still young. Go elsewhere. Do not take risks like my grandson. He turned back down the path. Sigh. Right on cue, my eldest disciple changed direction. 2 hours later, he noticed that he had not seen a single living animal since the sign, and that the terrain had gently walked him back onto the same path, and that there was a second sign in front of him. He stopped, put down a formation, and thought it through. Although danger and opportunity coexisted, the premise was that one knew enough. Then he deliberately changed direction again to test whether it would happen twice. That approach was relatively prudent. I ran a scan from above. System. Scan the current range. Filter condition. Living people. 2 results. And my disciple, and 1 old man. No people? Could it really be ghosts? The answer arrived as sound. Countless shrill voices going up at once, ear-splitting, thick with resentment, striking straight at the mind, while the branches and leaves swayed without any wind. And with divine thought, I could see what my system could not. Gray fires coming up out of the ground in their thousands. Soul entities. That's why nothing registered as alive. Then my eldest disciple took the boat up, burned a fan of talismans, and cut through them with spear intent, and they popped like blisters, and more came. Logically speaking, soul entities of this level shouldn't have the ability to survive on their own, unless there is something nearby that has changed this situation. He put on a silver helmet that seals the sea of consciousness against mental influence, because the means to deal with soul entities were relatively few, and in this regard he had made some preparations. Then he found the real clue, which was a bare patch of ground about half a mile across that every single soul in that forest was instinctively refusing to cross. Where there is something strange, there must be something abnormal, so he took out my lazy one's newest work. It was a cylinder, smaller than the last one, with a much heavier layered casing, a concealment formation built into the body, and a sharpened tip. On the side there was an arrow, and next to the arrow, in my lazy disciple's handwriting, this end toward the enemy. The launch method was physical. He wound it up through his legs, waist, and shoulders into his palm, struck the tail, then chased it with a stream of spiritual power. A formation lit on the tip, a spear of force drove it, and the whole thing went into the earth and vanished. He backed off half a mile. Explode. The ground lifted. A column of fire and dirt went up past the treetops. And then my eldest disciple remembered the old man. He crossed that distance faster than he has ever moved, dropped out of the sky next to a hut, drove his spear into the ground and threw a dome of spiritual force over both of them as the shockwave arrived. Trees as thick as barrels went down flat. The hut came apart into kindling around the dome. "Old man, it's dangerous nearby. You should go somewhere further away." Then he was gone before the old man could answer. Where the forest had been, there was now a crater and a great deal of open sky, and not one sole entity left anywhere in it. Is this the small gadget with limited power that junior brother Joe spoke of? It cleared the field. In the bottom of the crater lay something dark turquoise, shaped like a millstone, covered in patterns older than any sect on this continent. An incomplete forging soul plate, the rare ability to enhance a cultivator's soul strength. Saint Medium even broken. System. Is this what you said might be dangerous? Master, don't be impatient. The danger has not been resolved yet. The possible danger lies within the incomplete forging soul plate. So my spear disciple did not sit down to examine his prize. He got on the boat and flew. Because of a line in one of those training manuals, after obtaining benefits or treasures, one should leave immediately rather than lingering at the scene, especially when a commotion has already been made. Otherwise, even if you've obtained a benefit and are happy about it, trouble might come knocking when you least expect it. These were all bloody experiences and lessons. Mostly because my sect disciple who wrote that guideline had spent his career doing exactly that to other sects. 50 miles out, he set his formations and sat down with the plate. Outside them, invisible, I took out the simplified Tao brush. System. What is the danger level? It depends on him. It is hard to calculate, but he won't die. Back at the crater, the old man stood at the edge of the hole where his family had disappeared, looking at the flattened ground. It is good that it was destroyed. In the future, it will save more people from being harmed. He bowed his head. Grandchild, if you can still know, you must thank him properly. Then 4 figures came down out of the sky behind him in yellow robes, 3 young monks, and one who was not young at all. Judging from the soaring flames earlier and the scene here, perhaps a treasure has appeared. Master Jing Cloud, look, there is a mortal over there. He might know something. Bring him here. They lifted the old man into the air by nothing at all, and he hung there stammering. Because being late by even a little time could mean missing the opportunity, and Jing Hai was not a patient man. He put one finger on the old man's forehead. I want to be fair to them. They had no way to know about me. The old man's eyes emptied out, and golden Buddha light moved behind them. And a monk from the western region read a mortal's memories the way you'd flip through pictures until he found what he wanted, which was a young man with a spear. As long as I find that youth, even if I can't find the treasure, I can get more clues. He took his finger away. The old man's body shook violently. His face was almost devoid of color, his eyes vacant, his lips trembling, and his aura weakened even further. Amitabha, many thanks for your cooperation, donor. Then, to his disciples, send him back. And the reasoning, out loud, unembarrassed. For us to encounter this matter, the object here must be fated with our Buddhist sect. Since it is fated, we naturally cannot let an outsider take it. 50 miles away, my eldest disciple put his palm on the forging soul plate, and something came out of it like a venomous snake hidden in the bushes. I already had the brush up and a circle half drawn when I realized I didn't need it, because my eldest had thrown the plate away from himself and jumped backward onto a formation plate he'd laid down before touching it, and the array snapped shut over the thing. You were actually prepared? A half-transparent old Taoist with a face like curdled milk. He'd been prepared for one boring reason, which he explained later. He couldn't put the plate into his storage ring. Anything that refuses a storage ring has something living in it. The soul was strong. It churned the spiritual energy so his talismans came apart before they landed. And then it built a fist out of ki that could surely split a mountain peak. And my spear disciple answered it with his own fist, and his sleeve went to shreds, and his arm dropped and hung. How can you be this strong? A decent physical body, said the thing, admiring him. It is just a pity that I do not know the method of soul possession. Otherwise, I certainly would not have missed such a good vessel. I shook my head from 400 feet up. The person isn't even gone. No, wait, the ashes haven't even been scattered yet. Why have they started chattering away here? With the time spent talking, what couldn't be accomplished? Meanwhile, my eldest panicked. Visibly, he turned and ran, one arm swinging dead at his side, and the soul came after him howling. And 30 feet on my disciple stopped, turned around, and laughed in its face, and the broken arm came up. A gray needle went out of his fingertip, a needle ground and tempered specifically for souls, and the thing had no time at all to dodge, because the previous chase had completely blinded it. Soul break. A crack opened in it. The spear went into the crack. Then he threw down 3 more formation plates so nothing could leave the clearing, and then he stabbed it again, and kept stabbing until there was nothing left in the air but a smell. Then he leaned on the spear and said nothing for a long moment. Come out. I know you aren't completely dead yet. This kid is quite cautious. acting and disguising, taking the opponent by surprise, making a feint to the east while attacking in the west, and that needle. He has truly learned and obtained quite a lot from the sect. His own review of the fight, which he wrote into a jade slip before he did anything else. If it weren't for the opponent's arrogance, dealing with them would certainly not have been as easy. The best method is still to work hard on improving myself. Then 4 monks came down through the clouds. The math was ugly. Jing Hai stood at the peak of transformation void. His 3 disciples were late life and death. Now my eldest disciple was at the 4th stage of creation. There was a gap of a full 1.5 major realms. By then my system gave me 3 doors. Behind the first was a scythe designed for slicing necks. 1 pull and the head falls off. And I have stopped asking. Behind the third was leaving. Behind the second was watching and stepping in at the right moment, and the reward was an observation chair. Created by an expert who loved watching drama, it has no offensive capabilities, but it is filled with high-quality sacred beast feathers, allowing one to watch the drama without being noticed. I have justified that choice to myself several times since, on developmental grounds. This was just to get myself a new chair. The monk opened politely and turned in about 9 words. Amitabha, benefactor, why must you lie? Could it be that my Buddhist sect's treasure has already been taken by you? To call it a Buddhist treasure without even knowing what it is, it seems they still intend to find a high-sounding excuse. This is where my quiet year started paying interest. Shen Li ran the numbers the way he runs everything now. Running was out. A monk on a lotus is not slower than a boat. When out training alone, even if one calls for help, it takes time. When the weak encounter the strong, one should avoid their sharp edge and drag it out until one's own people arrive to gang up on them. The current situation can be used to train my ability to deal with others and buy time. So he took the plate out in the open and a communication stone in secret. Jing Hai watched him produce a Sanggrade artifact without a word of argument and thought, this kid is honestly a bit foolish. Wealth should not be flaunted. This junior from my region was somewhat stupid. And then, being who he was, immediately, it was unlikely that such a junior would be left to travel alone. There was a high probability that someone was protecting him in the dark. He swept the sky twice. These monks are worthy of having great wisdom. They even know to scan the surroundings. Then my disciple lied to a man 3 realms above him, to his face, without a flicker. Senior, do you know what cultivation technique came with it? When it manifested, a beam of light entered my sea of consciousness. Without that technique, this thing has no use at all. Are you trying to deceive me? Why would I need to deceive Senior? And the monk believed him, because seeing how he'd taken the item out without a word earlier, he didn't seem like the type to play tricks. Sure enough, as long as you use sincerity well, the effect of scamming people is not bad. Then let us settle it simply, said my eldest. If one of them can defeat me, I will give this item, along with the technique, to Senior. Jing Hai weighed it. Option 1. Pin the boy and pull the technique out of his soul, except his soul-searching art was not at major achievement, and a botched search destroys what you're searching for. Option 2. Take it as a gift. He put forward his strongest disciple, which bought my eldest disciple a fight against someone 1 realm above him instead of 3. That old monk Jing Hai was indeed a bit too cautious. In this short while, he had probed 2 or 3 times. It took him about 40 breaths to see it. Something is wrong. This brat is stalling for time. Although this brat is using a staff, he is not proficient in it, yet he is performing better than my disciple. This brat is intentionally holding back, so he came in himself. Of course, my eldest disciple kicked Anling away and met a palm strike with the spear shaft, and his thorn armor held, and Jing Hai pulled his hand back with blood on the palm. You brat, seeking death, and the prayer beads came off his wrist. I said, from somewhere above and behind him, in an unhurried voice, old bald donkey, bullying the weak, is it fun? 18 beads became 18 Buddha shadows in the air. A sword that made no sound at all went through all 18 shadows, and then through all 18 beads, and left exactly 36 halves, and only then did my sentence finish arriving. Jing Hai turned around and found a young man whose realm would not read, holding a sword he could not stop looking at. It was very likely high-grade Santier, or even peak grade. If I had not taken action, I asked my disciple, would you have been prepared? I should have had some. Remember, do not be overconfident. He was honest with himself about it afterward, which is why I keep him. He had 1 single-use escape talisman from my sect's old ancestor. Once used, it would be gone. After training for so long, if it were wasted now, what if there was danger later? And beyond that, in the event that the destruction of the body and the evidence wasn't thorough, or the opponent's remnant soul escaped, handling the aftermath would likely cause quite a bit of trouble for the elder. He wasn't being brave. He was being cheap and considerate at the same time, which in this sect is the same thing as being raised right. Jing Hai, meanwhile, was renegotiating at speed. The previous incident was just a misunderstanding. Our Buddhist sect will certainly bring the benefactor Buddhist fortune. He leaned on the words Buddhist sect, meaning, if an accident happened, the Buddhist sect would definitely not sit idly by, and outsiders would have to weigh the pros and cons. Then my eldest disciple spoke into my head. Master, I have never fought with people of the Buddhist sect before. Now that you are present, could you allow this disciple to spar with him? Is it beneficial to you? Yes, their combat style is different from ordinary means. Are you clear about his realm? A pause. Then my eldest disciple produced a small bottle and said, Master, I can take medicine. A simple sentence made my eyebrows almost knot into a twist. It seems it is my problem. I did briefly consider keeping the monk alive in the trial formation stele, the way I keep the demons. Judging from how this old bald donkey acted just now, he was both hypocritical and had a certain amount of scheming. This type was not easy to raise. Better to treat him as a one-time use. System. Can the simplified Tao brush be used on this old bald donkey? Replying to Master, it can. So I made him an offer. You will spar with my disciple. As long as you can win, I will let you and your disciples return to the West. Almost, thought Jinghai. No, it is a guaranteed win. He accepted. I moved the venue first. The Universe Tower swallowed all 4 monks. Then I dug a pit, put a formation plate in the bottom of it, put the tower on the plate, filled the pit in, packed the soil, restored the surface, and only then stepped inside myself with my disciple. In a while I will suppress his realm and strength. If you can avoid taking medicine, don't. It easily harms the body. Inside, Jinghai was looking at a space more than 10 li across and thinking, what kind of background do they actually have? Then I took out a writing brush and wrote one character in the empty air. Simple. He looked at it and reported later that he felt a sense of incomparable profundity and complexity within that single character, which is a very monk way of saying he didn't like it. The character folded itself down small and slapped him in the forehead. His divine thought thinned. The Buddha light went out of his skin. The spiritual power in his meridians stopped answering. His dantian contracted. Simplification complete. This simplification is Transformation, Void Realm Level 9, to Transformation, Void Realm. Level 9 down to Level 1. It is very worth it. Donor, what have you done to me? Just a small trick. The gap in strength is so large. Suppressing some strength is only reasonable, right? Reasonable. Reasonable. He still thought that was plenty. He was still a full realm above the boy. While that was being set up, 2 other things were happening that I want on the record. The first, under an illusion in an azure cloud forest, their elders had found the bottom of that chasm, and at the bottom of the chasm was a formation. This formation is of an extremely high grade. It must be Sangrade, let alone our azure cloud sect. I fear that in the entire eastern region, no one can break it. And a second, cannier voice. If it were a legacy, there should be a door left behind. Right now, it does not seem much like a legacy. Being sealed so tightly, whether it is good or bad, is half and half. Their sect master decided to invite the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. If it's a good thing, I can drink some soup and also take the opportunity to get closer. If it's a bad thing, with the Holy Land's experts there, it can also eliminate a potential hidden danger. And inside that seal, in a palace nobody had walked through in an age, something sat on a throne and spoke to itself. Treasures appearing in the world should have long since triggered heaven and earth anomalies. Could it be that the experts of this world have all died out? Otherwise, why has it been so long and no experts have brought juniors with prodigy aptitude to search for the opportunity? I want to be very clear about what I had done. I had bought a heavenly phenomenon for 1,000 experience points because it was in my price range. That phenomenon was a lure. That thing had been ringing a bell for a genius to walk into its mouth, and I took the bell. The second thing, old ancestor Chen Tao of Fa Xiang Peak arrived overhead. Peak Lord Qin, we have already arrived. Where have you gone? I told him we were inside an artifact. He put an illusion over the clearing, sat down next to a patch of freshly packed dirt containing a Sangrade tower containing 4 Buddhist monks, and waited without touching anything. He had also, at my request, arrived slowly. He'd waited a full stick of incense before setting out. Here is how my sect actually protects its young, which I only worked out that day. Every time a disciple goes out on a trial, it is also a trial for a group of elders. People are inherently lazy. If one were to follow closely and protect them at all times, although every intervention might be timely, over time it would inevitably lead to slackness. I keep this one in my head for bad days, so the elders are spread out instead. Each one covers a radius. The radii overlap. Elders of different strength are layered over the same ground. Chen Tao by rank is responsible for a circle 1,000 li across. If there is an issue, he comes. If there is nothing, he does his own things at his resting point. Outside, saving one whenever you can is contributing to the future of the sect. It is a good thing I acted early. Otherwise, it would very likely have been a painful loss of a chair. Then the fight. Jing Hai put 2 more strings of beads on his wrists, and Buddha light ran up his arms, and the shadows of lotus thrones opened behind his back, and he came forward looking like a wrathful guardian out of a temple mural. His disciples were appalled from the first exchange. How can this be? How can he possibly trade blows back and forth with Master Jing and Ling, who had been hit by it? That spear is of a high grade and has helped him a lot. Naturally, my eldest didn't say anything at all. He just kept accelerating, and the expression on his face at that moment clearly amounted to one big word: satisfied. I checked later, and it was exactly as bad as it sounds. Anyway, my opinion of them dropped a great deal during this. Meanwhile, the monk's whole world was coming apart in small ways. The sudden drop in realm had a huge impact. His body suddenly became not so easy to use, and what was even more terrifying was that the more they fought, the crazier the boy became. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. He had also by then been poked with the spear several times. He, a dignified high monk of the Buddhist sect, was actually being bullied by a junior? Then came an overhead strike that would split a mountain, and he threw up his best guard, Buddha's compassion, protection. And the Sanskrit character cracked and burst, and the spear came through it and turned in the air and hit him on the top of his bald head with the blunt end. The note it produced was remarkably clean. Is the tone from knocking on a Buddhist skull actually this good? He lost his temper properly then, which is when he made his mistake. You Eastern region cultivators, do you only know how to rely on external objects? Which is when my eldest stopped. He actually thought about it. Then he drove the spear into the ground and stepped away from it. As expected, just a junior, unable to withstand such provocation. And then my eldest disciple took out one of my youngest disciple's little pills and ate it. How can you do this? His aura went up like a lit fuse, a red tint came into his skin, and he said pleasantly, "Come, Amitabha, damn it. So you don't use one external object, and now you use another, is that it? Have you no shame? How can this junior from the Eastern region be so despicable? Bare hands after that. My Buddhist body tempering techniques naturally do not fear you." They did fear him, as it turned out, because this kid in front of him was simply getting crazier the more they fought, and then Jing Hai noticed the thing that actually frightened him. Although he was fighting like a madman, it wasn't the kind of madness that lost reason. Instead, he was constantly improving. This was to make him act as a sparring partner. The end came fast. A fist coming in turned into an open hand halfway, and there was a sound across that clearing like a plank hitting water. He had slapped a high monk of the Western region across the face. If you want to fight, then fight. Trade fists and kicks. To cheat, to sneak attack, and slapping my face. No matter what, it is unbearable. And while he was thinking that, the follow-up straight punch landed on his forehead with a much duller sound, and moved him backward 18 steps. His disciple stopped breathing. He swallowed a spirit rank pill he had been saving for a real emergency, purely to stay standing. And my spear disciple did not follow up. He was standing frozen at the end of his own punch with his eyes unfocused and his face doing something I had been waiting a year to see. As expected of my diligent eldest disciple, I crushed 2 leaves of enlightenment tea into his mouth with spiritual force and put a formation around him so nothing could interrupt. And that broke Jing Hai harder than the slap had, because he recognized the leaves, a powerful divine object that existed in legends and records, whose value was indescribable. He actually has enlightenment tea leaves in his hands. Everything went very quiet behind that old man's eyes. What anger or no anger, what great humiliation or not. Before such a divine object of heaven and earth, all of that counted for nothing. Right now, the most important thing was to remember the aura and appearance of that master and disciple pair, find a way to learn some information about them, and then leave. "Benefactor," he said with a bruise coming up on his cheek and both palms pressed together. "Things have already come to this. I wonder. Let's just consider you the winner." He started composing his exit immediately. "Then according to what you said earlier, I will take my disciples back to the Western region." I held up a hand. "Let me correct you. You got one word wrong. Could it be that you intend to break your promise?" "Of course not. A gentleman's word is his bond. Since I have said it, I will certainly do it." The Jandao sword came out. So did the demon-binding rope. "Come now. Let me send you back to the Western heaven." He had time to look confused about the difference between a region and a heaven, and then the rope arrived. And it was a Buddhist artifact, and Buddha shadows and Sanskrit came off it and went straight through his defenses because they were made of the same thing. He actually laughed at the sight of it, using the methods of the Buddhist sect against me. Then his Buddha light went out. The rope tied him, put him on his knees, and then the knot at the end of it rose up and hit him on top of the head with a very clear ringing sound. Hitting again. Is there no end to this? He opened his mouth to shout for help, and the knot went into his mouth. and the harder he pulled, the deeper it went. He could not shout, he could not send a message, and there was a strange smell on that rope. He feared they had even poisoned him. His 3 disciples were praying at speed. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Good and evil have their rewards, and karma follows. What a coincidence. I had just obtained a related fate trait. I didn't buy this. Watch closely, I told them. I will only teach you once how to send someone back to the western heaven. The sword took the head. Spiritual force kept the mess to nothing. His soul came up out of it, and I flicked it apart with one finger. The 3 of them I finished with a thought, without reservation, safe and painless, because whatever their master had been, they had spent that morning helping him hollow out a mortal's memory in front of his own house. Their rings held the usual things. Jinghai's held something else, which I burned with him, and about which I will say nothing further. Old ancestor Chen Tao came down while I was still tidying up and inspected my work like a foreman. Although their physical bodies are dead, did their souls experience soul flying away and spirit scattering? They did. Did you burn them? Did you see any bones that wouldn't burn? That's how I learned about Sarira, not purely to symbolize karma, a unique life-saving method of the Buddhist sect. A monk can seed his own bones so that something of him walks out of his ashes. They are all ash. I have already collected them. He drifted a hand through the air where the bodies had been, smelled nothing, and looked at me differently. Peak Lord Qin's current strength and methods are already surpassing those of other Peak Lords. Which elder wouldn't say the youth is to be feared upon seeing this? I apologized for the trouble. Every elder there said the same thing. Protecting juniors and disciples is what we should do. How can it be a trouble? Chen Tao lives in an illusion. Inside the illusion is a small, poor, comfortable house where every stick of furniture is plain natural material and the chair is just a piece of wood. He brewed tea himself, waving off my hands. I am the host and you are the guest. Brewing a cup of tea is nothing. And just call me Elder Chen. Old ancestor is only a title. In terms of status, there isn't much difference between you and me. If you really calculate it, you might even be above me. I said something polite, and then he said, "Do you know the origin of your hidden origin peak?" Hidden origin peak? It is specially established. I had to sit with that for a second, because my sect leader had said exactly that sentence out loud, in public, on the day we recruited my eldest disciple, and I had filed it as a bluff. I have still underestimated my sect leader's ability to bluff, to think that he was actually treating the truth as a lie. 2 words, sincere. The decision to establish Hidden Origin Peak and to have you serve as its peak lord was made by the sect-suppressing old ancestors. Why? That, I don't know. I went looking through this body's memories for its parents that night, the way you check a pocket you already know is empty. Nothing. Not a face, not a name, not a village. From the earliest thing in there, it was already just me. Before I left, I tried to leave him enlightenment tea. He took exactly 1 leaf so that the other old ancestors could also make use of it. And because he didn't want to use my things to curry favor, where could one find such a good old ancestor? In the 4 corners of the eastern region, the 5 Elements sect. After that, my eldest came out of his enlightenment with the aura of a war god and broke through on the spot. And for the first time, my own panel showed the words "can break through" next to my realm. Tao comprehension is apparently a different animal. It came with a progress bar, 1%, 3 breaths later, still 1%. Is a breakthrough to the Tao comprehension realm actually this slow? Then that progress bar behaved like it had been injected with adrenaline, and filled in one motion, and the pile of origin spirit stones I was sitting on burst and went into me all at once. The world got clearer. Fire, for instance, is no longer a technique. 1 thought to ignite, 1 thought to extinguish. 8,000 points bought the level 3 mall. 20% off, ceiling raised to high-grade saint, and 3 new products, talent imprint, 500 points, once a week. Copy the talent of a target within your field of vision, then apply it to someone else. Cannot be used on special talents. Each talent can only be imprinted once. Could this roughly be called life fate copying? Happiness shared is better than happiness alone. Then I asked the follow-up question. Then, can I imprint someone who has already used an imprint? Right on cue, my system said, "Bzzzt. Bzzzt," and stopped. Hiss. 1 sentence, and he broke the system. "Are you working or not, system?" It came back a while later. And a small window appeared in the corner of my vision that read, "Detected that the host's conscience toward the system has been cleared to 0. The second product was system enhancement, 5,000 points once a month to upgrade a disciple's system. Enhancing all of mine once would take 20,000 points, and I did not have 20,000 points. I just felt that my experience points were abundant not long ago. But once them all upgraded, they aren't enough again. The third was random task extraction, 100 points a week with no cap on the reward. And my first random task read, "Converse with my sect leader for a quarter of an hour, 5-day limit, in person." Difficulty, Earth grade. Is it just having a conversation? This kind of task can actually count as Earth grade? I spent the enhancement on my eldest system anyway, because his had been going stale. Check-in tasks refresh faster now, difficulty drops, rewards improve. And completing one can randomly enhance his realm, aptitude, physique, luck, or cultivation, with a cut for me. The moment it applied, my eldest disciple, alone, in the far southwest, 1,000 miles from any elder, heard the following in his head. System is upgrading. Current functions are unavailable. Please host, strive to survive, and wait for the upgrade to succeed. He set his jaw and thought, then I shall take this opportunity to properly train myself. What he said to me out loud was, even with treasures for protection, one must not rely entirely on external objects. I did the arithmetic on this afterward, and laughed. The Azure Cloud sect, meanwhile, invited the Cloud Heaven Holy Land to their chasm on the sound reasoning that rather than being snatched, it is better to simply give it up and to bank the goodwill. Shenjin's response for us was one line, don't get involved, let them busy themselves. During this period, improve your strength as much as possible. This is just the beginning. More things will happen later. And to every disciple in my sect, if there is an anomaly, do not rush to explore it. It may not necessarily be a good thing. The whole doctrine of my sect's elders fits on one line, and I've come to love it. As long as your strength is strong enough, the surroundings are all my warehouse. I flew home to spend 15 minutes chatting with my sect leader and discovered why that task was Earth grade. He was in seclusion, at home, behind layers of formation, and my system read 2 people inside. I was wondering why this task would have any difficulty. Chatting wasn't difficult, but one had to be able to see the person. Mo Ran had stopped coming to meals. He used to know to come back for meals, said my lazy one, but now he just takes his food out with him. He's practically living in the library pavilion. Junior brother Xiao's realm and qi are also improving the fastest, said my third disciple. It won't be long before he surpasses you, the senior brother. If you all become strong, I can just enjoy the shade. Thinking about having a pile of backers once you all become saints is something to look forward to. Relying on others may not be reliable. I agree. He shifted his weight on the bench, except for relying on Master. And my third disciple opened her mouth and closed it again. Very reasonable. Then my neighbor Peak Lord Song arrived looking about 40 years younger. His aptitude had climbed from heaven grade high to spirit rank low, and his realm to the 8th stage of creation, courtesy of 1 black dragon egg and an unsupervised quantity of marrow cleansing fruit. Then he learned the sect leader was still in seclusion, and I watched a man do arithmetic he did not enjoy. He had clearly eaten about the same amount. How could this be? It seems I will have to ask sect leader senior brother for advice later. So my sect leader came out of seclusion 2 days later, having broken through from creation into transformation void, muttering that he really must thank that little guy Yifeng properly, because if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have all made a breakthrough. A woman's voice called from inside his courtyard, asking us to come in. He steered me firmly toward the gardens instead, on the grounds that the room was currently in a mess. And out there, walking, I asked him, how did I become the Peak Lord of Hidden Origin Peak? He didn't answer for a while. Then quietly, it is because of your parents. Back then, the 2 of them made tremendous contributions to the sect. Establishing Hidden Origin Peak was their dying wish, and I heard the thing under it, because I have now spent a year in this sect, and I have seen how these people operate. Whether it is elders or disciples, everyone is eager to arm themselves to the teeth with life-saving measures. A man here will carry 4 escape talismans to buy groceries. How could they have just vanished so easily? In our sect, I said, wanting to die by accident shouldn't be easy, right? He had no answer ready. He had been careless. The child has grown up. He is not so easy to fool anymore. Your parents indeed never returned, he said at last. There must be some other matters involved, and your current strength is still limited. Then I will first cultivate until I reach the saint realm before considering this matter. He let out a breath he'd clearly been holding for a year. Fortunately, Yifeng is sensible. For the next few decades, or even over 100 years, I reckon this matter won't trouble me for the time being. He has no idea how fast I am moving. The task paid 700 experience and a suit of heaven-rank top-grade armor. Wen Qing's aptitude had climbed from yellow low all the way to Xuan top, because the lower the starting point, the greater the improvement from the fruit. He tried to give the rest back. This disciple has eaten those recently, and feels the improvement is no longer significant. Continuing to eat them would be a waste. The real reason being that the marrow cleansing fruit is eaten one by people in this world, and he, alone, had actually eaten so many. I put a handful of the top-grade ones in his hands. No need to say more. Continue eating until it has no effect. Then I gave him a task, because task is the magic word for that boy. Walk the sect, meet the elders, be known. I had also intended to copy his blessing others' talent onto everyone I owned. You bless me, I bless him, Blessings stacking upon blessings, the luck would be overwhelming. Blessing others turned out to be a special destiny, cannot be imprinted. The philosophy of my sect, in one line from a jade slip in the Sun Yuan library: if you work hard, strive to become an old ancestor. If you are lazy, lie flat and rely on an old ancestor. Then my system said something it had never said before. Hello, distinguished guest. Your precious item, Han Ming, has new opportunity information. Do you wish to view it? Meanwhile, my precious item. Opportunity. With the help of a powerhouse from the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, Han Ming resolves a crisis and obtains a mature cleansing dust saint fruit. Time: 4 days, 8 hours. Location: Eastern Region, Azure Cloud Sect, 100 Beast Mountain Range. A transcendent fruit. After a cultivator consumes and refines it, they will be cleansed, shedding their mortal dust, and when an older cultivator eats one, their entire state is rejuvenated. In this world, age is dust, and dust is distance from the Tao. Eat that, and an 80-year-old could be like a 50 or 60-year-old fellow. I have a sect full of 80-year-olds. System: can this cleansing dust saint fruit be planted? Reporting to master: I do not know. A pause. I do not farm. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, plant trees first. After all, I am my charge's nobleman. It would be unreasonable not to take something. However, I am not a greedy person. Between the two, taking one is enough for me. Han Ming himself received his assignment and reacted about how you'd expect. Why is it the Eastern Region again? None of them ever mentioned my name, not once. He had had enough of the Eastern Region. It's not once, it's twice. It's not stealing a little, it's looting. And the last time he barely escaped death and woke up inexplicably buried. After returning, he once suspected that there was a problem with his own luck. He went anyway, because Ye Chang was going, and if an opportunity is truly obtained by him, I fear there will be one less seat for the quasi-saint child. Once, twice, but not a third time. This time he will make full preparations. He doesn't believe there can be another accident. Now let me introduce the man who had been waiting under that mountain for 400 years. His name was Wei Kuang, and everything about that chasm was his. He had found a transcendent fruit while he was alive, and then learned from every record he could dig up that it would not ripen until long after he was dead. This once made him furious for a long time. So he found a technique for how to, without outsiders knowing, use the soul in combination with external objects to occupy someone else's physical body and devour and fuse with their soul. He built a throne that would hold his soul, and then, while still alive, he died swiftly and let the whole palace sink. The trap has 2 stages, and they are genuinely well designed. The outer formation is a strength test for whatever faction finds him. Those who could break it would definitely not be too bad, thus ensuring that after he changed his physical body, he could have a good birth and background. The inner trial then picks the best young body out of that faction, then the possession, then the fruit. Living again as a top expert would be just around the corner, and that entire 400-year plan hinged on somebody noticing the ripening, which is why he had been sitting on his throne in the dark for weeks saying, treasures appearing in the world should have long since triggered heaven and earth anomalies. Could it be that the experts of this world have all died out? Did I really overestimate the abilities of later generations? The bell rang exactly once. I bought it for 1,000 points because it was on the list. I was busy elsewhere, being extremely unremarkable. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land sent a fleet. The Azure Cloud Sect met them with a crate of treasures described as a small token of appreciation and a welcome party that took 3 days to arrange. I kept my mouth shut and my dinner warm. Now my hand in this was one line, spoken once. By then, my mountain heard about it 3 days late, as usual, and the 5 Elements sect sent nobody at all, except the Shadow Recording Hall, wearing Azure Cloud Sect robes. Because if the Cloud Heaven Holy Land does indeed obtain an extraordinary opportunity on this trip, the recordings will certainly have their uses. Our official position, from Shenzhen, weighing the sect's strength and the impact of the matter, we will give up the competition. Our sect leader's private worry, so many experts entering the eastern region, will definitely become a hidden danger. This is the part where my luck stopped being luck. The Dongfang clan, watching from the south, read the whole thing as a trap. The opportunity is fake. Wanting to draw the snake out of its hole is likely the real intention. And they noted something nobody else had bothered to. The Great Zhou Holy Dynasty had dispatched a great many experts. Being able to affect such a large area is definitely no small matter. The Great Zhou Holy Dynasty is the empire that lost the 8th key. On the Holy Land's flagship, my 2 favorite hypocrites performed friendship for the crowd. It's been some time since we last met, and I didn't expect junior brother Ye to have improved so much. Senior brother Han is the true prodigy. Then Han Ming went into his cabin and the smile came off. If he feigned closeness a little, and the other party trusted him, he could use them to scout the way for himself. to avoid danger falling upon him. And my disaster star went into his cabin and thought the exact opposite thing because what he wanted was to be highly noticed and watched, not to avoid fame. Lin Yuan, who had been given custody of the grenade, had come around completely. Unexpectedly, not long after, Ye Chang actually realized some things. Emphasis combined with guilt is a powerful combination in an old man. And Ye Chang, watching his new master fight, thought, although he is not a sword immortal, he seems very strong too, and resolved to learn the man's real inheritance. That wedge has been in the Cloud Heaven Holy Land for months now, and it drives itself. Of course, my simplification brush finished charging. System. Help me simplify the acquisition of Han Ming's opportunity. Cannot be simplified. System. You didn't say the simplified Dao brush couldn't be simplified like this, right? There was a very long pause. Master, you wouldn't happen to be? That's right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Forceful simplification successful. Current simplification target. Event. Acquire Han Ming's opportunity. Expected simplification. Obtain cleansing dust saint fruit. ×1. Simplifying now. A progress bar appeared. It seems this system also has the style of my 5-element sect. Hiding a few things on itself after all. Then, Master, you cannot do this next time. I am going on a business trip for a few days, so please wait patiently, Master. And it went silent. Completely. For days. 3 sentences, making the system go on a business trip. Touching. For the rest of that week, my notifications still arrived, but as text only, with no voice attached, which felt a bit like, well. The speaker ran away. Naturally, my next random task read, observe the treasure hunt in the 100 Beast Mountain Range. Difficulty, Spirit rank. I highly suspected the system did this on purpose. No matter how I looked at it, it seemed like I was just being asked to be a spectator. I put on an Azure Cloud Sect robe and a face that wasn't mine and walked toward the noise. Breaking a Saint King's formation, it turns out, takes a while. Lin Yuan opened. His strike put cracks a kilometer long across the seal and did not break it. I also noticed every Azure Cloud Elder in that canyon quietly putting their swords away inside their storage rings the moment the word Swordmaster was said out loud, which is a courtesy they learned at a demon nest some months ago. Lin Yuan had his own thought about that, which he did not share. If I could use that sword, this strike would probably be enough to break the formation. The sword of the Sword Immortal, once tried, is unforgettable for a lifetime. A transcendent tried next, with a ball of fire the size of a head. The walls of the chasm ran down in lava, and the whole gorge flattened into a basin, and the formation at the bottom, well, it did shake a bit. Then their formation elder, Chen Gan, cleared the slag off the surface and found a maker's mark, a circle, a square inside the circle, and one character inside the square. Heaven is round and earth is square. Between heaven and earth, the character Chen is in the center. Saint King Chen Fangyuan? Everyone in that basin took the same breath at the same time. To be called a Saint King, how terrifying must that strength be? So they brought out a sacred artifact, a purple gold needle the length of a finger. I recognized it, because I own its outer casing. What I lifted off Han Ming was the auxiliary part. This was the core. 7 of them fed it power until the shadow of the needle folded down into the needle itself, and then, break the formation. It went into the seal like a nail, and then grew from the inside, and the formation came apart, and the top of the mountain came off with it. I took notes, insert it, then expand, and grow larger. The effect for breaking defenses should be quite good. I'll tell that kid my bomb maker later. Insert it, pry it open, then stuff a bigger one in to detonate it. It's certainly a clever way to insert oneself wherever there's a gap. All right. Didn't come here for nothing. Under the seal was a city, a whole dead city, ancient, streets and towers intact. And in house after house there were treasures sitting under small individual formations, clearly intentional, a good place for assessment, and in the distance, at the end of everything, an enormous palace. Several hundred people went in through that gate. I went in last, found a corner, took out my observation chair, sat down, and stopped existing as far as anyone's senses were concerned. Good position. Then I watched a Saint King's carefully designed trial for the younger generation get demolished by adults. Elders were breaking the house formations open with 1 palm each. It's just a small formation, perhaps enough to stop the younger generation, but for us, it's still lacking. The person who left this legacy missed a few things. With no restrictions on realm and strength, the effectiveness of the test was significantly reduced. With this locust-like efficiency, it wouldn't be long before this place was completely swept clean. At the palace, there was a curtain of light and words hanging in it. I, Wei Kuang, with no hope of breakthrough, am thus buried here, leaving my legacy within the palace. Whoever passes the test ahead and is the first fated person to enter the palace shall receive my legacy. Then the palace wall faded out, and everybody saw the fruit. The legendary transcendent fruit? and by the looks of it, it's already ripe. 7 Transcendent Realm experts stopped breathing at the same moment, because if they could consume it, it might just increase their chances of becoming a saint by a few percentage points. Chen Gan killed it for them. The light screen before us restricts the age of those who enter and corresponds to the formations around the transcendent fruit. If the light screen is broken, the transcendent fruit will very likely be destroyed as well. Such a precious opportunity, and it had to be yielded to the younger generation. Just because they were old, were they not valued anymore? The elders who hadn't brought disciples nearly shattered their back teeth from clenching them. The test itself was pressure that grew with every step. Wei Ruyu stalled about 9 steps in and called out sweetly, "Brother Qin, don't bother me." She had never been a person to him. She was an acquisition, and he was busy. I scanned the palace for living people. 0, which reminded me of a forest in the southwest. System, detect the palace ahead. Filter target, soul entities. No answer, because answering questions like that was the job of the little loudspeaker, and the little loudspeaker was on a business trip. Then I'll assume you can. Result, 1. And my system offered me 3 doors. Kill the soul myself for one of its talents at random. Take the soul prisoner for a saint rank top grade soul protection jade throne. Or do nothing at all for a top grade saint artifact. The Emperor Dragon Soul Suppression Bell, which contains an incomplete dragon soul, protects the mind from invasion and can also drive that dragon soul to attack. It also showed me what Wei Kuang was carrying. Slight luck, high quality, born favored by the luck of heaven and earth. Although not much, it is enough. Frequently obtaining opportunities. And, in the special slot, born at the wrong time. A shackle placed upon themselves in the dark. No matter what step they take, someone more outstanding than themselves will always appear nearby. The more they resent or hate a person, the more benefits the other party will receive in the dark. I looked at that for a while. Heaven-chosen stepping stone. The first one, make a rubbing, benefit my sect. The second one, keep it to harm others. The effect is excellent. I already had the name picked out. I have raised a demon. Now I will raise a ghost. The Demon and Ghost Ranch. But both of those required me to get up. And Han Ming had been promised a crisis, and I am always a nobleman who keeps his word. So I took the 3rd door, got a top-grade saint artifact for free, and adjusted the angle of my chair back. The stairs were the last good scene that palace ever hosted. Han Ming went up them playing a zither, one-handed, as he climbed, his pace firm, his expression calm, while behind him the finest juniors of the strongest power on the continent were bent double and dragging, like the difference between clouds and mud. Ye Chong could not stand it. Halfway up, he swung his master's sword at the pressure itself. Break! And the weight vanished, and he sprinted straight past my precious item into first place. Ye Chong's actions are somewhat out of line, murmured an elder. His method is a bit wrong, said Lin Yuan, but it is excusable. 1 step from the top, Han Ming said gently. Junior brother Ye, be careful of danger. Ye Chong laughed at him. Does he want me to slow down so he can overtake me? Impossible, and put his foot on the last step. The patterns lit up and threw him 100 paces back down the stairs. Han Ming did not change expression. Regardless of whether he noticed, his well-intentioned reminder just now was enough to make my walking curse divided soul. Ye Chang got up with his face twisted. Qin Juxiao, you must have known there was danger there. That's why you deliberately spoke that way. And I sat in my chair in the dark, the only person in that city who understood what had just happened, and thought, to be resented by a heavenly fiend lone star, to a certain extent it seems, is a good thing. The palace doors opened for Han Ming and closed behind him. And in the same instant the transcendent fruit vanished, fruit, root, soil and all, leaving a neat pit. Lin Yuan went cold. It's gone. He took it. System? Master, I am here. The voice was back. Simplification complete. Obtained. Cleansing dust, saint fruit, ×1. All right. Now this noble patron status is truly well earned. Fortune is already in hand. Let's see to what extent the misfortune has arrived. Behind me, Chen Gan was talking happily about how they might learn news of Saint King Chen's own legacy from the owner of this one, and how it would surely allow the Holy Land's strength to skyrocket and become the head of the 3 Holy Lands. Inside the palace, words hung in the air. Congratulations, Junior. You only need to sit on the jade throne in front, and you can obtain my legacy. Han Ming did not move. Having had 2 previous experiences in my corner of the world, he was no longer who he was back then. Last time he was too careless, and for no apparent reason he had a big label slapped on him. So Wei Kuang came out to meet him personally, as a kindly translucent grandfather. Inside, that grandfather was screaming. Because he had just felt the fruit, his fruit, the entire purpose of 4 centuries of lying in the dark, wrapped in a dozen formations of his own design, simply stopped being there, cleanly gone. Even the surrounding soil dug out into a pit. He did not let it show, because the body was the important part, and the body was 2 steps away. He also admitted something to himself in that moment. The so-called trials had no difficulty at all. It was predetermined. He'd built the whole thing to deliver one healthy young man to one chair. Having existed for too long, now this old man is at the moment of passing. The legacy is right on the throne. And the figure thinned and faded and blew away. Han Ming watched it go and permitted himself a small smile. Since that is the case, then let me take your opportunity. He sat down. The throne lit up warm and golden, and something spoke inside his skull, close and patient and pleased. Kid, be good. Don't resist, just endure it, and it will pass. Finally, this time, he hadn't been played for a fool again. Chains of white jade light came out of the throne and closed on his wrists and ankles. And a palm made of soul power came down on the inside of his skull, the idea being to weaken the soul before eating it. That way, you get the complete memories with the body. The Holy Land's jade disc saved him, throwing up a wall of gold, and it still landed like a lightning bolt out of the 9 heavens. To think you have such a soul-protecting treasure. Your soul power is not weak either. Once I devour you, my soul will surely improve again. Then, patiently, again. Kid, be good. Don't resist. Just endure it, and it will pass. I am the saint of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. If you harm me, the Holy Land will never let you go. Such a good background. I'm even more excited. And then the part he was proudest of. Now that you are trapped on this soul-guarding jade throne, isolated from the outside world, outsiders will only know you are receiving the legacy. I have plenty of time. That is the sentence that broke my precious item, and it broke him the wrong way. Because first he was framed, then he was robbed, then he was robbed again. And now this thing was coveting his body. He even wanted to steal that. He was a dignified body of steel. If he didn't toughen up now, was he really going to be treated like a soft persimmon for the rest of his life? So he stopped defending. The weapon his soul produced was the shadow of a zither, and he did not play it. He held it by the neck and swung it. Has True Kui gone mad? Out in my corner, Han Ming's information card started flashing. System. Why is Han Ming's personal information flashing? This flashing is a warning to you that your precious possession may die. The crisis has begun. Will he die? The system thought about it and produced the finest sentence it has ever generated. Rest assured, Master, as a noble person, you will not lose out no matter the outcome. Okay, whether he lives or dies is no longer important. Let's keep watching the excitement. Outside the light curtain, Lin Yuan stood guard alone and permitted himself some satisfaction. Once Ming emerges, he will likely secure the position of saint. Unfortunately, Ye Chang arrived a little late. Ye Chang had been thrown down a staircase, and it had saved his life, and he was somewhere behind a pillar being furious about it. Inside, Wei Kuang built a cage out of soul power and dropped it over a man who was hitting him with a musical instrument. He could not simply kill him, because that would shatter Han Ming's soul jade back home and invite questions. He needed him weakened, not dead, but his fruit was gone and his 400 years were coming apart, and he got impatient. The Emerlin seat, soul drawing. The throne threw its pattern out across the entire buried city. I want to stress that they came to this conclusion by themselves. And every young disciple of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, in every street and every house, simultaneously felt an invisible hand reach into their mind and, without any explanation, tear away a piece of their soul. Some of them dropped where they stood. Chen Gan had his hands up before the first body hit the ground. Soul-draining techniques. Wait, something's strange here. And Lin Yuan put it together out loud, a beat too late to be proud of. I was wondering why the other party would show off something like a transcendent fruit. The value of such a thing is only realized if the person who obtains it possesses the power to suppress all forces. Otherwise, conflict is inevitable. This is inherently somewhat unreasonable. A man does not dangle a Sanggrade prize in front of 7 transcendents unless the prize was never the point. He cut the light curtain open with a finger. It seems that this time, the benefactors are the elders of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land. Wei Kuang inside was not worried because he had checked. And there were only juniors out there. Even if they discover something amiss, they are not capable of breaking through the formations. Then the roof came off his palace. Transcendent realm? Several of them? There's another Sword King? He never found out why. It's almost worth explaining to him. When they broke in with the purple gold needle, they destroyed the formation plate Zhang Haotian left behind, and they also destroyed the formation that restricted realm. So from the very beginning, everyone had been able to walk in without any hindrance. The age filter on the trap, the one thing that made the whole design work. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land smashed it themselves on the way in, 4 hours before they needed it gone. Han Ming's protective disc gave out with a small click and his eyes went blank. How dare a mere ghost cause trouble? Wei Kuang went for the kill anyway. because to dare to make any move under their noses is tantamount to slapping them in the face, and he had nothing left to lose. Don't let him die. The purple gold needle went into that sea of consciousness and drank the ghost out of it. Truly, I am grateful for the help of a benefactor. It was almost imperceptible, even a little later, and Han Ming could have said goodbye to this world. Congratulations, host. You have completed the quest. Watch the treasure hunt. Reward, 1500 experience points. Medium grade, Saint Vessel. Soul-severing needle disc. Incomplete. 1500 experience points. After all, I haven't really done anything. I've just been sitting here. Then I opened my storage to look at the disc, and found something lying next to it. A purple gold needle the length of a finger. The one they had been holding roughly 90 seconds ago. The one 7 Transcendents had just used to open a Saint King's seal. They actually managed to pull this off? It was even still a little warm, so now that the purple gold needle is in my hands. What about Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan reached into his ring and stopped and reached again. It was clearly received here, and Elder He Jian, standing at his shoulder, said in the friendliest voice in the world, I just saw you storing it in your ring. How could it just disappear into thin air? Is Elder Lin perhaps harboring some ulterior motives? Because inside that needle was a soul that knew where the transcendent fruit had gone. It's even possible he knows where to find more, and it is better for one person to know than for many to know. Lin Yuan's sword came half out of its sheath. Someone suggested he open his ring for inspection. The storage ring contains all my personal belongings. How could I allow others to rummage through it? And then, bitterly, once suspicion begins, it's hard to stop. So he drove his sword into the ground in front of every elder of his own sect and cut his palm. Today, I, Lin Yuan, swear on my life that the sacred artifact is absolutely not in my possession, and I have no idea where it is. If I break this oath, may I die. The blood went up in a flash, and the field went quiet. Chen Gan said what everybody was avoiding. Even a powerful expert cannot take away someone else's storage ring silently. There may be something strange about this place. Final tally for the strongest organization on the continent, a generation of disciples with pieces missing from their souls, a quasi-saint child face down and unconscious, and a sacred artifact simply gone. Their decision was to tell the Azure Cloud sect that the ruin had been specifically reserved for them all along, and not to let them know what happened. Han Ming came around long enough to inventory himself. I passed the test and got in. I sat down. I was tricked. I almost died. And the opportunities I accumulated over the years, the trump card left in my sea of consciousness, now it's clean. This time, it wasn't stolen. But for me personally, it seems there is no difference. It's gone again. And he passed out again, from rage, mid-sentence. An elder checked his neck. He just fainted. Chen Gan, meanwhile, worked out what had almost happened and could not stop turning gray about it. Their goal was likely to take over my charge's body. Ancient texts have mentioned some evil methods. If intentionally hidden, it is difficult for outsiders to detect the change. If it weren't for Ming's cultivation of the art of zither music, which gives him a stronger soul than ordinary people, this matter today would likely be, nobody finished it. They were all doing the same arithmetic. Without realizing it, the body would have changed owners and they would have carried it home and crowned it and called it their saint. I got home and rang my new bell, half a palm across, with a long dragon running around the outside of it. I fed it a drop of blood and it roared, and although it was only the remnant of a dragon's soul, that sound alone was far superior to anything the black dragon in my backyard has ever managed. Then the dragon came for me, because if you want to use them, you also need to make sure they accept you. Then the roar stopped. There was a sound like a knuckle cracking, and a voice I know very well said, "Behave yourself." Silence. Master, the training is complete. Please enjoy. After that, the bell nudged its way under my hand and rubbed against it. What's with that hint of intimacy? Then I let Wei Kuang out. I did it in a mountain forest inside the trial formation stele, and what he saw was one young man standing alone in front of him, and his first thought was, this is an opportunity. This young man doesn't look very old. He shouldn't be any more difficult to deal with than Han Ming. His second thought was, this is very likely a trap. He led with manners anyway. Who is your excellency? That's not important. I let you out because I wanted to ask you something. Where did you get the cleansing dust saint fruit? He went very still. The theft of the transcendent fruit. Is it related to you? That's not a good way to put it. As a cultivator, borrowing some resources is hardly stealing. And I held it up on my palm. He went for me the way a snapped cable goes, a gray line straight into my sea of consciousness, and hit the bell. Damn it, how can there be a saint device protecting it? His soul claws came down on the shadow of that bell, and it swayed, symbolically, and then that was the end of it. The defense is not bad, I said. Now let's see how effective the attack is. Town. The dragon came out. 400 years of planning stood there completely unable to move while shock, panic, despair, and helplessness arrived in him one after another. And the only thing he managed to say was, "Saint artifacts are very precious, aren't they? How come I encountered 2 in half a day?" I called the dragon back at the last moment, because the attack effect is not weak, but it consumes a little too much soul power. Who exactly are you? Why is there a dragon spirit within your sea of consciousness? Since you are so sincere in asking, then I will tell you. I let it sit. I am the successor of the dragon. He didn't believe me. He also didn't argue. I wonder what methods your excellency used to take away the transcendent fruit. Would you believe me if I said I just grabbed it casually? And then the system chimed. Gained 1 exclusive lucky point from Wei Kuang. I looked at that for a while. Born at the wrong time. No matter what step they take, someone more outstanding will always appear nearby, and the more they resent or hate a person, the more benefits that person receives in the dark. He was hating me, and it was being deposited into an account with my name on it. Exclusive luck value, 1 of 20. The current host can only obtain 1 point per day. Wei Kuang can produce a maximum of 5 points per day. 5 a day, and I can only take 1. So this daily output of 5 points means it can't just supply one person. I have a demon farm, I have a dragon farm, and now I have a man who generates luck by loathing, and 4 spare units of daily capacity, and a very long list of people I would like to introduce him to. Let me tell you where I actually am. 2.5 years of training, 6 rounds of interviews, 1 badge with my name spelled wrong, and then I died on my first day of work, in an office with the air conditioning set too low, holding somebody else's coffee. I woke up in a nobody's body at the bottom of the weakest sect in the poorest region of a world that eats people like that for breakfast, on a mountain with no disciples, no resources, and a leaking roof. Since then, I have not thrown a single punch in public. The eastern region believes a Sword Immortal walks among them, and it is a hoarse voice and a borrowed sword. The Zhuangyi sect died believing its own ancestors abandoned it. The Cloud Heaven Holy Land is hunting the man who took their sacred artifact, and their best swordsman has sworn a blood oath he did not need to swear, and their future saint has been robbed to the skin 3 times by a person he has thanked twice. Anyway, my 4 disciples are each hiding a system from me. I am hiding 4 systems from them, and my sect leader comes to my mountain 3 times a day for dinner and has never once asked why the food works. I own a dragon, a demon nest, a ghost, a mountain range made of origin spirit stone, and one of the 8 keys that will crack open a sealed battlefield the day the whole world goes to war over it. And I am still, as far as anyone knows, the laziest peak lord in my sect. There's only one thing I asked for that I didn't get. I asked my sect leader how I became peak lord of Hidden Origin Peak. He told me it was because of my parents, and that founding this peak was their dying wish. And I have lived in this sect long enough now to know that the people here carry 4 escape talismans to go buy vegetables. Nobody in the 5 Elements sect dies by accident. It takes real effort. He wouldn't tell me the rest. He said my strength was still limited, so I said I'd wait until I reached the Saint Realm before asking again. He relaxed so completely that I could hear it and walked me back to the gate talking about dinner. He's counting on that taking me 100 years. He hasn't checked my numbers lately.